Hey, John.
Hi, John, you're on mute.
Good morning.
All right, so who's running John's presentation?
I am.
Okay.
So I've merged his and my presentations so that way we don't have to worry about a transition.
Okay.
Tim, I'd rather have Violet run my program.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, we are live. And there are several people connecting. So I'm going to go on mute for a while.
All right, I'll give it a few more minutes. Good morning, everyone. We'll wait a couple more minutes before we get started here, but if you are here for Blue Marble Week, you're in the right place. Thanks for attending. All right, I think we will get started. Thank you everyone for joining. This is Blue Marble Week, our first event of a series of 12 events. As many of you know, Blue Marble is the famous photograph taken by the Apollo 17 mission in 1972. It just so happened right around this time. It was taken December 7th, and therefore we thought it would be an appropriate name for our kickoff event. You can go to our website, which is bluemarbleweek.space. You'll find all of the upcoming events there. This series really features extraordinary thought leaders in the field of space infrastructure development. Today's theme specifically focuses on near-term technologies and operational infrastructures. Yesterday, we had a phenomenal lineup of speakers. You can find that footage on our website, also on YouTube. Someone will drop the links in the chat. In addition to connecting all these thought leaders, we also want to connect people. We want this going forward to be a forum where people can really come together and exchange ideas. So please, go ahead and chat with each other in the chat, ask questions. We want this to be engaging and interactive. And a few things to mention before we get started. We're here to discuss technologies and innovations. We're not here to have political discourse. So keep that in mind. Also, all of the views of the panelists and the discussions happening are their own, and we will not hold them accountable to what they're saying as far as their companies go. So please keep that in mind. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, John Chwat. The Foundation for the Future has a strategic plan to introduce and engage with the US Congress, government, and third parties, both in legislation and policy for the next administration, and the new 117th Congress, which is from 2021 to 2023. John Chwat is our government relations consultant and lobbyist with over 40 years of experience. He's an expert in the legislative process and will be briefly reviewing events on Capitol Hill and in government for attendees. His insights and high points on what to expect in 2021 for the Foundation and space policy in this challenging congressional leadership and executive branch environment will be reviewed. In the few short weeks that I've known John, I know that he has deeply immersed himself in this topic. He can probably correct me on this number, but I think he's read at least 10 books in the last few weeks. John, please.
Thank you, Lila. I appreciate very much our presentation today. We have limited time, and so what I would like to do is to go forward in the presentation. If anyone has any questions on anything that I relay, they can certainly email and go through Tim and the Foundation afterwards. My background is 40 years of activity on Capitol Hill. As a bottom line, I've held most every position as Chief of Staff and Legislative Director for congressmen on a variety of committees, mostly on armed services, appropriations, committees that impact the Foundation. And I served in the government. I served in a private corporation called ComSat, which we'll talk about in a minute. And then I've been out in the private sector serving a variety of clients, both Fortune 100s, small businesses for almost 30 years of my experience. So to start off, Tim, if you could go to the next slide, please. I have Getting It Done. I'm going to go through in detail the aspects of trying to influence the Congress of the United States and the federal government. I will say that Tim will go into a little bit more detail on one of the priorities that the Foundation has determined for the 117th Congress, which is called the Space Act. However, Getting It Done doesn't just include one bill. It includes working with other organizations that have like-minded interests in the space community up on Capitol Hill and in the government, but also to influence both the Congress and the government on priorities for space infrastructure, for space development, for space research, in the areas that the Foundation determines is a priority. Now, passing a bill is a wonderful thing, and I've passed many bills in my career. However, it's a very hard thing, and we are now embarking in the next 4 weeks into an environment. If you understand the media and you read items about the Congress and about the administration, that is fraught with conflict. It is a very confusing process for most Americans and for those that don't follow it on a regular basis. And my position within the Foundation is to assist the officers of the Foundation, the members of the Foundation, and those that we reach to have the Congress consider new issues and new policies that we prioritize. As far as the government is concerned, we are in a very uncertain future for the federal government. However, that will be resolved if you read the media and you understand what's going on by inaugural day. So we have about 8 more weeks of uncertainty. However, it is a very, very large constituency to advocate for passage of a major bill. There are 100 senators. There are 435 congressmen. Each has tremendous staff, which I'll go into in a minute, to influence. And there are committees and subcommittees. And then there's a process that's very, very complicated. But it is a process that needs to be impacted. In addition, in the federal government, we have a lot of federal agencies that have different jurisdictions that impact in the areas that we have to look at for next year. And there are 2 types of administration officials. One are political appointees. There's about 3,000 that can be filled in political appointments. Some require congressional Senate approval from their nomination. And then there's thousands and thousands of employees all across the country that impact the issues that the foundation is seeking for the next year or 2 years. Now, on passing a bill, I put a statistic down that is very concerning. However, it doesn't scare me because I've been through this before. The 3% figure is an actual percentage of the numbers of bills that pass into public law. And just to use an example, in the last Congress, which pretty much is the same as this Congress, over 13,556 bills were introduced. So if a foundation or a corporation or anybody asks their congressman, congressperson, or senator to introduce a bill, there's certainly thousands of them out there. And only 3% of them, maybe even 2.5%, actually get signed by the president into public law. So that's a heavy lift for the foundation and for our allies in passing just one of those 13,556. And just because a bill is supported and introduced by a House sponsor and a Senate sponsor doesn't mean that it goes on its own. It needs help in its little journey towards the White House and passage in the House and Senate. And we will be going through that in a couple of minutes. Tim, if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, the 117th Congress, that's what we have facing us in 3 weeks. At the end of the year, New Year's, on Monday, January 4th, the new Congress that goes for 2 years from 2021 to 2022 is sworn in and takes its seat. In the present results, there's approximately 222 Democrats in the House and over 211 Republicans, with about 2 or 3 seats still in controversy. The majority in the House is 218. That means if I had 218 House members, I could pass a bill. And that means that there's a very, very small, narrow margin between the Democrats coming in January and the Republicans. That is very disconcerting in getting anything done, primarily because there are fights in such a narrow margin. So it's very important to know who the leadership is to be able to influence an outcome. In the Senate, we have a similar situation that has developed. There's about 50, it's 50-50. The big election in Georgia would make it 52-48 if the Republicans win both. And that is also a very narrow margin. The margin of passing bills is 51, and in some cases it's 60 if it's very controversial. So the bottom line is that from January through next December, next year, in which the foundation will embark on its major project, There is very much controversy between the Democrats and the Republicans in control of Congress. Now, there are 100 senators, and there are 435 congressmen. And I have estimated over time that there's about 2,140 top staff people in the House, and a similar situation in the Senate. When I say top staff people, I mean the chief of staff of a member, their legislative director and legislative assistant based on different jurisdictions and what issues they take up. So what does that mean? That means that there are thousands of young, sometimes they're old, but mostly they're young staff people who run around and coordinate the offices of members of Congress, and they advise the members of Congress on different legislation, similar to the one that the foundation will be advocating for. And that's a lot of people to influence. They come and go. They don't stay more than 4 or 5 years. So that's at least 2,100 people. In the personal offices of members, the one takeaway that I would like to leave with everybody is that there is a commensurate large number for House and Senate staff in the district or in the state. These people traditionally do not have any jurisdiction over policy issues. That's mostly held in the Washington, D.C. office. And there is also a committee and subcommittee structure in the Congress that's very, very important. It is based on subject matter jurisdiction. So, for example, in both the House and Senate, there are committees that oversee space and aeronautics issues. And each of these committees, and I've determined that there's roughly 21 of these committees in the House and 21 in the Senate. And each of these committees has 6 subcommittees. And to make matters very, very complicated, a subcommittee is a very specialized subject matter that the committee has. So, for example, in the Senate, we have a Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee that holds a subcommittee on space and aeronautics. And the same thing in the House of Representatives. So I have estimated that there's about 3,428 top staff people that are in charge of these subcommittees and committees. Therefore, in order to make everybody very nervous, there's about 5,000 and change top staff people that run the Congress. Now, is the foundation going to advocate that I run around with Tim and with his officers to meet every one of those 5,000 people? I don't think so. So some people are more important than others. Out of the 435 congressmen, some are chairmen or chairs of committees or subcommittees. Some are in leadership positions. And part of what I'll be doing for the foundation is to target, in addition to allies that are in the space community, to support them, to target the right people at the right time with the right message. So you can see that the Congress is a very large structure. Now, Tim, if you can go to the next slide, please. Now, before I go to methods of influence, and of course, I apologize that the Pentagon is there. The firm that I work with, Buck McKeon, was chairman of the House Armed Services Committee for 4 years. And I'm steeped in military issues for defense contractors and so on. So I should have had a picture of a blue marble floating around somewhere, but I have the Pentagon, so I make everybody happy. So before we go into methods of influence, in addition to the Congress, since this is congressional and government, we have a executive branch that everybody understands, but with a very, very active White House and Office of Management and Budget as the CPA of the federal government. And then we have the 12 major departments that we're going to be influencing at the same time. So getting back to our methods of influence, in order to influence Congress on the Space Act, which is our primary objective, there are different points that I've put down here as to the new environment that exists because of the pandemic. Most Congress committees and members' offices are virtual. Therefore, emails and virtual meetings are very, very key, which we will be undertaking. We will have selected visits both in the district for the members to support our objectives, as well as sometimes they have meetings in Washington, D.C. And many committee hearings have the same thing that we have right now with webinars and have virtual hearings, which would need to be influenced. Tim, next slide, please. These are the targets for our main legislative purpose. When a bill is introduced for the first time, the decision by the federal agencies that are impacted by the legislation are very, very key as to whether it passes or not. Therefore, engagement with the White House and engagement with a variety of federal agencies that will be involved in our Space Act and in other policy areas is absolutely critical in the passage process. Next slide, please. This is a product of maybe a 3-hour lecture, and I'll try to do it in 1 minute because Tim has told me I have to be very, very quick. Tim, go to the next slide, please. I want to summarize the fact that both the foundation in the Space Act, which has a financial implication, as well as the allies within the space community and the issues that involve Congress and the government, most of it is focused on a budgetary process. And for those that are involved in this process, we have 3 different fiscal years at one time that the Congress and the federal government, including the agencies, deal with. And I try to explain it in this graph in the following. So we're October 1 is the beginning of our fiscal year in Washington, D.C. And October 1 begins a new fiscal year for, we're now in the throes of the end of the fiscal 2021 process, even though we're very, very late in the process because of the fighting. So basically, we have year end in fiscal 2020. We have the end of the congressional process approving the fiscal 21 bills, which would begin October 1, but they're a little bit late. And that fiscal September 30th, 2021, at which time the next fiscal year, 2022, begins. So when the president comes the first week in February to make his State of the Union, he presents to Congress the fiscal 2022 budget, which will be approved in about 2 weeks by the Office of Management and Budget. So all of this means that the environment that we're dealing with has 3 different funding levels and many, many other types of budgetary situations that you can see in the media, but we're involved in it in Washington, D.C. on a regular basis. And that, Tim, if we can go to the next slide, please. Now, there are some very important outside influences that will impact on our Space Act issues. One will be constituents that are involved in the state and also in the district that is represented by different congressmen and senators. The second would be business interests, in which the Congress and the federal government listen to very, very greatly. And of course, the last large constituency would be academia and research. All of these combine into a great influence category. Next slide, please. I wanted to make some overall conclusions that are very, very important, I think. The Space Act, again, which Tim will go into in detail after my presentation, the Space Act is one bill, but a very important bill that focuses in a new way for space development and space financing. And it is based on a precedent, an historical precedent that Congress is well aware of and which has been supported by presidents and administrations in years past. We have used as a guide, an historic guide, the Tennessee Valley Authority, which during the Depression was created by Congress to offer new innovative electrical power and dams to a region in the United States that was devastated by floods. And the federal government stepped in and they created a federally chartered, very unique kind of quasi-government corporate entity. And there's been many, many, many quasi-government, public, private, federally chartered corporations in our history. The most recent one I was involved in, and that was the Communications Satellite Corporation, ComSat, which was created by Congress in 1962 as a result of 20 years of research dealing with geostationary satellites and the great need to develop an international telecommunications capability. Both AT&T were very prominent in some of the major telecom companies. And to make a long story short, Congress passed a federally chartered corporation in 1962, and eventually in 1999, it was sold to Lockheed Martin, and the rest is history. The foundation will embark on a very unique project. It is based in Title 31 of the United States Code. Title 31 of the United States Code deals with federally chartered corporations. And as such, we will be embarking in areas that not are traditionally in the aeronautic space area. So, for example, there are at least 6 committees of Congress that have jurisdiction over new federally chartered corporations in that Title 31 area, whether they're financial services or banking. And there's also maybe 2 or 3 committees and subcommittees that come to my mind in which they will be considering such legislation. So it provides a very unique opportunity to engage on all things space infrastructure and space development. This brings up one of the last points that I wanted to make before any questions, and that is that there are many, many other policy and legislative items that will come up during the next year in the first session of the 117th Congress, and indeed will come up if there's a transitional period in the administration, both in policy and in executive orders. Now, one area that I know will come up, I've dealt with the leadership in Congress on this, and that is an infrastructure, a major $1 trillion infrastructure, but infrastructure on the earth. And this needs to be influenced to present the foundation's point of view that there is also an infrastructure in space. There's also going to be a major effort in national security as it relates to space. I believe that last week, the planting of the Chinese flag on the moon creates the same kind of image with many members of Congress that I deal with in the armed services, intelligence, and national defense area, that Sputnik and Yuri Gagarin, if all of you may not be as old as I am, but you remember that Sputnik created a great movement in the Congress to support the president, and Yuri Gagarin's flight created John Glenn's and the astronaut and Apollo movement, not in competition with Russia, but to preserve America's primacy in space. And I mention this because I think this is a major area. National security in space directly impacts the Chinese, but also has other implications for other countries. The third and last are different bills that are introduced during the budget process that I have presented to you. There will be NASA's fiscal 22 budget requests that the Congress will start to look at in March and April and May and June. There will be other bills that will be introduced that support both the moon and the Mars activities. And these the foundations will also consider as we go along. So at this point, I am open to any questions. If any of the attendees have any questions on the topics that I have brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I appreciate your comments. I thought that Tim was going to ask some questions, but I'm going to tap dance for a moment.
Okay, no problem.
Really do appreciate you coming on and sharing your background and insight with us. That 40-year career is serving the foundation well. So really appreciate that. I would like to dig a little deeper into the specific organizations. I know that we're not the Tennessee Valley Authority. I know we're not ComSat. Could you kind of differentiate for our audience? Give a little bit of background about those organizations a little bit deeper, please, and then describe why we're not those things, but why we keep comparing ourselves to those things.
Well, thank you for the question. Number one, I bring those up, the TVA and ComSat, and believe me, there's at least 10 or 12 other major federally chartered corporations, merely as a guide that will be presented to Congress, showing that there have been past efforts which succeeded in Congress supporting initiatives that at the time seemed very futuristic, so to speak, to create an entire structure to electrify an area in the Tennessee Valley that was under flood, actually. Many of the people, if you read the history, didn't believe that the TVA was supposed to be created. And after a while, the creation of the dams and the electrification and all of the resulting activity was very highly successful. And as far as ComSat is concerned, based on research, it was still unproven about whether a geostationary satellite system could could create that telecommunications coordinated effort and the federally chartered company. So the foundation is not advocating that they particularly be the to be the space corporation, or we call it Space Corp. It is advocating a concept that Congress can look at and create based on past precedent the same type of entity that could be involved in financing and infrastructure development and other activities that Tim will go into more detail. And that is the rationale for a federally chartered corporation. There are some other concepts that are being or that will be considered in addition to our proposal, and that is an infrastructure bank. There's a major effort, and again, I mentioned this, it's on Earth, it's infrastructure on Earth, but there's a major effort by many unions, by many of our Democratic colleagues and friends to create an infrastructure bank to provide infrastructure financing for highways and airports and so on. And then there's another proposal that's going to be considered, and that is a spaceport development corporation. And that relates to the launch facilities in 3 or 4 locations to privatize them. Ours is different from that.
Those are really exciting proposals. I can't tell you how, I spent a lot of time thinking about the future, right? In great big capital letters with exclamation points of the future. But this feels very near term and very possible, right? This year, next year, the year after that, 2025, we've couched our whole program between 2020 and 2035, but this kind of adrenaline boost to space architecture and space infrastructure would be pretty dramatic. So we're rooting you on.
Yeah, Michael, I do want to make a comment because I just remembered in 1962, and of course I go back to Andrew Jackson. That's how far back I go. So, but in 1962, there were 2 propellants in Congress quickly passing that communications satellite corporation. Number one were the major corporations, American companies like AT&T, that stepped forward and said, we need this federally chartered corporation in order to enhance America's telecommunications capability. So we have that component for the Space Corporation. And the second propellant was American preeminence in the international telecommunications area. And that led to ComSat, eventually led to Intelsat. And there's a nice big Intelsat building in Virginia where I live. That is the world headquarters for all the international telecommunications company of which America is a member, and which ComSat used to be the American representative. So it's very exciting. This is a very, very exciting. The Space Act is a concept that I'm sure the foundation will begin to make it a reality.
I'm curious, taking off your official hat for a second, when you were working at ComSat, could you imagine a world where we have 4,000 satellites circling the planet and then moving to 100,000 satellites in the next 10 years or so? Was that even in your imagination?
No. And when I worked there as a lobbyist, it was excruciating to try to convince, for example, the Inmarsat, International Maritime Telecommunications. The ships were sinking off the coasts all over the world, and we wanted to put a satellite component on ships to mandate that. Mm-hmm. And I just can't tell you the jurisdictions that we had to go through. It was a nightmare, and that's just one satellite system. So we never imagined it, and so I think it's very exciting. This new concept
Well,
going
thank
forward.
you.
Yes.
I know that you are stressed for time a little bit today.
Well, I have a little bit of time. I can overshoot five minutes if there's some.
There are a few questions if you don't mind.
Sure. Maybe you could repeat them for me. It would be
I will.
great.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
sir. One is more kind of community based. So from Charles, does the public being excited and supporting a particular space effort with enthusiasm and communicating with Congress directly help with pushing the space law forward?
Yes, absolutely. I use the word constituent in my presentation, and if you live in a district and you live in a state, the influence that you can bring to bear to even a new member of Congress is just tremendous. And I'll give you two examples. One, last week I informed Tim and the foundation that at noon on, I think it was Thursday, I forgot, but a former astronaut, former captain in the Navy, was sworn in as the new senator from Arizona to take the place of the death of Senator McCain, even though he has to run again in 2022. But the bottom line is Mark Kelly is a new senator, and everyone in Arizona, if they are out there listening or whatever, that's important. And of course, there was another senator, a new senator that's coming in, Bill Haggerty, who has military background. He's a senator from Tennessee. And I have many, many examples of, the over 50 new House members and many senators. So yes, it's very, very important to be a constituent. And we'll help people if they want to support our Space Act and other projects up on Capitol Hill.
I'm going to throw a pitch to Tim that the folks on this call are encouraged to get involved with this effort. This is not going to be easy. Nothing in space is easy, and especially nothing on Capitol Hill relating to space is easy. So we're going to be pushing pretty hard on this. It is one of the main reasons we're hosting this series of events over the course of the next year. So any help on that would be greatly appreciated. I know we have some international folks on this call as well. I'm not sure how y'all can help, but I'm sure we can be creative. What we really want is folks to work with the foundation.
I will say this, Michael, I'll forget, when Congress created the Communications Satellite Corporation, same thing with the Space Corp, there was an international component that eventually morphed into the Intelsat, an international component of the ComSat Corporation. And of course, Congress and we will be looking at that international component for the Space Corporation as well.
Terrific. There's one question, and I want to stress that Tim has sent out a memo saying that we are aggressively nonpartisan. So I want to put that caveat in there before I ask this question. But one of the questions is, how can we keep space from being a war zone? And I know that is, it's not really, that would have been probably a better question for yesterday's Speaker General Quast, but if you'd like to tackle it, or you can pass on it if you like.
I never pass on anything. That's why I have longevity. When you say war, when the person says war zone, I'm going to give two answers. One, a war zone in a political sense is extremely important because that shows the commitment by Congress and by the American government in various policies that will impact the foundation's presentations. So we must avoid a refocus of space primacy by the United States away from projects that will not support space development, space infrastructure, space exploration. That is key because there were previous administrations that that focus sort of left a little bit, and we'll be watching that as we go along. Now, also with the use of war, I did comment about national security, and that's also a very, very big topic, which the foundation will be looking at as well.
Terrific. Thank you very much, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Moving over to Lila. Nope. Can you unmute Lila?
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, moving on to our next speaker is, can you hear me?
Bye, everybody.
Oh, thank you so much, John.
Thank
We
you,
appreciate
Lila.
it.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you, John.
Okay, bye-bye.
Moving on to our next speaker, Tim Chrisman, who is the founder and executive director of the Foundation for the Future. He's a former Army officer and was most recently working as a CIA officer supporting the National Space Council. Tim's passion for space and our evolution in space is deep. Oops, one moment. He's the author of the book Humanity in Space and various articles on the topic. His mission is to create the backbone of America's next century in space. He is one of the most driven and determined and resilient people I know, and it is my pleasure to introduce Tim Chrisman.
Thanks, Lila.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win.
So I played that to start this talk about the Space Act, because at the end of the day, what we're doing is trying to ensure that what got us here doesn't keep going. John mentioned the creation of the TVA. He mentioned Sputnik, Yuri Gagarin. And each one of those was viewed through the lens of what was happening at the time. With the TVA, it was the Great Depression, and there was an impetus to solve flooding in the Tennessee Valley, and there was emergency. And that was what spurred action. With Sputnik and the Soviet Red Menace, that spurred the creation of DARPA, of our Apollo program. And that has been the pattern in America, is crisis begets action. We don't sit around and wait for tomorrow. We seize it, we mold it, because there are people like Chuck Yeager, who just died, who were those few good men that strapped themselves in to whatever they thought would help solve the crisis and tried again. And that's really the sort of model we're looking for with our proposal, starting with the Space Act of 2021. We see the rise of China being a similar threat to the US and international security that the Soviet Union was in the 50s and 60s. But at the same time, we also have the added crisis of the COVID recession and how do we build ourselves out of this? And so if Sputnik and the Red Menace spurred the creation of DARPA, this innovative engine for risky science investments. And the Great Depressions spurred the creation of Tennessee Valley and other infrastructure agencies. It's our pitch that this current merging of those two crises deserves a solution that merges DARPA and the TVA. And that is what I want to provide a little more detail on over the next 30 to 45 minutes. And yeah. So ultimately, the problem we see is that we have a fantastic space exploration agency in the form of NASA. They are pushing the envelope. We heard yesterday about the technology transfer program that NASA runs, where truly the work done by this organization is advancing the betterment of humanity, whether it is exploration, habitation, or just basic science that enables better airplanes. The work they do is fantastic, but we have depended on them to do everything in space. If it related to space, we assume NASA was involved. Now with the creation of Space Force, there's this second pillar in the American space architecture that commentators began discussing how it would fill the roles that NASA either wasn't suited for, didn't want, or were now needed because of rising threats. But that doesn't address the underlying issue of what is Space Force defending? And we see with New Space, the Elon Musks, the Jeff Bezos, and the business owners and innovators here at this event, there is incredible dynamism in the private sector. There are ideas that are so plentiful, we cannot execute on them all because there's not time or money. So who is enabling that dynamism to actually get into space? Our answer is we will. And we've proposed and sent to Congress a formal recommendation that they create the Space Corporation Enterprise. Doesn't make a lot of sense when you read the title, but it works as an acronym. And as John has told me a number of times, if you have a good acronym for your law, that has overcome 2/3 of your hurdles in terms of getting it actually passed. So if we call it the Space Act, from working backwards, we'll figure out the name of the entity from there. The important part of it is that it is a federally chartered and therefore acts as a sovereign element of the US government abroad, for-profit corporation. So instead of creating a new NASA, a civil space force, we're proposing creating a profit-driven investment organization that has the ability to plant the US flag and be the beacon of free investment that we see China trying to do the inverse of with its Belt and Road investments throughout Asia. Our proposal is that this corporation be overseen by a public-private board of directors. A little over half of the directors would be appointed by Congress or the president, and the rest from major investors. We view this corporation as being something that not only states, companies, individuals might want to invest in, but ultimately opening it up to the American people in the form of space bonds, in the form of being able to make this organization work for and Americans be able to invest in the success. The value we see Space Corp bringing is that it makes space boring. It makes it routine and easy, like air travel, like taking a cruise. There's annoyances with any form of travel, but the vast majority of the time you don't remember how you got to where you were getting because it is that routine. And that's the goal, because at the end of the day, an American innovator who is bored on his way to space is going to have significantly more mental power to actually create the future there. We see this falling in line with some of the earliest investments that America made. When it first discussed internal infrastructure investment in the administrations of George Washington and Adams, there was talk of how infrastructure brought the country together, that roads would knit it together, that people from different states working side by side would build camaraderie, would build relationships. And it was from that that the Cumberland Road project emerged. And we saw that again and again throughout history, whether it was rebuilding after the Civil War, public works projects after World War II, giving Americans something to do with idle hands prevented us from getting into trouble. And it also unleashed American innovation and entrepreneurship into new domains. There was never a question as to whether or not there needed to be a way to get over the Rocky Mountains. Americans saw them and knew we had to conquer them. So we did. And there was never a question that we were going to. Our message to Congress and to the American people is space is no different than every other domain Americans have conquered. We've seen the ocean and met that challenge. We own the air, and the land has never been able to contain us. So now it's space's turn. We've designed Space Corporation in an iterative process. The idea is this entity needs to be an organization that can not only withstand scrutiny from stakeholders in Congress, but also actually be useful to industry. This does no good if it's created and it helps a single district, if it assists the reelection of a single senator. And so our proposition really focuses around 4 key elements. The first being creating space infrastructure. This is that niche that sits between NASA and Space Force, where the roads, the highways, the harbors to, from, and through space don't exist. And where they do exist, they need investment. They need some sort of systematized way to buy down risk so that private equity and innovators can get to work. And so this Space Infrastructure Creation Authority is really central to everything else. The second is jobs. If there's one thing that American voters have heard for decades, it is that every politician cares about jobs in America. And not just any jobs, but good blue-collar American worker jobs. Yet over the past 50 years, those jobs have steadily declined, not because they're not useful and not because no one cared about them, but because as we conquered air, land, and sea, there was less need for as many workers. Now, as we turn to space, there's an opportunity, whether through advanced material foundries, repair, or manufacturing in orbit, for these blue-collar jobs with relatively minimal retraining, recertification, to be used in creating the future. And so instead of politicians being able to pay lip service to these hardworking Americans, there's actually an opportunity for them to invest in a multi-generational jobs pipeline for these people. The third authority, the third value we see this corporation bringing is easing the access to capital. There's trillions of dollars of private equity available. I don't want to say sitting on the sideline, because in many cases it is being used, but it's not being used in space. And that's because there's no way, in the vast majority of cases, to make a clear business case that meets risk thresholds for these investors. And that's where Space Corp comes in. By modeling ourselves off of the government's venture capital arms like In-Q-Tel, we partner with private equity and essentially take the first loss position. It's not a grant, it's not a handout, but it's also not fully funding highways like the Highway Trust Fund. Instead, it is a true partnership where the government and private investors work together to ensure that both of them come out better at the end. And finally, reducing political uncertainty. As we've seen with the Artemis program, and we've seen since Apollo, every 4 years, NASA's budget's uncertain. Realistically, it's a year-to-year thing for many of their programs. And the goal is to create a appropriations neutral, a budgetary neutral vehicle to fund investment in space that is not subject to the ups and downs of cost cutting or bloat, that can instead work more like a mortgage officer at a bank than the arcane dealings in the back rooms of Congress that many of you think goes on a day-to-day basis. So we propose organizing Space Corp using a headquarters and 3 spokes. And we'll go into each of these in more detail here. But the general idea is that the headquarters element looks up and out, so interacting with Congress, interacting with other federal agencies, and being the single point of contact for the private sector. Space Development Fund is that investment arm that handles the partnership with private equity, the vetting of potential investments, and the actual moving capital around the system. The Spaceport Authority, very similar to the National Spaceport Development Corporation that Space Florida has proposed, would serve as the intermodal integration point for the air, land, and sea logistics networks that the US has, connecting them to the space economy, and also ensuring adequate space access ports throughout the country. And finally, the Center for Space Studies. This entity would serve as a hybrid think tank and financial analytics center that could merge engineers, scientists, policymakers, economists, and others to do tailored analyses of speculative projects. The vast majority of the projects in space that need doing have never been done. While we have had astronauts living in space continuously for 20 years, we haven't built more than one home at a time for them. And so having a dedicated research entity that can work in partnership with the national lab systems from DOE, National Science Foundation, Aerospace Corp, and other think tanks, this team can integrate and provide a sort of risk analyses to the Space Development Fund in order to ensure investments are being made in the best way possible. So as John mentioned, we're looking to pattern this after previously established federal corporations like the Tennessee Valley, AmeriCorps, and others. And the reason is not only because it is something that has been done before, and so we can get the social proof of saying, see, look, they have a logo, we're going to be like them. Another reason is because in Congress, there is a desire to not be associated with something that's going to be embarrassing. Think bridge to nowhere in Alaska, although many of you probably haven't thought of it because you didn't live in Alaska when this was proposed. But nobody wants their name assigned to a multi-million or multi-billion-dollar failure. And so our second benefit of affiliating with these other prior organizations is saying, look, we're building off of history and this model that worked. We're learning their lessons. But the most important and final reason is the majority of us in the foundation and those who work with us have seen what happens when government does everything. Many of us grew up our careers in the Army, and we saw when you put enough soldiers together, they will build pyramids out of cups, and it will be disastrous to put them in charge of anything resembling space infrastructure because there's not the attention to detail or precision available, and it's just not what government does or should do. And so we see the benefit of using the private sector's innovative models, being able to move fast, fail faster, and try again without the risk of repercussions or recriminations. So we talked a little bit about the Space Corp's headquarters, where it would be this belly button in a hub and spoke model. It really would allow both government and the private sector to have a place where liaisons can all set up their computers, be in the same space, and similar to after 9/11 when states established fusion cells to prevent terrorists from slipping through information gaps. As the space economy expands, there's increasing likelihood that the regulatory regimes, the approvals needed, and just the number of space launches is going to be so much that it doesn't make sense for a private company to manage handling all of the interactions with all of government. So having that single point reduces the complexity needed for the private sector. The Space Development Fund, I'm going to talk more about the sorts of investments we see it making. And I mentioned how we viewed this as being a way to ensure not that government took over projects, not that it dictated what projects needed to be done, but instead that it worked with and bundled financing together under three main categories: space access, space sustainment, and space support. And at the end of the day, the projects funded did not and should not be ones that are dictated from above, but instead should be capabilities driven. We care that it is easy and cheap to get to, from, and through space. We care that people and companies can plug and play in space. And we care that there's an industrial base to support space activities, and that space activities support the industrial base on the ground. And so that's why we grouped projects under those rubric, because ultimately it is not about finding a pet project or suggesting we know the right way to do it. I joke with people that I don't care if it's piling up turtles to get to space. If that's the cheapest way, then we just pile up turtles and climb them all the way. The point is, lower the cost of entry to space, lower barriers to stay in space. And from there, there's enough Americans who are going to go to space that they'll figure out the rest. So to give you a taste of some of the projects and the scale of investment we're talking about, for space access, we're looking at a fairly significant portion of the overall investment. And these projects range from out of orbit GPS equivalents, so X-ray precision navigation and timing, to a essentially commoditization of space launch in the form of a civil reserve space fleet. So all or most airlines participate in the US Civil Reserve Air Fleet, and they essentially agree for a retainer to keep a certain number of aircraft and crews ready in case of wartime emergency. And we think that's a useful model to start for making space launch and space access cheaper by essentially buying seats, whether they're used or not, for the government. More investment is needed in ground-side spaceports and in new space access technologies. We'll hear tomorrow about some ranging from elevators to balloons. Obviously, a balloon's not getting you all the way, but I imagine it's a nicer trip than riding a modified nuclear missile to space. For space sustainment, these are the sorts of projects that give people things to do that are of use in space, whether it's manufacturing, living, or having reserves of fuel and materials that Space Force can use in wartime, that the US can depend on in case of emergency. The goal is not to design cookie cutter subdivisions in space, but rather establish the utilities that are needed so that construction can commence that you can plug in and have air, water, and fuel. And with space support, these are the sorts of projects that we view as almost no lose. I'm seeing some of the slides are mixed up, and we'll get that corrected for the slides we send out to you all. But these projects range from advanced materials foundries across the US. With Foundation recently partnered with the Graphene Council, and they're going to present the results of our research later today. But the summary is America can invest in advanced material foundries with a relatively low upfront cost. About $10 million builds you a graphene foundry for 110 workers. And that material output is used across the space economy, across the ground side economy. So everything from solar panels to the tires in your new Ford. These are the sorts of easily reskilled jobs that blue collar America has been told are 5 minutes away. Other projects are space-based solar power. This is not economically feasible right now because it's too heavy. Doesn't make commercial sense. But if it doesn't need to make commercial sense because there's a national security imperative, or because we can buy down the cost of space access through other means, it suddenly becomes a much more attractive option for an investment that has virtually no downsides. So we mentioned some of the investments that the Space Development Fund would make and how Space Corp headquarters would work. The Spaceport Authority is almost exactly, if not literally exactly, the sort of corporation that Space Florida has proposed as part of its national spaceport development strategy. We've been in close communication with them about the results of their study that came out this year. And as near as we can tell, there is nothing about their proposal that we cannot fully support. And we think it makes sense that there be this overarching port authority structure that, just like the port authority of every major coastal city, can be the backbone by which logistics providers and companies can interact with to move goods, people, and equipment to and from space. And we already discussed the Center for Space Studies. I don't know if there's more here. I'm told every presentation about investments needs to have charts. And so I included financial projections, job creation charts. And the goal here is, well, first to convince you that since all of the lines go up, this must be a good idea, but also to make the point that at the heart of this proposal is a budget neutral company. There will need to be an investment by the US Treasury, but there does not need to be an ongoing drain on the American taxpayers, because we can set this up in such a way that whether it's through user fees, loan fees, or access fees, can fund itself with a relatively little impact to the economy it's trying to build. Have here a timeline of where we see some of the major projects we've talked about here or have proposed elsewhere. The important thing to take from this is we don't believe in waiting until a prototype is finished to start it. So whether it's X-ray navigation or a X Prize style frontier prize where we put up a purse to challenge innovators to solve big problems. We know on the front side that it's not going to work how we think it will, but we should still try it. Learn from what went well, what didn't, iterate and try again. And so that's the sort of thinking we're hoping to bring to the space ecosystem in terms of the try, fail, try again, probably fail again, probably fail again, but be too dumb to know we should have given up. So ahead of stopping for questions, I just wanted to close by pointing out that, for one, the proposal we're submitting to Congress and the message we've been giving all along is we don't have all the answers. We don't have all the right people on the team yet. But we know we're on the right road. Would you like to come help? And then on the flip side, because we know that, how can we make our plan and proposal better? This started out as a proposal for a national port authority. It morphed to a development bank. And where we're at now is at least the fourth or fifth iteration on the structure and the name. And that's been because whether it's feedback from congressional staffers, feedback from industry insiders, or just realizing that we could go bigger. We've iterated as we've gone, and we will continue to iterate. Yeah. So I believe that is all of my slides. So what questions do you have?
Terrific, Tim. Thank you very much. Really, really inspiring stuff. The combination of the vision and the plan backed by John and the lobbyists at the McKeon Group. In this industry, we've had a lot of plans pushed forward. It is rare that we have those plans backed by this kind of action. So thank you from our industry to what you're doing. It's really terrific stuff. I'm going to open it up to questions now. We have an honest to God space lawyer that's basically giving you a thumbs up from Poland. And he's really interested in kind of the international agreements, intergovernmental agreements, with an emphasis on streamlining the process and authorizing space manufacturing to enable commercial trade. Could you talk? I know that right now you're really focused on the U.S. Congress, and I know that that's got to be paramount for you. But could you? This is the second question this morning that's kind of looked to the international side. So not to hold you to anything, but have you given much consideration to international partnerships and that sort of thing?
The short answer is yes, we have. And yes, we are very focused on the US Congress. We, as individuals within the foundation and as the official position of the foundation, all agree that America leading as we did in the post-World War II era makes the world a safer, more prosperous place. We can make that sort of difference again if we work with our international partners, if we ensure that our ideology of an open market, of free press, of rule of law all persists. And we can do that together. There's no reason why America needs to go it alone, if for no other reason because most of our partners have people who have great ideas that would really benefit us. So why not bring them in? Why not integrate the best of all of our countries so we can make our futures better? Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. Given where we are now, can you map out? I know you showed us that really great graphic. I appreciate that. Can you lay out what you think the next kind of immediate next steps are? Yesterday I was really talking about 2022 and 2025, but by that graphic, there's a lot of the stuff that's already happened. So I want to kind of bring you back a little bit tighter focus, and tell me what the next 2 to 5 months look like, because we heard from John that it's a changing environment. So what specifically is the foundation really going to be focused on soon?
Yeah, so right now, from now until the beginning of the 117th Congress in early
January, right?
Early January, yep. Right when New Year's hangovers ends, so I think the 3rd of January. And that is our trial balloon window, where we are talking with congressional staffers and members in the districts where the members of the foundation live. And it's taking their feedback, looking for sponsors, and trying to understand, how does this fail? We know how it succeeds, right? And it succeeds by convincing these members that it benefits them and their constituents. But what about it is wrong and going to trip people up? Some of the early feedback we got was, if you build this all around the idea of a bank, that turns off a number of people, because there's a renewed push right now in some circles to do increased banking regulation, to break up big banks, or on the flip side, to give the current banking industry more latitude. And so we would essentially be stepping into a fight we didn't mean to.
Right.
So beyond the start of the 117th in early January until shortly after inauguration, we will be interacting on the Hill. We'll be talking with members of incoming committees, offering educational presentations, and helping educate both new and returning members of Congress about the threat from China, the benefits of our proposed investment, and ways that they can get involved officially as sponsors or co-sponsors, or unofficially as sort of champions. We see end of February, beginning of March, being a sort of inflection point where the incoming administration starts to get some traction on its infrastructure investment proposals. The new Congress is going to be looking to do some of its early actions, and there probably will be another COVID stimulus bill. All of those represent opportunities for the Space Act to be added on as an amendment, as well as for us to make the case that space is another domain that the government needs to start investing in. Because at the end of the day, my 6-year-old here wants to go to space, but she doesn't want to get a shot. And it's rude that she has to go through the same process to get to space that Buzz Aldrin had to 70 years ago.
Yeah.
There's nothing else she does that's the same as Buzz Aldrin. So why does she have to get shots to go to space?
Good point. She makes a very good point. We're going to swap over to Lila for a moment. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Michael. Tim, before you mute yourself, real quick, I see there are still some questions that we didn't get to. Where can people get in touch with you or get more information?
You can email me at tim@climb2.space, and yeah, we can talk more there. I'll put the email address in the chat. Oh, there we go.
There it is. Thank you again. Continuing with our fabulous lineup of speakers and presenters, we have Dr. Rob Hoyt, who is Mr. Hoyt, are you in the room? Are you here?
Because it starts at 8:30 and it's 8:31.
Sound check.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Great. We hear you. And
Thanks, hon.
all right. Rob Hoyt is the founder and president at Tethers Unlimited, which for 25 years has been developing products based upon space tether technologies, including solutions for cleaning up space debris and transporting people and payloads through space. Dr. Hoyt holds a PhD in aeronautics and astronautics from the University of Washington. He's arguably one of the most knowledgeable humans on tethers in space and so much more, really. He has experience in various orbital fabrication technologies and has been involved with multiple big infrastructure projects. Tethers Unlimited has been awarded many NASA and other government industrial contracts and was recently acquired by Emergent Technologies Holdings, a Colorado company specialized in satellite ground systems. Congratulations. Without further ado, Dr. Rob Hoyt.
Okay, hi, thank you. So let's see if I can share my screen. All right, can you see that okay? Okay, so thank you very much. Today I'd like to talk about work we have been doing on developing technologies to enable in-space services. And these fall under the category of what's now generally called OSAM, OSAM, which stands for On-Orbit Servicing, Assembly, and Manufacturing. Again, my name is Rob Hoyt, and my email is down there in the lower left, hoyt@tethers.com. If you have any questions later, please shoot me an email. So the work that we have been doing has been motivated by a desire to help create a robust and sustainable in-space economy. What we want to do is create new markets so that we can help grow the American and overall global economy. Now, there are a number of different markets that a variety of different ventures have been working to develop, ranging from asteroid resources to propellant depots, Mars infrastructure, lunar resources, space debris cleanup and recycling, microgravity manufacturing. The issue is that each of these markets by itself doesn't create a truly sustainable economy. And for example, the company Planetary Resources found that out kind of the hard way. But so they have a chicken and the egg problem where you need to be able to bring up both the service or the business at the same time as you bring up the customers to utilize those services. So for example, even if a company were right now able to go and get some asteroid resources, they wouldn't have a business plan that truly closes because there isn't yet anybody set up to buy those resources and transform them into things of value. So we see these OSAM in-space services as kind of the keystone to help tie together multiple different markets in space to be able to stand up a functioning and growable in-space economy where people can get resources and sell them to another venture, which can in turn turn them into things of value, and then sell them to another venture, which in turn can use those things of value to integrate new kinds of space systems and then provide new kinds of services to other customers both in space and here on Earth. So we're working very hard to create the technologies to enable these in-space services. Now, we're a small company. We've been in business for 26 years now, but we don't have huge resources behind us. So I'd like to tell you first about how we have been approaching this, this very big challenge of trying to create a bootstrap, really, an economy in space. So we've been taking kind of a stepwise incremental approach to get to this big vision, where we started off by developing a handful of high performance components for very small satellites, things like CubeSats and nanosats, with the objective of trying to enable those small, low-cost systems to perform useful missions. And we've successfully leveraged some investments from NASA and the DoD and other organizations, mainly under the Small Business Innovation Research, or SBIR program, to develop some transformative new technologies such as software-defined radios, the Terminator tape deorbit device, a propulsion system that uses water as propellant called Hydros, and some gimbals and other components. And we've been able to develop those under SBIR dollars and get them on the market. And now we're in the process of ramping up our production capability, putting in all the quality assurance and other processes necessary to be able to supply these to the big government programs and commercial programs who are building out constellations of small sats. So that part of the business is now in the growth stage. For the past 10 years or so, we've been working to integrate those unique components together to create new kinds of space platforms. And that's kind of our phase, what we're calling our phase 2. And that is intended to provide networked satellite services, leveraging our unique radios and mesh networking capabilities to enable customers to put up payloads very, very easily, very rapidly, and make it very easy for them to command and get data back from their payloads. And then for the longer term, 5-10 years out realistically, we're working to create what we call these in-space services, where we combine robotic systems, in-space manufacturing capabilities, in-space assembly capabilities, to be able to stand up new kinds of space systems to provide networked communications and assembly of infrastructure for future space exploration and commercialization. And as I mentioned, we got started on a lot of these under NASA and DoD investments. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about our journey there. A lot of the work on the OSAM technologies, or in-space services technologies, originally started out under a NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts program, project called SpiderFab, where we developed a concept architecture for these in-space services, such as in-space manufacturing and assembly of very large space systems. That project got us to kind of the TRL level 3 or 4, kind of where we'd done the analyses to prove that it was feasible and that there was a net value proposition there. And then we were able to transition that project into quite a number of follow-on efforts, mostly under the SBIR program, where we developed a number of the key technology elements needed to realize that architecture, such as compact, lightweight, low-cost robotic arms, such as the Kraken, systems for manufacturing high-performance carbon fiber composite truss structures, a trusselator, and then things like connectors for Axon and ARTI connectors for in-space assembly of modular space systems, and then in-space manufacturing and recycling technologies, such as the positrusion recycler, which then we were able to transition into a flight program, also funded by NASA, of what's called the refabricator, which is up on the space station right now. It's been deintegrated and it's getting ready to be returned to Earth so we can study the results. The refabricator combines a plastic recycling system with a 3D printer. So was intended to demonstrate repeated recycling and manufacturing of plastic parts on orbit so that we can enable astronauts on long duration deep space missions to reuse feedstock many times to make the tools and implements and replacement parts that they need, so that they don't have to launch on a mission to Mars with huge stores of replacement parts. They can just bring a little bit of plastic feedstock and then make the things that they need as those needs come up. Additionally, we've been able to work with NASA and Maxar to put together a flight experiment called MakerSat, which is going to fly on the OSAM-1 mission in a few years. And the MakerSat is that box on the side of the spacecraft, and it is going to demonstrate in-space manufacture of a 10 to 20 meter long high-performance carbon fiber boom. So demonstrating that we can make structures in space, and it's kind of another step towards realizing the vision of the trusselator to be able to make large, high-performance truss structures to support antennas and solar arrays and those sorts of things. So we've been very fortunate to work with a number of sponsors and customers and collaborators at NASA and at some of the big prime companies to be able to take this what started out as kind of a crazy far out vision and stepwise mature the technology elements to where we're now starting to fly and demonstrate the key capabilities. So when we talk about in-space services, there are three areas where we focus on. One is actual in-space servicing. So the idea there is having a robotic spacecraft that can provide services to another spacecraft, such as refueling, recovery, unsticking a stuck solar array or stuck antenna, or even repairing spacecraft by swapping out a broken transponder or something like that. And the main value proposition there to DoD and NASA and commercial customers is that these services can enable new kinds of capabilities for space missions, such as persistent maneuvering, satellites that can constantly maneuver without having to worry about running out of fuel, and sustainability, long-term sustainability of low Earth orbit operations, where we can deal with problems such as space debris and enable mankind to continue using near-Earth space in perpetuity. And then there's in-space assembly, where we're looking at on-orbit assembly of modular space platforms, so we can carry up a number of small kind of Lego-like pieces using small low-cost launch vehicles, and then integrate them on orbit to make large high-performance space systems. This can also be used for integration of upgrade payloads. So you can put up a satellite and then say 5 or 10 years later, when technology has matured and that satellite's payload is obsolete, instead of throwing away the satellite, you could launch a replacement payload, plug it in, and get back to making money in the space market. And the net benefit there is improved responsiveness to market and mission demands that will change over time. And then there's in-space manufacturing, where we're looking at launching into orbit raw material or even getting resources in space, and then using tools to process those materials to manufacture key elements of space systems. And the best value proposition there is for making components of space systems where performance scales with size. So by manufacturing these components on orbit, you can make them much larger than you could fit into a given available launch shroud. So you can make very large antennas, very large solar arrays, and very large structures to support things like space habitats and deep space exploration spacecraft. And the main benefit of this in-space manufacturing is increased performance per dollar, whether that performance is data throughput for an antenna, resolution for an imaging system, power for a propulsion system. The net benefit is by manufacturing in space, you can get much better performance per dollar. So now I'd like to talk to you about, tell you about some of the work we've been doing on technologies to enable in-space servicing and assembly. Much of the work that we've been doing is geared towards enabling Tethers Unlimited or one of our partner companies to build and operate a small, affordable microsat class robotic servicer that we call LeoNight. And this concept system is sized for cost-effective integration of microsat or ESPA class payloads, as well as servicing of the small satellites that are being deployed as part of many commercial ventures, as well as part of the DoD's hybrid architecture. Now, there are several ongoing very well-funded activities being funded by NASA and the DoD, such as the RSGS Geo Servicer spacecraft and the OSAM-1 NASA mission. Those systems are quite large. They're school bus sized spacecraft, and they have giant, very heavy robotic arms. They're very capable systems, but they're designed for servicing and towing around large geo satellites or very large high value spacecraft. And they're not really economically viable for addressing the small sat industry, such as the hybrid architecture. So this LeoNight system is sized to be relevant to those future architectures. And it integrates many of the high and mid TRL level technologies that I'll tell you about in a few minutes, such as our robotic arms and tool changers and collaborative control software. So one of the key elements of that concept and many of our other in-space services concepts is a lightweight, highly dexterous, and advanced control robotic arm that we call the Kraken. What makes this arm unique relative to all the other space robotic arms is that it integrates very precise torque sensing and control capabilities, and as well as a very high bandwidth data bus along it, so that we're able to able to monitor the forces experienced on all the joints of the arm and very quickly react to that. So we can use new kinds of control methods to implement things like active compliance, and I'll show you what that means in a minute. This design it's designed to fold up into a very compact form factor, so we can fit it onto a nanosatellite or into a express rack payload for the space station, as I'll show you in a minute. It's got a modular design, so we can put in different size joints to handle different kinds of loads, and we can make it longer or shorter. The nominal design is 7 degrees of freedom and roughly 1 meter reach, so about the reach of a human arm. And it's quite lightweight. The smallest configuration mass is about 5 kilograms, going up to about 9 kilograms if you use all large joints. But as I'll show you in a minute, that advanced control capability makes this very small, lightweight robotic arm able to safely manipulate very large, heavy payloads. So you don't need those giant, expensive robotic arms that the RSGS and OSAM-1 are relying upon. Under some NASA SBIR investments, we have worked to integrate the Kraken robotic arm into a express rack payload designed for the space station. And we call that payload the Mantis teleoperation payload. And the purpose behind this is to basically offload some of the menial and repetitive tasks that currently the astronauts have to do, and enable a graduate student on the ground to do those tasks, teleoperating this robotic arm on the space station. the arm is designed to interact with other payloads on the space station. So, for example, you could pull a sample out of a refrigerator or cold storage, put it into a biological processing unit, and then move it into a microscope or inspection station, or operate a variety of other kind of payloads on the space station. We've also been working with NASA's Astrobee program, and Astrobee is the small free-flying robot that's shown on the left there. And we've been developing collaborative control software called AstroPorter, which is intended to enable the Astrobee to safely interact with other robotic systems on the space station, such as the arm, so it can do things like exchanging payloads between the two and doing other kind of operations. So Astrobee can act as a go fetch system, going and getting equipment for the astronauts and for other systems on the space station. Now I mentioned this active compliance capability of the robotic arm, and the importance of that is that this arm on the space station will be operating in the same volume as the astronauts. And in a traditional co-working robot here on Earth, if the robotic arm runs into a person, it will sense that and then just stop and lock up so that it doesn't hurt the person. But on the space station, that kind of approach would be a big problem, because then the arm would be an obstacle to the astronaut, which might prevent them from, escaping from a crew volume if there was a problem or something like that. So we built in this precise torque sensing and control capability, so we can enable what we're calling active compliance, where say the arm is operating and doing some kind of operation. And let's see if this video is going to play. So here we're up on the upper right, we're showing the control software, which shows the planned motion of the arm, and the arm would be going through its operations. But oh no, an astronaut has floated into the way of the arm. The arm's going to rip his head off. Oh, but the arm can sense that the force it's applying is different than what it was programmed to do, and it can actively comply, and the astronaut can push it out of the way. And then once the astronaut is out of the way, the arm can go back to doing what it was intended to do. Additionally, this active compliance capability will also be very important for in-space servicing of satellites and in-space assembly, because it enables this small, lightweight arm to accommodate errors in velocity or position during capture of a client spacecraft. So if a client spacecraft is tumbling, you can grab onto it, and that tumble won't rip the arm off of your servicing spacecraft. The arm can controllably apply force to slow the tumble down and capture the object without damaging anything. Now, for this robotic arm, we want the arm to be able to use a wide variety of different tools. So we've also developed a compact tool change interface. It's a hot swappable tool interface, so we can plug and unplug different kinds of tools without having to turn off the power. An interesting aspect of the design we came up with is that it is androgynous. So both sides, that means that both sides of the connection are the same. What that means is we can use this not only as a tool change interface, but also as a plug-in port on inside the space station or on spacecraft. And it could serve as the base of an arm, even enable an arm to inchworm around the spacecraft or inchworm around inside a space station. And it can also serve as a docking and charging port for things like the Astrobee and other free flyers. Very importantly, it also integrates safe to connect functionality. So when you make the connection, the electronics check to make sure everything is hunky-dory before you apply the high, any kind of significant voltage or power across the connections. Let's see. So Another thing we're very interested in is enabling in-space assembly of modular space systems and in-space integration of payloads onto existing spacecraft. So we've also developed a somewhat large, a little bit larger connector technology. This particular prototype is about the size of a, say a can of coffee. We call it the Axon connector, and it is a electromechanical connector to enable rapid pre-launch integration of payloads and on-orbit integration of payloads onto hosted payload platforms, as well as on-orbit assembly of modular space systems. This connector is also androgynous, so and an important aspect of it is that either side of the connection can secure or separate the connection. And that's important because if you've got a modular space system or a replaceable payload, you need to be able to unhook it if one side of the system has died. And this design enables that. It also integrates safe-to-mate sensing, and it has an interesting cover mechanism that covers the connectors when they're exposed, when the system is exposed to the space environment. So we're protecting it from FOD and atomic oxygen and other challenges. So these little movies here, if I can get this to work, just show the actuation of the connector. And this one shows the two connectors coming together. They'll make the mechanical mate, check the connections are okay, and then it makes the connection. You can see the power is being transferred across it, and then it can separate and pull away. So why is this interesting? Well, one of the business opportunities that we are pursuing is in-space assembly of persistent space platforms. Now, the idea here is that instead of kind of the current way of doing business in geospace, where you build a big several $100 million school bus sized spacecraft and you have to use a giant rocket to get it up into space, all of which costs many hundreds of millions of dollars, takes 3 to 5 years, and you risk losing your whole investment if the rocket has a problem. We're looking at being able to build large, high-performance space platforms on orbit by launching many small, low-cost modules, and then using a robotic system to connect those modules together on orbit. And part of the idea here is that each of these modules can be relatively low cost. They could be single string or minimum redundancy. But by the way we've designed them to connect together and to share resources and power and do distributed control, these low-cost, minimal redundancy components can integrate together to create a large system with very high redundancy, very high reliability. So this platform can serve as basically real estate for a variety of different kind of payloads on orbit, so that customers can build and launch just their payload, get it up onto orbit, and then we can plug it in and we can provide it the gaslight power and Comcast cable that it needs to operate, so they can get on orbit and operating and making money very quickly. And additionally, by mass producing these modules, we can get to economies of scale, get the cost of the modules down, so we can build large, high-performance assets using mass-produced small-sat technologies. Now, when we have these large, complex, multi-module systems, or we have several spacecraft operating together to build a system on orbit, the dynamics and control of that system is very complex. So we have been developing several software tools to enable the design and testing of control methods for these kinds of operations. And the key tool set we've developed, we call Mosaic. It's a Simulink-based environment for developing and testing control methods for satellite assembly, satellite servicing, and formation flight. And a couple of examples of how we've used it. Here in the center is a simulation of a long baseline sensing system where there's 3 small sats connected along a 20-meter long truss, and they want to reorient the truss, to point their optics or something at some other target. And here we're using a distributed attitude control system where the 3 satellites individually have thrusters and momentum wheels, but they work collaboratively to maneuver the structure and minimize any vibrations that might develop in that long, slender structure. Additionally, we've been using the Mosaic tool set to develop a set of control software to enable collaborative robotic behaviors. So this is and this is still in development, but this is a simulation of the Leonite servicing spacecraft with 2 robotic arms as it is doing a refueling operation. So here it's maneuvering one of the arms to pick up a refueling tank, and then maneuvering that to plug it into the client spacecraft on the top. And here we're capturing the full multi-body dynamics of the system. There are momentum wheels in the servicing spacecraft. And you can see that the dynamics are complex, and this simulation isn't, or this control isn't yet fully optimized. But we are successfully controlling the dynamics of this many degree of freedom system. And what we're working towards eventually is to be able to have not only multiple robotic arms, but multiple robotic agents or multiple robotic servicing spacecraft all working together collaboratively, so that you can have many small systems building a giant complex space station or giant antenna or other large system on orbit. So we're making really good progress on that Cylon effort. Now, additionally, when you have these robotic spacecraft and clients and payloads, ideally you would want them all communicating together so that you can enable these collaborative behaviors, enable them to work together safely and get the mission done. So another area we've been working on is developing a mesh networking cross-link capability suitable for small sats. We call this SwiftLink. SwiftLink is essentially an app that runs on our Flight Heritage Swift software-defined radios. So it's already TRL9, or the hardware is TRL9. The software is TRL7, and within a few months it'll be flown in TRL9. And basically what SwiftLink does is it creates a peer-to-peer mesh network between multiple satellites, enabling them to exchange data using standard IP protocols. So it essentially turns our radio into an Ethernet port in space, so that you can very easily connect together multiple satellites and even ground stations all in a mesh network. So that's a mature technology, and we're currently working to improve upon it, increasing the flexibility and controllability of the network, as well as the security by integrating Type 1 encryption. Now I'd like to get into talking about some of the work we've done on in-space manufacturing technologies, as well as in-space recycling. I mentioned earlier the refabricator payload. So here the refabricator payload combined, on the top there is a plastic parts into a hopper, and those get melted down and processed and turned into 3D printer filament. And that filament then gets fed into the 3D printer in the center there. And again, it was designed not as a general use 3D printer, but really designed as an experiment to see how many times can we recycle plastic materials in the space environment before the plastic changes. Plastic's characteristics change so much that either it can't be printed, or it's too brittle, or somehow can't serve its uses. So we've been operating that on orbit, and we're looking to get that back soon so we can look at the results. We've also done several closely related projects also funded by NASA's SBIR program. One of those is called Erasmus, where we developed processes for 3D printing, recycling, and sterilizing food and medical safe implements and tools on the space station. One of the examples there is for the space toilet on the space station. They use a little urinal funnel that's disposable. And if you were to send astronauts to Mars on a Mars mission, they'd have to carry, boxes and boxes and boxes of these urinal funnels. So we had the very glamorous job of 3D printing a lot of urinal funnels to work out that process. We also developed a recyclable launch packaging material called CRISP. And so right now when they send supplies and parts to the space station, they protect those parts in foam and bubble wrap and Ziploc bags and those sorts of things. And once on orbit, those things become trash that the astronauts have to find somewhere to store. So they're like shoving them in the corners and behind stuff. And that ends up being kind of a safety hazard because a lot of that stuff is flammable. So we've developed this recyclable launch packaging material using 3D printing processes. We can make customized boxes and other kinds of containers, and all that stuff is designed to be recycled in the refabricator so that it can be turned into new things that the astronauts will need. We have also been working with NASA's in-space manufacturing program on a project called Fab Lab, where we're developing, and we and they are developing an integrated capability for precision manufacturing of metallic parts for mission critical applications. And this system will integrate things like multi-material and metal 3D printers, possibly a zero-G CNC system that we developed called Mamba, recycling systems, inline inspection capabilities. So as you're making the part, you can voids or any other defects. And then robotics such as the Kraken arm and the Mantis system for moving parts in between stages. Some of the technical challenges there that are yet to be really worked down is, how do you integrate the inline inspection into the manufacturing process? How do you do metallic additive manufacturing in zero-G? There are a couple other companies have been working as part of this project, and they've made really good progress there, but there's still maturation needed to be done. And then for a lot of metallic parts and metallic materials, there's heat treatment needed to get to the structural or other performance that you really want out of the structure. And then, how do you do that in a zero-G environment where traditionally those heat treatments often involve heating something up and then quenching it very quickly in a liquid such as oil? How do you do that in zero-G? That's yet to be really worked out. And then the other main area of in-space manufacturing we've been working is in-space manufacturing of space structures. And here on the left is a time-lapse video of an early prototype of our trussulator device, manufacturing a carbon fiber truss. This sample ends up being about 10 meters long. It's extremely lightweight, it's extremely stiff, so it's self-supporting in zero-G, and you can actually wave it around like a giant lightsaber, and because engineers are engineers, of course, they did that. But we're right now working to assemble, we've designed and we're currently assembling the MakerSat system, which will fly on the side of the Maxar NASA OSAM-1 spacecraft. And the MakerSat payload is going to do in-space manufacturing of a stiff, thermally stable carbon fiber composite boom, at least 10 meters long. We're hoping to shoot for 20 meters. And then it's designed so that the robotic system on OSAM can actually pull off the payload and wave it around like a lightsaber or just toss it away. The carbon fiber composites are important because they enable the near zero coefficient of thermal expansion performance that you need to be able to build thermally stable astronomical platforms such as giant telescopes for imaging exoplanets and that sort of thing. Initial aspect of the experiment is we have integrated metrology. So as we're manufacturing this boom, we're going to be measuring both its straightness and also its stiffness, kind of bending it and vibrating it so that we can check that it's got the same structural performance as similar structures that we make here on the ground. And that program had completed CDR back in the summer, and we're currently in assembly, looking to get the main parts of the payload completed assembly this month. And that's due for delivery to Maxar and NASA in the middle of 2021. And then final thing I'd like to tell you about, we have been working under some investment by DARPA to develop a payload called OrbWeaver. And OrbWeaver is intended to demonstrate in-space recycling and manufacturing relevant to remediation of space debris. So the OrbWeaver payload is actually a couple of payloads. One of them is the Leo Knight servicing spacecraft, and the other is a casting and nibbling system. And it's designed to ride up into orbit on an ESPA ring. An ESPA ring is a big aluminum ring that goes between a rocket and a large satellite, and you can put a bunch of small satellites on the ESPA ring. Now, after that ESPA ring has released all of its small sat secondary payloads, typically it would become space debris that would either junk up orbit or you'd have to get rid of it. In this project, the OrbWeaver payload is going to ride on the ESPA ring, and after it's released all its other payloads, the OrbWeaver is actually going to chew up most of the ESPA ring and then take the metallic chips and reprocess them, melt them down, and cast them to make hexagonal reflector segments. And then the Leo Knight robotic system is going to assemble those hexagonal reflector segments together to make a large high-performance antenna reflector and integrate it with RF components, which are based on our Swift software-defined radios, to do full in-space manufacturing, assembly, and integration of a high-throughput tactical SATCOM satellite. And the overall objective of this project is really to do kind of an end around on the space debris problem, where we've been working on space debris solutions for 25 years, but we found out the hard way that nobody wants to pay to clean up the space debris environment. All of the government agencies are like, it's not my job. So we're trying to do an end around on that problem and come up with a way to turn space debris into a potentially profitable resource. So we can, if we can demonstrate in this experiment that we can transform an ESPA ring into a antenna with high value, then potentially a future business venture could go up and clean up the space debris environment and actually make a profit at it. So I think I've come to the end of my allotted time. I'd like to thank you all for your attention. And I'll be, again, my contact info is in the lower left there, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
Dr. Hoyt, thank you very much for joining us today. This was really interesting. We only have about 2 minutes, 3 minutes to stay on schedule before we switch it over. So I wanted to tell you, I have a private chat going on my screen while you're talking with some of the folks that are attending. And there's one high school kid, I'm not gonna call him out, but there's a guy on this call that is so excited about the work that you're doing. And I have been talking to him about robotics in space, and so all of a sudden, all the dots connected for him. So he is. I am going to be sharing some conversations with him soon. I think he will be, reaching out to you as well. So just kind of expect that. There are some folks that are really excited about what you're doing.
Okay, great.
There's also been a comment about how everybody assumes that this is still in the engineering phase, and it's clearly not. I mean, you are in an engineering phase, but this is real world technology. These are the nuts and bolts for building the next space economy. So really, really tremendous that you're doing that. I'm going to ask just one question fast. We have two space lawyers on the call right now, so no surprise there. What policy changes do you think could be either obstacles or opportunities for space OSAM operations?
Well, one of the biggest challenges for the debris remediation and debris recycling is there's a big kind of international diplomacy and policy issue that you can't go and touch a space object that was launched by another country unless they agree to it. So right now the biggest threats are a number of Soviet rocket boosters that are in kind of problematic orbits. But even if we had the capability to go and get them and remove them or recycle them, going and touching them would actually be considered an act of nuclear war. So that's well above my pay grade, but I'm hoping that our leadership can start to work with other countries and figure out a path forward there. And then beyond that, we need to figure out, if you create a business in space and your customers are in space, how's that taxed? How are the profits there taxed? And that ideally should be well defined, so that investments can be made there without a huge amount of risk.
Terrific. Thank you very much. We're going to continue this conversation. Dr. Hoyt did provide his contact information, and I'll be posting it in the chat in just a moment. We're going to switch it over to Lila. Thank you very much, Dr. Hoyt. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Dr. Hoyt. Thank you everyone for joining us. This is Blue Marble Week. It is the first of a series of 12 events that will all feature marvelous thinkers in the field of space infrastructure. Our next speaker is one of those marvelous thinkers. Nigar, are you here? And can we do a quick sound check?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry, my other computer went bonkers, so I signed in on a different one. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, I can. And with that, I would like to introduce Nigar Faher. Her experience in the field of space spans many years. She holds a bachelor's of science from Cal Poly Pomona in aerospace, aeronautical, and astronautical engineering, and a master's in aerospace engineering from Stanford University. Nigar is VP of Business Development for Momentus Space. Momentus focuses on providing the infrastructure services necessary to usher in the coming era of space-based prosperity. With in-space transportation as their core service, they are laying the tracks for a robust, thriving economy just a few hundred kilometers overhead. Momentus was recently valued at over $1 billion, for good reason. They are the early leaders in the industry, and there's a lot of potential in untapped business. Infrastructure is key. Please, Nigar.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm going to share my screen, and if you could just verify that you guys can all see what I'm saying. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. I guess most of you are on the East Coast, and for those on the West Coast, good morning. I'm going to talk to you today about the infrastructure services we need for an industry beyond Earth. So our vision at Momentus is a future where humanity is equipped with everything it needs to flourish throughout the solar system. And the mission that we have in order to enable this is to provide the infrastructure services that are going to support all the industry beyond Earth. Right now is a great time in the space industry for investments, for new space companies to come in because of all the investment that's coming in There's about a $2.7 trillion space industry that's consistently growing, even in this time of peril during the pandemic. A lot of new space applications are coming on board. You can see the space tourism industry flourishing, space manufacturing, like Rob was talking about earlier, on-orbit servicing. We're going to pretty soon see data centers moving to space and space power. And what we believe is that as the space industry develops, it'll naturally over time want to become less and less dependent on Earth and want to extract more and more resources in space. So have the energy generated in space, have the construction materials mined in space and used, and find more and more raw materials there. So we like to call this in situ resource utilization. Oh, I wonder why. Oh, okay. Sorry. So our initial business model is basically, last mile delivery in space. I like to typically call it like connecting flights in space at Momentous. And what that means is, the first leg of the flight is the rocket, and then the second leg of the flight is the orbit transfer vehicle. And just like a connecting flight on the ground is always cheaper than a direct flight, we're just using that same business model. So what you can see here is an example of, a rocket where we integrate our vehicle with a bunch of payloads on board. And once we're separated from the rocket, we go and we transport each one of these individual payloads, which are individual fully functioning satellites, to a very specific orbit. Once we're done with that, we either deorbit our vehicle or use it as a hosted payload platform for other payloads. And basically, in-space transportation is just the beginning. We really see ourselves as an infrastructure company. But the first step in order to enable all the infrastructure necessary in space is transportation. And hence why, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos started with rockets. That's not their end game. That's just the beginning in order to enable people to go to space. So once the transportation problem is solved, we intend to, like I mentioned, offer hosted payloads and satellite as a service to enable more people who might not be as savvy about, building satellites and launching satellites, enable them to launch their payloads to space. A lot of researchers would love this. And we already have customers for this, such as Caltech, who are experimenting with new solar cell technologies, with new wireless power transfer technologies, kind of as a stepping stone to eventually having, big power generation centers in space that beam power back down to Earth. Data processing is another thing I mentioned earlier, and moving a lot of these to space makes a lot of sense. In-orbit servicing is another thing. A lot of companies are working on this right now. We've seen some successes with the MEV and other vehicles already, and we believe this to continue to grow, and we intend to play in this space as well. And eventually, all these satellites will need to be deorbited, so that's another service that we intend to offer. So in summary, just to make sure we're all starting off this on the same page, we see Momentous as a transportation and infrastructure services company, not necessarily a propulsion or hardware company. So the key word here is service. And we believe that this is one reason for a lot of our success. We're not just building and selling hardware. We operate it for our customers, and we provide like a full gamut of services around that. So now I'm going to go into the market and the service model for space a little bit. Let me just see if I can minimize. Sorry, my screen is not cooperating this morning. Okay. So one of the major enablers for the future of space is going to be transportation. And if you look about it historically, for any industry to thrive, you need the cost, capabilities, and reliability of transportation to be there. So look at the steam engines. Those led to industrialization. Think of the turbine and the aviation industry, which created tourism. Or one of the most recent ones are optical fiber and, offering internet from space and building spacecraft that can enable that, proliferated the offering of internet around the world. I mean, there's still billions of people that don't have it, but you can see how, creating these transportation enablers enable the whole industry. I'm so sorry that I'm having all these problems with my slides. Okay. So the trends in space transportation start with, looking back at 2010, you can see that we started with mid-sized rockets, where we're flying up to, 70 satellites in that time frame. And they were like more in the larger class. And you fast forward to 2019, you can see that now we're flying like 500 satellites. They're a mix of small satellites and large satellites. And if you go another 10 years forward, we anticipate this number to double. We're looking at thousands of satellites launched on very big, large, heavy rockets, as you can see here. And the majority of the mass of the space is going to not just be one satellite per launch like it was 20 years ago. Now we're looking at maybe 20 satellites or 30 satellites that are going to go up on each one of these rockets, because no one satellite is going to be big enough to take the 50 to 150 tons of capacity that New Glenn and Starship and others are going to have. So this is naturally causing a disruption in the market. If you look at the cost per kilogram of launch back, 50 years ago, it was like $8,000 to $10,000 a kilogram. And, 10 years ago, it dropped in half, thanks to the likes of SpaceX, it was down to $4,000 a kilogram. And in the next year, we anticipate that this cost is going to continue to come down to the likes of potentially down to $2,000 a kilogram. And eventually, when Starship and New Glenn are available, we anticipate that the cost to be as low as $500 a kilogram. And when you look at the rockets getting larger and larger, then basically there's not going to be one satellite that's going to be able to take up all of the capacity. So that's why you're going to need this last mile in space delivery to transport all these satellites effectively to where they need to go. And if you look at the comparison between the solution for this problem, you can either add an upper stage booster like a Fragart, like Soyuz does, or Rocket Lab does, Photon, or other launch vehicles are looking at upper stages. But the problem with the upper stage typically is that the upper stage can transport a bunch of satellites just to another orbit, and they're all at the same orbit, and they can't necessarily change some of the orbit parameters that you would need for like a constellation. So if you compare that to an orbit transfer vehicle, that one has the benefit of being able to put multiple of these on top of a rocket. Instead of just one upper stage booster, you can have 4 transfer vehicles on your rocket. And then each one can transfer each one of the satellites in a constellation to a very specific longitude of the sending node or RAN, or a very specific inclination. And you will have enough power and delta V to enable this to happen in that type of a configuration. Now, if you think about the market, it's a very large market. And the small sats alone are one of the biggest growing markets. You can see here from some charts we got, I believe this is from NSR's report, the estimated total addressable market for LEO is anticipated to continuously double in size up to $1.5 billion by 2024. And the number of satellites launched with that we categorize as a small sat, anything less than 500 kilograms, grew 3 times over the past 3 years. So it's a very large market that will continue to grow and expand, and it will continue to be enabled by all the new launch offerings as well. And the market isn't just the small sat market, it's also the geosynchronous market, the medium Earth or orbit market, and beyond deep space. And lunar market is a big market as well. And you can see the statistics on how these markets are going to continue to grow over time too. So now I'm going to go into a little bit about our products and technologies. So what you see here is Momentus's roadmap. We start with Vigoride, which is enables you to fly small sats to low Earth orbit Vigoride could also do GTO to GEO transfers as well. And like I showed you earlier, the addressable market for the small sats, is up to $1.5 billion. And we are starting to fly these vehicles as early as January of next year. So in a month, we're going to start flying this one. We have, for example, on the first mission, we have about, I believe, 17 customers that are already integrated, and we're shipping to launch base this week. So we're very excited about Vigoride. And the offering is going to be on a quarterly basis. So we have at least 4 flights next year. We're looking at potentially 6, up to 6. And then in 2022, it's going to go beyond that. For Arteride, we are going to start offering this in the second half of 2022. We can do, payloads potentially up to 4 tons on this, even though the chart says 2,500 kilograms. This one, we have customers that have signed up to go to the moon. You can take anything from a small 6U CubeSat up to a 2-ton satellite on this vehicle. You can kind of think of it as a replacement for the ESPA ring. And the addressable market for these type of missions to MEO, GEO, HEO, and lunar is about $10 billion. And eventually in 2024, we'll be offering Fervoride, which could take like 5 to 15, maybe even 20 tons. And this could be transporting, deep space, lunar habitats and things of that nature. And you can see our product line over time grows to kind of match the maturation of the launch vehicles and the growing trend in terms of the payload volume available in the launch vehicle fairing. You can find the data sheet for Vigoride, our orbit transfer vehicle for LEO, on our website. This is just giving you a little screenshot here. It'll show you the available volume in an ESPA, Grande ring, on a dedicated small launch vehicle, and some estimated trip times for various types of missions. Or you're welcome to talk to me if you have any questions about this type of service. So what's the differentiator? So why Momentous and why not anybody else? One of the key technologies that we've developed is called microwave electrothermal propulsion. It basically runs on water as a propellant. We chose that because, one, the most important reason was because it's an in situ resource that we can eventually mine in space. And we will be able to continue to operate and refuel our vehicle in space by use of this as a propellant. This technology is also throttleable. What that means is we can vary the thrust and ISP in order to adjust the trip time to whatever our customers need for a particular mission. The efficiency of this kind of a system is 2 to 5 times more than that of a chemical system. And in terms of the trip time, we are faster, about 2 times faster than any other kind of electric propulsion system. And we provide a lot of thrust as a result. Just to tell you a little bit about how the propulsion technology works is you have a resonant cavity. And what we do is we inject water vapor on one end and we emit microwave energy onto it. And once the microwave energy interacts with the water, it basically turns it into a plasma that we then put through a converging diverging nozzle in order to generate thrust. So we're able to generate a lot of thrust with this technology. This just kind of shows you, how we enable low-cost flights. We have a very simple design. You can see the water tanks where we integrate the CubeSats on top, and the payload deck where we could put microsats on the very top. We use solar arrays for generating power, and we use that power for generating the microwave energy we need to run our propulsion systems. We have attitude control thrusters, so we have full 3-axis control. Those run on water as well. We don't use any expensive components, and we're not single string. We're actually, we have a lot of redundancy built in to increase reliability as well. Here you can see some images of some hardware. This is our initial thruster. It was an X-band thruster that we flew last year on our first mission called El Camino Real. We're going to be flying the C-band thruster beginning next year, which can offer higher thrust and efficiencies, and then eventually the S-band thruster as well. And these kind of scale in terms of the ISP and thrust available in order to enable us to have delta Vs that vary from 1 to 2 kilometers per second up to 5 to 6 kilometers per second. Here you can see the X-band and the C-band and S-band thrusters firing under vacuum. And just one cool fact is you can see the plume coming out. Those colors are actually what inspired us to develop our brand colors that you can see on the little logo of Momentous. It's basically the colors of water as it transitions into a plasma. Here, you can see that we have very low technological risk. We have a very simple structure. We've tested the engines in space already, like I mentioned on our El Camino Real mission, and we've done a lot of ground testing. We buy solar panels from a heritage supplier who's flown solar panels in space. We have a lot of experience in-house from our team developing avionics, and we buy high heritage system deployers, such as those offered by, ISI Space and others who have developed deployers. So what our ultimate goal is to lower the risk as much as possible in order to give our customers as much confidence that, this vehicle will deliver them safely to the destinations that they need. So that's why we're estimating, the total success rate to be greater than 93%, as we use proven rockets such as SpaceX, which have a very high success rate, around 97%. We have deployment systems that have 100% success rate on orbit, which leads to a very high success rate and low risk. Now I'm going to go into some of our business models. So we have various types of services. Charter, just like you can imagine, like you charter a bus, and it's just for you. We offer a similar kind of service where the customer can come and buy one of our services for transfer vehicle all to themselves. And basically they get 100% of the payload capacity, which could be 200 to 300 kilograms of payload on a Vigoride, for example, or more if they're in a dedicated launch vehicle. And this comes at a fixed price. We can procure the launch for the customer as well. And we can even operate the satellite on orbit if they want to just bring a payload to us in a hosted payload type of configuration. So you can imagine somebody, for example, who wants to do a BIU in GEO, like a bring into use scenario where they have to have the satellite in a particular orbit in GEO by a particular time in order to save their license. This would be a good service for them because we can book a dedicated launch that would go whenever we need it to, provide a dedicated service to this customer, and ensure that they keep their filing with the ITU. Shuttle service is the alternative where similar to rideshare service that you get on a launch vehicle, you can think of it as multiple customers sharing the ride on our vehicle. So we would buy a rideshare slot on a launch vehicle such as SpaceX, which we have already. We have 6 slots procured with them. And then we would put a bunch of payloads on board our vehicle, and then we would launch them together. And once we're in orbit and separated from the launch vehicle, we would go and we would transport each one of these satellites to a very particular orbit that they need. We can change the altitude, we can change the inclination, we can change the longitude of the ascending node or RAN if it's a mid-inclined orbit, and phase the satellites about so that you can launch a whole constellation of CubeSats or multiple microsats on our vehicles at once. And it enables you to hop on more launches that may not be the precise, let's say morning or LTDN that you needed, or it may not be the precise altitude or inclination that you want, and we can make those adjustments for you. Here's a little case study in terms of what a customer would do in the event that they needed to get, let's say, an 11 a.m. LTAN orbit. So, and they have two 50-kilogram satellites, and they're just trying to get to this final orbit. So the first option is to buy a dedicated rocket from, let's say, Rocket Labs or Virgin. And in that scenario, it could be, $6.5–7 million. The second alternative is to do a rideshare. So they would book their own slot, let's say with SpaceX or on a Soyuz or another launch vehicle, and then fly propulsion systems on board in order to enable them to have the high delta V necessary to make the LTAN shift from, let's say, the standard 9 a.m. orbit that the launch vehicle would drop you off to the 11 a.m. orbit, which could require a significant amount of delta V. So you need a beefy propulsion system. So that might cost you around $5 million if you account for the launch cost and the propulsion system cost and everything else for the two satellites. Then the last alternative is if you were to use a Vigoride on a shuttle service. So you ride share with others. So I said you can have 200–300 kilograms on each Vigoride. You would take a third of the capacity on the Vigoride. And then the Vigoride would transport you from the 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. using precession on our vehicle Vigoride, which has a very high delta V. So we would enable you to get to that LTAN probably faster than you could with your own propulsion system. So basically, we are at least, multiple factors cheaper than the alternatives that the customer have today. I'm very proud to say that from when I joined the company about 2 years ago, we were only 5–6 people. Now we've grown to about 100 people. Unfortunately, due to COVID, I can't show you a picture of everybody. But this is an older picture of our fabulously diverse and incredibly talented team, which is still growing. So we're still hiring if anyone's interested. We have people that come from various universities, including Stanford, Caltech, UCLA, and with experience from NASA, Maxar, JPL, SpaceX, Blue Origin, etc. And we have people who have founded companies in the past who have decided to join our team as well. And we're very proud of the team we've managed to put together. We have customers from all over the world. You see all the areas highlighted in pink. We call that pink color plasma magenta momentous, is where all of our customers come from. I believe we have, I want to say over 25 customers now. You can see some of the logos from them. NASA is flying their Tropics Pathfinder mission with us next year. Caltech is flying a hosted payload, like I mentioned earlier. Canadensis is flying payloads to the moon for the Canadian government. We have Lockheed Martin, who's doing a NASA tipping point with us, where they're doing cryogenic refueling payload hosted on one of our Vigorides, and numerous constellation customers such as Kepler, and we have integrators like ISIS, other hosted payload offers like Sat Revolution and EnduroSat as well. So they're all entrusting us to fly with us, which is I'm honored to have all of these people on board, and I hope that the list continues to grow. This shows you a brief on our launch manifest. Like I mentioned, we flew El Camino Real end of, in summer of last year in July. It was around July 4th. And then we have another demo. It's showing here end of this year. Unfortunately, the launch got postponed to, a couple of weeks. So now it's middle of January. Then we're going to have another demo in June of Vigoride, where we're going to demonstrate all of the Vigoride capabilities, from altitude change to phasing and plane changes and other type of services that we intend to offer. And we're going to start offering fully commercial, flight proven services starting in September of next year. So we have customers booked then, and also in December of 2021. And in fact, we have multiple Vigorides booked because the demand was so high for that quarter. And starting in 2022, we're actually going to increase our cadence from, 4 Vigorides to potentially, 8, 10, maybe even 12, and start flying Arteride in the second half of 2022 as well. I already spoke a little bit about El Camino Real. This is a beautiful picture of our team that built it, and basically designed, built, flew to prove the microwave electrothermal propulsion system works in space in 6 months. It was incredible effort, and it was great to see the satellite up in orbit, and to get some data back down from it. And I'm going to end with a little video. Let's see. Oh. Technology, it never works when you need it to. I'm sorry. Let's see if I can get this video to work. Maybe I will just go to YouTube. Well, while I'm trying to figure this out, let me just move on to questions. I'm sorry for all the technical difficulties I've been having with my laptop today.
No worries. Don't worry about that, Nagar. Thank you very much. Really, really interesting conversation. I'd like to start some of the Q&A talking about the business behind this business, right? I love the technology. You know that I'm a big fan. I wouldn't have asked you here if I didn't think y'all really, really had something remarkable that was worth sharing. I would like to know why you think you're growing so fast. I mean, I think the answer is pretty obvious, but I'd like to hear from you why you think you're growing so fast.
So I think it's because we have a great visionary and CEO. Mikhail is somebody who has started multiple billion-dollar startups in the past and sold them. And
wait, I want to be clear: $1 million startups or billion-dollar startups?
Billion-dollar.
That's what I thought you said. I just wanted to just hear that one more time.
Yeah, he's a very inspiring, charismatic, visionary that naturally attracts a lot of people to brilliant minds to work with him, and he just is a great leader and sets a vision that everyone can stand behind and work hard to achieve. He sets really hard goals. A lot of people have called him like the Elon Musk of Russia. So you can think of him in that sense. So with the combination of him, and then we have a lot of great talent that we've hired in our leadership, including people like Fred Kennedy, who used to lead DARPA and founded SDA and other organizations, is our president now. We hired Rob Schwartz from Maxar, who used to be the CTO there, to kind of help in terms of developing our roadmap, and numerous other people. Like they have just really managed to kind of push us into this road to success. We've always been very aggressive, trying to be as customer friendly as possible. And I would say, like, one of the key things is focus. One of the key things I learned personally from Mikhail is to prioritize and focus on the most important thing. A lot of startups, they say they're going to do one thing, and then they consistently pivot and do other things, and you lose a lot of time in that. From our inception at the end of 2017 to now 2020, I've been with the company for 2 years, from when we raised seed to now when we're intending to go public. It's very fast for a startup, especially in space, to go from, seed to public in 2 years. So I think it was just the ingenuity of the team, the focus on the business objectives, and being flexible in order to kind of move with the market. So, for example, when we initially designed Vigoride, we had like Vigoride Extended, and we had all these other products. We were very hyper-focused on transportation, but as the launch market kind of changed and kind of followed the trends we were expecting, like I was showing earlier with the launch prices, right? We kind of tweaked all of our product lines to kind of align well with that. And you can see the whole market kind of adjusting. So you can see people with microsats who used to build them to be less than 100 kilograms, now growing the size of their satellites because the launch cost has reduced so much. You see people who used to want to fly like 1Us upgrading to 3Us or 6Us and 12Us, and even microsats becoming more and more prevalent than CubeSats. And we looked at that, and we kind of grew the size of our platform to be able to accommodate that. So Vigoride went from being able to accommodate 100 kilograms of payload now to being able to accommodate 300 to 700 kilograms of payload. So we've been very agile in terms of our product development and ensuring that what we develop is a great product market fit for the market. And what enabled us to do this is having people that trusted us and early adopting customers that kind of guided us here too, to say, hey, we really want this, and listen very well and make sure that our services align with the needs of the market.
So fascinating journey. I would like to dig a little further on that. You are, as far as I'm aware, the fastest growing space company that I personally know of. Now, there's some great companies we've had yesterday, and we got some more later today, and we've got some more coming in tomorrow. But you left a pretty solid job at Maxar. You'd been there for a long time. Mm-hmm. Space people do not tend to be very risk tolerant, right? We do risky things, but as who we tend to be, there tend to be solid engineering that has triple redundancy if you can, right? So you took personally, you took a really good job that was you were quite satisfied with, and took a risk on this new industry, and it is a new industry. So then you saw it go from a few people, less than 10, to nearly 10 times bigger in just 2.5 years. The market obviously thinks you're doing something right. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this special purpose IPO. So talk about what made those things happen, right? Keep in context that our meeting here the last couple of days, yesterday and tomorrow, is really focused on space infrastructure and transportation, about the meat and potatoes, if you will. So how did this all evolve? Take us into it a little bit. We got plenty of time. We're going to take some questions. We've got about 20 minutes, so I want to kind of dig into this in depth. Okay.
Yeah. So just answering the first part of your question, why did I decide to leave Maxar?
Yeah.
It was funny. While I was at Maxar, I was when I was recruited to Momentous, I was working in our product strategy group, and I was actually responsible for figuring out what our diversification strategy would be and how we would be moving into the small sat market to address this growing market. And we had some successes at the time. We were building the Skybox satellites for them, and we were building some satellites for, people like Facebook and others. So we're trying to figure out how to grow that. So I kind of stumbled upon Momentous and Mikhail in the process of looking at that market. And I met him about a year before I actually joined Momentous. And it's funny, the story. He told me about what he was doing and how he had this lab and he was building a propulsion system that ran on water. And I totally poo-pooed his idea. I said, this is never going to work. Like, oh, good luck with that. Like, oh, great, another propulsion company. Like, we don't need that. There's too many already on the market and they're all struggling to survive. Why are you building another one? And yeah, so I was totally very negative towards him. And I'm surprised that he talked to me again after that meeting. About a year later, he's like, oh, Negar, like, check out what we've done now. And I went and I checked out their lab and they had already developed the propulsion system. We're building the prototype ready to fly it. And I was just kind of in shock. I was like, oh, wow, like you actually did this. And we had a lot of conversations and he was basically getting in the process of going through Y Combinator, which was one of the keys to help accelerate us. It's one of the best accelerators there are. And I was talking to him about how I think we shouldn't sell our propulsion systems and we should just offer services and just focus on the service industry. And that's how we would be able to make the maximum amount of profits and, ensure that we can constantly develop this technology to make it better. And we all agreed, and he's like, okay, and he pitched it. And at Y Combinator, we were able to raise through them at the end of that accelerator an $8 million seed round, which was one of the biggest seed rounds in our batch.
Yep.
And then after that, we proceeded to, grow the company. So we grew the company at that point to like 10 people. And then after that, we started, building and developing all the different services that we were offering. And by the time we were ready to raise our Series A last year, I believe we raised about $25 million and grew our team from, the 10 people to around, 30, 40 people, and then it doubled to 70 people. And then once we closed our bridge round after the Series A, we grew to like 90 people. And here we are today, close to 100. And with the intentions, hopefully by early next year, if the merger being approved with SRAC to go public. So I think we were very conscious on our spending, conscious on our growth rates. I know people will be like, oh my God, you guys like just hired so many tons of people. It wasn't like overnight, it was gradual. It was funny. I was talking to some, potential intern candidates, and I was telling them how, this past year, we had 20 interns and maybe like 80 employees. But the year before, we had 10 employees and 10 interns. So we doubled the number of our staff with the number of interns. And we were all freaking out like, oh my God, how are all these interns going to be able to do anything? And they actually did more than we did. It was crazy. Like, we ended up hiring a bunch of them and it was amazing. So it's been an amazing journey. And I've learned a ton. I want to say I learned more in the past 2 years at Momentous than I did in 13 years working at SSL. And not to say anything bad about SSL Maxar. It was a great company to work with. I learned a lot there, but it's just the pace at which you work at a startup is just incredible. And the amount of learning that goes into it, the amount of effort and the number of hours, and everybody works incredibly hard. So I think that was it. And then, I think the main thing is Mikhail's leadership, and he's great at detecting talent and hiring talents. And he hired Fred about a month or two ago, and I was kind of shocked. I'm like, wow, the old head of DARPA and SDA wants to be our president. That's amazing. Like, and he's great too. He's such a visionary, and I love working with him. And he's like rolls his sleeves up and gets right in there with us. It's not like, oh, go talk to my staff. It's like, no, okay, what's the problem? Let's all put our heads together and solve it. So I don't know if that answered your question, but
no, it does exactly what I was looking for. Right, I was kind of looking for the story and the evolution. We've been asking all of our panelists, speakers, to kind of imagine what the near future looks like, right? So you show some of the slides, the market's going like this. Access to orbit has never been easier, right? Never ever been easier. So what if there were a lot of I know Mikhail does not like the phrase space tug, but I'm an old gray-haired white guy, so I like space tug. I actually think it's a really evocative phrase. But if there were a lot of space tugs, what changes do you see of the cis-lunar econosphere, right? Y'all are going to do it. There's some other stuff. Lockheed Martin's got some stuff going. Our next guest, Daniel's going to be talking about space tugs. So we've gotten pretty good at the first part, the hard part, just getting to orbit anywhere, right? Mm-hmm. And a lot of folks are taking any ride they can get, right? But they're not going to the place they want to go. So imagine the cis-lunar econosphere where there's a lot of capacity to do that last mile. What does that look like?
I think it becomes a more efficient system. Think of the difference between everyone driving their own car on the freeway versus, people riding buses. Think of the traffic you get from everyone riding their cars versus riding a bus. It's going to be the same situation eventually in space, in LEO, in the cis-lunar atmosphere as well. Like, we will be able to enable people to get to where they need to get more efficiently and more cost effectively, just like public transportation. And sometimes public transportation is not as fast as, riding on a jet, of course. And it's going to be the same thing with space tugs. If you're on a rideshare mission to the cis-lunar space, you're not going to get there as fast as if you put a big propulsion system on your satellite to get there. So I think what we're going to end up seeing is, tolerance and satellites and structures built that would be able to enable them to last longer trip times through the radiation belts and other atmospheres, harsh atmospheres in space. So people will start designing with that in mind. We'll also see people enabling and building satellites that can be refueled and reused. So going away from this, you just use it and dispose it, disposable mentality to more of a sustainable mentality. So companies like you were saying, like Orbit Fab, Daniel's company, will enable this as well by having fuel depots everywhere. We hope to use fuel depots to reuse our vehicles. We will also, having space tugs and vehicles in space that can repair other satellites will enable longer life. So all the vehicles that you'll see around the cis-lunar orbits will be able to be there for longer because they'll be able to be refueled, they'll be able to be repaired. And I'm hoping that will result in less space junk in the long run. So a cleaner space, making it easier for operators to operate in space and not have to worry about all this debris mitigation and constantly moving their satellites because they get 600 to 1,000 notifications a day of things that are going to hit their satellite in space. And it'll be even more important once we have humans there because that's an even greater risk. Okay, so an object hits another satellite in space and the satellite deteriorates. Okay, all right, that's bad, more space debris. But it hits a human, then, we have death, So this problem will only get worse, but with building up technology such as the ones we're doing and other people are doing for infrastructure in space will enable us to avoid these kind of problems.
That's great. We've been really emphasizing, that 2020 to 2035, the infrastructure pieces are there, and the more that we enable, the better we're going to be. The better our future becomes by putting all these pieces, these building blocks together. You did mention a piece about your growth and your interns. Yesterday we had a really interesting conversation with Shelley Brunswick, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Space Foundation.
Right.
And she was really driving home the necessity for workforce development. How do you reach into the schools? How do you, upskill folks? So do you have formal relationships or informal relationships with universities that you kind of recruit from? Or where do these 20 interns come from?
They come to us. I
Yeah.
mean, we do work with universities, like we're working with Stanford. They have a rendezvous lab. We're working with, UCLA on launching some satellites for them. And we have a plan to actually help eventually launch satellites for universities, like competitions, to basically help develop the next generation. And we'll be, revealing more information about those type of competitions next year. So we do see workforce as one of the most important things. Like, our people are what make the company, and that's why it's super important that we continue to nurture the future workforce so that we have people to come in and take on the roles that we need. So we have like an intern email on our website where you can email interns at momentous.space if you're interested in working for us. And then we get lots of people very interested. And I'm just amazed at how intelligent and how hardworking our interns are. I'm telling you, sometimes they work harder than we do. And it's amazing how much they actually accomplish. So I highly encourage everybody on the call to hire as many interns as you can. Of course, we pay our interns, and it's a great long-term interview process to see like who's the right fit for what kind of job, and we end up hiring a lot of them at the end. So I think it's not formal relationships; it's actually more informal for us, and we usually go through we have interns that kind of work year round. So we've had some people, for example, some interns from Stanford that have chosen to just basically take a year off from school because of the pandemic and work with us full time. And I'm finding a lot of students opting to, take a pause and just work for a year during this pandemic. And it's great for them. It's great for us. They get a lot of visibility into like all the different types of work that they could be doing, get a lot of good experience, and then they can go back and finish their school. So it's a great time to recruit people from universities. And I love working with universities, and I hope that we will continue to nurture that crowd. And I hope that they like working with us. They're developing some really great technology, so we learn a lot from them as well. And yeah, I feel very fortunate that we're here in Silicon Valley and we're so close to Stanford, so we can just drive over and talk to the professors. And I got my master's there too, so it's nice that I can just go back and chat with those guys whenever.
We actually had a gal who's exactly how you described yesterday on the call. She's a Stanford SSI gal who I'm pretty happy. She's a really bright person that was very articulate, and she was talking about the SSI crowd. So were you part of SSI when you were in school? It kind of, you predate that.
When I was there.
I don't think so.
No,
right?
but I was there when Bob Twiggs, who was one of the founders
great.
of the CubeSat standard, was teaching there. So I did study under him. But we have recruited from the Stanford Student Space Initiative. I hope I didn't get the acronym wrong. So Grant, one of the guys who's part of that and is building their first Sequoia 3U satellite, is working for Momentous right now. And we talked to the rest of the students on the team as well. So I think they're doing great things. They're working on high altitude balloons and developing a lot of cool technologies as it is for sensors to enable eventual, better rendezvous proximity operations in space, which is really relevant and important to us.
So let's cycle back to the things that y'all are doing immediately. So the first thing you're launching is in a few weeks, right? Not the first thing, the next thing you're launching is in a few weeks. Do you have a date for that? Are you allowed to release that?
Yeah, it's in the middle of January.
Okay. Who's your launch provider?
SpaceX.
SpaceX, good.
So we're going to be flying out of the Kennedy Space Center on on a Falcon 9 rocket. It's a dedicated rideshare mission, so it means that there's no primary and secondary. Everyone's a secondary on the mission. So we have one of their ESPA slots that we're launching a Vigoride with, like I said, close to 20 different customers on board, a lot of different satellites. It's funny, SpaceX told us that on our port, we had the most number of satellites than any other port. They were kind of getting like a little annoyed, like, oh my God, the amount of paperwork.
Oh, paperwork.
Yeah, so it's exciting that we're enabling so many people to take advantage of these flights. And we have satellites as small as like pocket cubes, which are even smaller than CubeSats, like fractions of a kilogram, all the way up to, things that are much, much larger. So they vary in mass, size, different kinds of deployers, pocket cube deployers, CubeSat deployers, and microsat deployers. So
I didn't realize you could actually handle cargo that small. I thought there was not a mass limit, but a adaptability limit. I'm not sure what the right language for that is, but how do you connect with really small, like I thought you usually worked with larger cargos. I was a little surprised by that.
No, we have Alba Orbital, which builds these really tiny pocket cubes. I believe they're 250 grams, if I remember correctly. And then they put different like university payloads. So they fly payloads for like universities like Stanford, for startups. Yeah, I know they flew a couple of missions for Stara and some others. And basically this Peapod deployer can fit like 6 different pocket cubes in there. And it's like this 3D printed deployer that they put all the pocket cubes in, and then they deploy it. So they kind of act as a pocket cube aggregator for us.
Okay.
So think of it, there's SpaceX, we're an aggregator for SpaceX, they're an aggregator for us. Just kind of goes down the line.
That's exactly the ecosystem that we're trying to describe this week, right? That
right.
The first hard part was, let's build some good rockets that are reliable and inexpensive. And all of a sudden you've got hundreds of colleges and some high schools building satellites. So then so once that first hardest obstacle has been managed, and the price for orbit's coming down all the time, now folks like y'all are taking up those holes in the ecosystem, those holes in the market. So you said a little bit about how that changed, the market has changed, that people are actually getting larger satellites because the price for orbit is coming down. Are those satellites, do they have more capability? Are they just being lazy? They're getting bigger stuff now that it doesn't cost as much? I don't think that's the answer.
No. They're growing because the cost of launch is significantly reduced. So they're increasing their power. So for example, the SAR satellites, if they used to be in the 50 kilogram class, going forward, they're going to be in the 100 to 150 kilogram class. And you can see this if you start tracking, SAR providers like Capella, ICEYE, and Umbra and others, and look at the initial things that they launched versus what they're planning to launch in the future. You could look at Gunther's page and others that kind of track what these people launch. And you can see this gradual increase in terms of mass and capacity, which further, the higher power they're going to have, the better type of images they're going to be able to take and the better data they can extract from it. You're going to see a similar trend in the other types of EO applications like optical imaging and even scientific applications. So like our hosted payload masses for our customers are growing. So if people were originally baseline really small hosted payloads, less than 20 kilograms, now they're looking at things that are like 40 to 50 kilograms. Wow. Because we enable people to fly on our vehicles. We give them up to like a kilowatt of power. So people are trading like, okay, I can spend $500,000 for this 6U and get, this tiny amount of power, or I can spend like $1 million and go on this hosted payload mission, and I can get up to 1 kilowatt of power. So it's like, oh, I could get 10 times, maybe in some cases 100 times the amount of power,
Right.
and my payload can be this much larger. And the amount of data that they can extract from a platform that allows them greater volume and greater power is so much more than that of a CubeSat. So the CubeSats, I feel over time, as these larger and larger launch vehicles kind of proliferate the market, will be more and more just kind of Pathfinder, let me just get something up cheaply type of missions. And then the follow-on missions that people will start to fly will be larger and larger and larger satellites, so that they can provide better data or get better scientific discoveries, etc. Everyone knows the larger the size of your telescope, the better data you're going to get. So I see that trend happening with even already within our customer set. They're like, oh, well, I had initially designed this experiment for the ISS and it was supposed to be like 30 kilograms. Now with you, I'm going to make it 50 kilograms, and I'm going to throw on all these other things that I can test now because you enable me to do that cheaper than I could do it on the ISS, less paperwork because it's not a manned mission, and I can get, more power too. So I could, even fly it for a longer duration mission too. So that's what I'm seeing right now. And like I said, we'd like to be a very agile company. So when we see the customers like that, so when we first rolled out, for example, our hosted payload service, we're like, oh, everyone needs like 50 to 100 watts. But then after talking to people, they're like, oh, we could really use like 0.5 kilowatt if you can give it to us. Yeah. We're like, okay, sure, we can make some tweaks to our bus because we already operate on a high power bus. So it's really easy for us to give people more and more power, or, whatever they might need. If they need more volume, if they need more data, whatever it is, we can make tweaks to our platform. And the unique thing is, since we have quarterly launches, we can fly it and test it very, very fast too. So
cool.
That enables us to do that.
So thank you very much. We're going to move on to our next speaker, Lila. Nigar, thank you so much for being a part of this. It's fascinating. Please stay in touch. Post your contact information one more time. I saw you did earlier in the chat. And good luck to you. Good luck to you on your upcoming launch. I'm pretty excited to watch that.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So if anyone's looking for a launch and wants to fly with us, please let me know. You can just email me or connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'd love to talk to you more.
Terrific. Thank you. Bye-bye. Lila, over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigar. That was phenomenal. And yes, thank you for sharing your information, Nigar, at momentous.space. That's for all the people listening on YouTube and Facebook Live. So we have a bigger audience than just our group here, which is excellent. I encourage this audience and the other audience to continue to have dialogue in the chats and meet each other however you can. We really want this to be an event to build and nurture the space infrastructure community. So thank you, everybody. Our next speaker, Daniel Faber, are you here, Daniel? I saw you. Can we do a quick sound check?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Or afternoon, depending where you are.
Exactly. Thank you so much. I see you and hear you loud and clear. Daniel Faber is a serial entrepreneur and pioneer in materials, entertainment, and mining technologies in space. Mr. Faber has grown several high-tech companies from startup through commercial success. He is the recipient of multiple innovation awards and has filed a number of patents in the fields of mining, entertainment, medical imaging, and aerospace. Mr. Faber is in the process of completing a double MBA at UCLA Anderson and National University, Singapore. He holds a degree in engineering from the University of South Wales and a postgraduate certificate in Antarctic Studies from the University of Canterbury. He is currently the CEO of Orbit Fab, which is launching the world's first gas station, trademarked, tanker next year with spaceflight. This first propellant depot will store propellant in sun-synchronous orbit, where it will be available to satellite servicing vehicles and other spacecrafts that need to replenish fuel supplies. fascinating and essential to developing space infrastructure. Please, Daniel Famer.
Thanks very much, Leila. Let me try and share a screen here. Let's see, are we working? Excellent. So let's talk a little bit about space. It's big, and at the moment, if my slides work, it's not very bustling. There's some debris and things move quickly, but in terms of objects and equipment actually interacting, that doesn't happen. In the entire history of the space industry, what are we now, 60, 70 years, the commercial industry, 40 or 50 years, there's been one instance of commercial satellites docking together in orbit. And that was just just earlier this year with Northrop Grumman's first mission extension vehicle. That is not a bustling space economy. Well, that's something that we want to change. Our vision at Orbit Fab is that bustling space economy where goods and services are being exchanged, equipment is interacting in space on not a once per 50-year basis, not even a daily basis, but an hourly basis or more common than that. We want to make that an everyday and every hour happenstance. And so that was something that we were passionate about. We started looking around at the industry and realized that we do have a space economy. We build things on the ground and we launch them into orbit. What we don't have is an economy in space. But there are a lot of investments going on, and the kind of things you've heard this morning from Rob Hoyt, from Nagar, about how spacecraft are going to start doing assembly in orbit and distribution, connecting flights. These are critical parts of building that. Reusable rocket launches, all of these kinds of things are working towards a bustling in space economy. But here's some examples of what happens when you get there and you use just one tank of fuel. We lose about $10 billion worth of value of satellites every year because they run out of fuel, not because the electronics go bad or because they're no longer useless because they're old, but because they run out of fuel. In these examples, Express AM4, actually at one of my past companies, we tried to buy this satellite. It's a telecommunications satellite, cost about $300 million to build and launch. Should have brought in a few $1 billion of revenue, but it had to be thrown away because there was a glitch in the rocket and it couldn't get to geostationary orbit where it was intended to operate. And because they couldn't get more fuel to it, they couldn't get it there. They burned it up in the atmosphere to avoid it becoming debris. Just a complete loss. And that's not isolated. This happens just all the time in the industry, surprisingly often, considering how expensive these assets are. Galileo 5 and 6, the European version of GPS satellites, they had the same problem, couldn't reach their operational orbits because no one could get more fuel to them. That delayed the introduction of I think a $12 billion constellation for the European GPS system. And of course, if you look at Starliner, just a year or so ago, it was launched, got to orbit, but couldn't reach the space station because they had some software glitches. They ended up with not enough fuel. And now, basically, they're getting their lunch eaten by SpaceX. How much is that worth to a company like Boeing that they weren't able to bring that to station? And then we have the space debris issues where we do have a lot of buildup of space debris, and we don't have a good way to remove this debris. There's no garbage collection service. And the reason is it takes so much fuel to get up to a piece of debris, grab it, bring it down to the atmosphere where it will burn up or take it to a safe disposal orbit, and then go and get another piece. We need garbage collection trucks in space. We need tow trucks in space. We need to be able to recover these systems so that we're not just throwing away these billions of dollars of value. But the paradigm at the moment, if you look at similar assets on the ground, 15-year lifetime for a car or a plane, we refuel these daily or weekly. We're even refueling rockets now 5 times or 6 times now for the SpaceX rocket. I think the suborbital rockets at Blue Origin are over a dozen times. But satellites, no refills. We just don't refuel these. That's a very inefficient paradigm. But there is a revolution happening. We've heard from Tethers, we've heard from Momentous. Just this year, Northrop Grumman successfully started operating the world's first tow truck in space. They operated the mission extension vehicle they attached to an Intelsat satellite. It's been published that Intelsat is paying them $13 million a year to act as a jetpack, taking over the thruster functions because their satellite has run out of fuel. Now, that's going well. They've actually launched the second one. It's slowly made its way to geostationary orbit, and it will be doing a docking in geostationary orbit. They're not even taking that next satellite out of operation. They leave it there in the orbit. So this is fantastic progress. So there are now 2 tow trucks operating in space, but there are lots of different business models. And so Nagar also brought up this Northern Sky Research report and the sort of amounts of dollar values and different applications that it talks about for satellite servicing. This is what we've seen in the ecosystem. When we formed the company in 2018, there were 8 or 9 tow truck companies, satellite servicing companies. There are now 45 companies. That is a 500% increase in under 3 years. That is a sign that there's some value to be created here in a capital intensive market when so many new entrants are getting into this field. We look at this, and what shocked us the most was that every single one of these tow trucks relies on a single tank of fuel, and then they throw away the tow truck after it's towed 1, 2, or 3 customers. That was amazing. Our job then, our mission, is to provide that ubiquitous supply of propellant in space. We are creating gas stations, basically. We want to distribute a network of gas stations so that in your satellite's local suburb, there is some gas you can get. And the first people that we want to sell this to are the tow trucks. They're equipped to handle legacy satellites. They're equipped to distribute satellites to different orbits. They're equipped to do inspection. They're equipped to do all of those business models. And they're not afraid to do proximity operations and docking. That's something that's already a part of their business model. And so for us, that's a natural step. We can then save them from having to replace those tow trucks every time they run out of fuel. That's our business. So we build tanks, we put them into orbit, and on any available launch vehicle. So we get the best deals that we can. When they're in orbit, we manage the logistics, the orbit mechanics. We make sure we have the right fuel in the right place. And our customers then, they come to our tankers and to our depots in order to get fuel. And then they can go and continue generating revenue, increase asset utilization, have more flexibility in their business models, go after new markets they didn't imagine before. So this seems very simple in theory. However, when we tried to build the first tanker, we failed completely. We failed miserably because we couldn't buy a fueling port to transfer fuel between 2 satellites. It didn't exist. There was nothing commercially available. So we've become a gas cap company. We're building satellite gas caps. That's what we started out as our first product. We talked to dozens of companies. We talked to a number of government agencies about what they would like to see. And then we ignored some of what they said. We took a lot of what they said to heart, and we decided we would need a system that could work for most use cases, for most of the customers, that would be an absolutely robust and solid solution. And this is what we've come up with. This is what we call the RAFTI, the Rapidly Attachable Fluid Transfer Interface, which combines both a grapple system and the fueling ports. So we've been going through the flight testing for this. The US Air Force got interested in a funding qualification to their standards. We've sold to commercial customers. I think we're exporting to Japan, Europe, UK, of course, North America. So we're getting quite a bit of traction with this system. Here's a little video of how one of the prototypes works. As you can see, the fingers grab and away you go. That's strong enough to be able to hold the force of 2 multi-ton satellites held together and transferring high pressure propellants, both things like hydrazine and water for momentous, or xenon for the electric propulsion systems. So that's the fueling port. We then tried again to build our first tanker, and I'll admit we failed a second time. This time because we couldn't find a specification for how to dock 2 satellites together. For love nor money could we find a spec on camera resolutions or fiducials or LiDAR or intersatellite communication. There was nothing published, especially for cooperative docking, which is the ecosystem that we want to evolve. There's a lot of work that's been done by the tow trucks on docking with unprepared spacecraft or non-cooperative spacecraft that weren't designed to be docked with. The future that we want to see come to pass is a completely cooperative ecosystem where the tow trucks are still needed whenever anything goes wrong. but most satellites have that capability to be maintained, serviced, upgraded, moved to different orbits and those types of things. So we started working on this. How do we develop a self-driving satellite kit? And we got some funding from the National Science Foundation, a nod to them, and have built, you can see, an air-bearing table where these little things float around and they act with the dynamics with real physics, so you can see how the interaction happens. And so we've put our fueling ports with that grapple feature onto this air-bearing table with the algorithms and the sensors, and we started to do tests and things. So once we had this in hand, we circled back again, and we're finally able to get some flight experience. So one of the other things that we need in this, of course, is feed systems, pumps and tanks and the like. What you can see on the left here is an inflatable tank that we developed, where part of our future ecosystem is that you can launch a satellite without any fuel. In fact, even better, you can launch it with a tank that is stowed, so you don't have to carry a big empty tank. You carry much less volume. So this folds up to fit in about a 2-unit CubeSat volume, and then expands to have about 12 liters of capacity. And so we built that, we tested it, we flight qualified it, and that was launched along with a rigid tank full of, in this case, water. And that was tested on the International Space Station. So we did a couple of launches to the space station and looked at the residual momentum and the dynamics and that expanding tank, the propellant feed systems to be able to move that back and forth. And so we used, sort of exercised all of those systems and made sure that would work. And then we hooked it up to the water supply on the International Space Station. We became the first private company to resupply the space station with water. Now, I can't understate how little technical knowledge we gained from this, but how important that was from a business and process perspective. Because NASA has a very set way that it buys water. They buy it on the ground, and then they buy a launch, and they put the two together, and that's how you get water to the International Space Station. We showed up and said, we bought the right connector. Here's our tank. And I'll admit it blew the minds of some of the NASA folks because they'd never thought that they could do that before. But it also opened the possibility for alternative supply chains. If we can manage to find some way to get this to orbit that doesn't require a man-rated vehicle and all these other things, but still we're able to enter that supply chain at a literally a higher point in the supply chain, now they've got their heads wrapped around how to do that. So that was super important for us to be able to get through this. And it's worth noting one of the fun aspects of this project, we were carrying 3 gallons of water. It turns out on the International Space Station, if you have a gallon of water loose, it's really dangerous. Because there's no gravity, it can't drain away from an astronaut. If it gets on their face, they try to push it, the surface tension will just move the water straight back again. So you can drown in a gallon of water. So NASA threw the book at us for this. This was rated as the highest level of hazard classification. And we had to go through all the man rating standards for this. Now, as a startup company, we got funded. Our first check came in. We had a napkin sketch and an agreement with the International Space Station National Lab that they would help us to get to the space station. 4.5 months later, we handed over fully qualified flight hardware. Now, NASA had said this is going to take 18 to 24 months, right? The number of stories, the number of things that we had to do, but most importantly, we had to make sure that we hit every single requirement that NASA had in terms of safety. So incredible team of engineers that we pulled together, managed to get that done in 4.5 months. Both of those tankers then flew to the space station, very successful mission. We learned some great things about the tech. It wouldn't be pushing the envelope and worth doing if we didn't make a couple of mistakes and learn from it, but we were able to pull off everything that we wanted there. So all of these things now have come together to allow us to launch the first operational fuel tanker. So we've now signed an agreement with Spaceflight to fly on their Sherpa space tug vehicle. So we called this one Tenzing. Everyone may remember Norgay Tenzing as one of the first men to reach the summit of Everest. Of course, he carried bottles of oxygen. And had many great things to say about going up and beyond and keeping your eyes on the heavens. And so we thought that was very appropriate to name this tanker after Tenzing. We look forward to announcing a lot more partnerships in the next few months around this, but we will have fuel available in orbit for those that wish to purchase it starting in 2022. So I probably have spoken far less time than than what you'd allocate here, but I'm happy to take lots of questions.
Thank you very much, Daniel. That was terrific. I was telling my friend who's managing all the technology here. I've actually learned an awful lot from both yours and Nagar's presentation. And I tend to think I know what the heck's going on in this field, but every once in a while, actually all three of y'all, Rob earlier, there were surprises in each of your presentations. So I'm going to jump in and ask the thing that surprised me the most. I didn't know that you were doing inflatable fuel tanks. I don't know why that never occurred to me. I've been at this for a long time, but it didn't. So where did that come from?
We had the opportunity to fly with the International Space Station National Lab. We sat down and talked to them about the things that we were trying to do and our roadmap, and basically said, look, how much could we test? How far could we get with just one or two launches? And so we mapped that out. And there are a couple of things that we wanted to achieve. One was the basic propellant feed systems and basic technology that's going to be used across all of our tankers. The second one was, like I mentioned, refueling or resupplying the International Space Station, and just the mindset and knowledge of process that we gained from that. But then we also looked at some of the things that would really open people's minds to the possibilities, and that we expect to be big parts of a future ecosystem. And the inflatable tank was, it was an obvious one to us that we wanted to test and we wanted to fly, because there's a lot of difficult things in there. You can imagine you deploy this, what is a flexible bag, and then fill it with fluid. It has a very interesting dynamics to it,
right,
which will couple into your pointing control systems. So a lot of what we did actually was have the astronaut move that around and then stop it, just to make sure that our models were working and the slosh dynamics were modeled properly, so that we could build that into sort of the attitude control models and guidance navigation models that we have set up. So that was it was a really interesting part of that experiment. We got a lot of feedback on, frankly, applications for that we did not expect. And so that's been pretty exciting.
Wow, that's yeah. Are you? You're almost smirking when you said applications we didn't expect. Do you want to elaborate on that, or should I move on?
All right, guilty there. You may know my background. Most recently, before OrbitFab, I was running Deep Space Industries, and actually 25 years of my career, I decided that in university that asteroid mining would be a good way to pay for the first permanent jobs off Earth. And so I would do that with my career. I'll be honest, I would very much enjoy if one day at OrbitFab we've developed and implemented the supply chain for propellant, and we're able to buy materials from asteroid and moon mining companies, and then bring that material into the supply chain. We were contacted by a company that's looking to do lunar mining, who wanted to have a storage container for the water that they might extract on the moon. And it was actually that my experience in the mining industry that made me think of these inflatable tanks, because I'd seen fuel being stored at remote mining sites in inflatable tanks, much like this, where they ship the fuel in and fill the tank. And they're just effectively big, I'll call them canvas bags. It's an understatement. Yeah, it was great. A prospective lunar mining company reached out and said, we want the bags for exactly that application. Which really made my month.
Right. I bet it did. We've got some time. We've got a little over 20 minutes. Let me ask some questions here. Can more than one satellite dock at that gas station? So you showed that image with lots of modular systems. Yeah, right.
It's probably at the end of that video.
Yeah, that one. Right. So can you so the assumption is that lots, I guess I was under a false impression. I thought you were a flying gas can that came to your client. And what you're showing here is that you're a gas station, just like the corner gas station, and the client has to come to you. Is that like step one, step two, or am I misunderstanding something?
Yeah, our business is about providing fuel and propellant cost effectively. To do that, we can't afford to carry expensive equipment on our tankers. We make our tankers as low cost as possible. We make the fuel as low cost as possible. And we work very hard to be able to do that and pass the benefit on to our customers. That means if we're launching these tanks, then we want to stay away from the need to have them carry anything expensive, the rendezvous docking equipment and all the like. Meanwhile, our beachhead market is the satellite servicing companies who are already looking at doing the rendezvous and docking and carrying all that equipment. So while we've had to venture into that to understand what our interfaces should be and such things, it's not our intention at all to build satellite servicing vehicles and tow trucks. So we'll stay out of that business. We'll put the gas stations in your local suburb, so to speak.
Yeah.
We'll put them in convenient orbits. But then, it's up to our customers to come and get fuel.
I'm assuming low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit, MEO, but are you also thinking the Lagrange points and lunar services?
I'm thinking wherever there are customers. At the moment, those customers are predominantly low Earth orbit and geostationary orbit, but we're keeping an open mind. We've talked to a number of folks that would like to be refueled in lunar orbit. Or in different orbits that we hadn't thought about. For us, that's a trade-off between demand and the cost of deploying that infrastructure. As we see this market evolve at the moment, there's a catch-22. No one's buying because no one's selling. And we are solving that next year by launching that first operational tanker, which really says, look, there is inventory now in orbit. You can start building and relying on this. You can build this into your initially extended missions, later into your baseline mission. And so that's what we intend to do, is build that inventory out in advance. That means that we have to be selective about exactly where we put those.
You bring up a question I've had in my mind for a long time. Thanks. A question I've had in my mind for a long time is there's these proposals. I think there's one out of USC, I think, that's talking about exchanges, commodity exchanges for assets on orbit. Have you had any of those conversations? I mean, are we able to start trading pork bellies down here on the ground for orbital assets?
Well, at the moment we can't, but that's exactly one of the things that I expect will come to pass as soon as we have an inventory of propellant or any other commodities on orbit. I'm working with a group called Space Commodities Exchange. Right. You can look it up, spacecommoditiesexchange.com. They've had extensive discussions with regulators, the financial industry, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, where a lot of the commodities get traded, those types of folks, looking at how that might be established, as well as the US government and foreign governments that are also considering how this might be regulated and managed and used to promote commercial industry. So I think there's a lot of potential there. Space Commodities Exchange is not the only group that's looking at this, and there's probably many different approaches. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves.
This isn't my specialty, but I believe the exchange you're talking about is primarily European, and then the one that I'm talking about is primarily sponsored by the Defense Innovation Unit in the US. Is that correct, or am I wrong on something?
So the Space Commodities Exchange has an Australian CEO who lives in Frankfurt. The secretary is in Chicago, and the treasurer is in Chicago.
Okay. All right. Good. All right.
So,
good. I don't know that ultimately it matters. I'm just wondering, as long as a service like that exists, you will tie into that kind of service.
Absolutely.
Yeah. One thing that we keep talking about over for this lecture series, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and then going forward for the next year, is really focusing on infrastructure, right? Infrastructure. And so y'all play a necessary role in that system, but we haven't really spent a lot of time on the financing component of this infrastructure. How relevant is that to your business model? Or do you not need it right now because, again, the market is still really small? I'm immature.
Yeah, I'll be completely honest. The technology that we're developing isn't that novel. Maybe you shouldn't tell my investors that, but
you had a good answer earlier about you'll go wherever the market is, so your investors are covered. We're good with that.
That's right. Now, at the end of the day, rendezvous and docking is solved. It's not productized, but you can get people who've done that before, and you can embark on a project and add rendezvous docking to your spacecraft. The fueling ports, and we've solved fueling ports on the ground. There's a couple of quirks in space, and we have to make that work. But it's not that technology that's our key advantage. The biggest challenge here is the business models. It's the fact that we have a chicken and egg that no one's buying because no one's selling, that I'm talking about building up inventory in orbit, and that's expensive. That's something our investors don't like, right? But it's something that has to happen. So we have had to think about a lot of creative ways to finance this business and bootstrap it. And we have to go fast on the tech, and we have to be extremely capital efficient. And then we have to work with our customers to understand how they perceive risk and be able to manage that risk, which comes not just from the technical side, but a lot of business considerations coming into that. Because if they make a decision to build their business that relies on supply of propellant in orbit, they've introduced risks into their business model. And so we work with our customers quite a lot on that, and we need to be quite innovative. And so we're bringing in different aspects of different business models from other industries that fit what we are doing and allow us to manage that risk appropriately.
How early do your customers or potential customers interact with you? I mean, you've got a custom docking system, you've got a custom, I'll say a software knowledge system for that docking. How early do the customers need to start working with you in order to de-risk their development?
We have found very strong interest because of the difference this can make to the business models of a lot of the satellite operators. And so we don't have an operational tanker in orbit yet, but we're still getting cold calls from satellite operators that want to know if they can buy 1 or 2 years worth of fuel, which is great. I move it from CapEx to OpEx, right? That's the kind of business flexibility and advantage you get here. So we're having people call us. We're having the discussions about using the fueling ports. We're selling and shipping fueling ports. So we're already seeing that. How long is the delay between that turning into a fuel sale on orbit? That's a good question, and not one of the company secrets I'll share.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Do you say yes when somebody comes in and says, I want to buy a liter of water? Do you say yes, or do you have to say, wait and see?
The answer is yes.
Okay, good. All right. That's good. I mean, is it just a question of negotiating long-term contracts?
There's a whole bunch of things that go into it. And of course, where do you want it? When do you want it? What quality spec do you want to meet? And this is a product that we need to spec carefully and make sure that we're getting them what they need, when they need it, where they need it, how they need it. And so as we are drafting all those sort of standard specifications for how we're delivering propellant, that's got to be done closely with our customers to make sure, and it's a startup, right? We need customer market fit, or product market fit rather. So yeah, we're always having conversations. It has not moved to the point where it is a commodity yet.
Again, going back to the infrastructure component, I've heard probably 5 times since yesterday and today about standards, developing standards. We're in the wild, wild west. How easy or how hard is it to develop a standard, and how many customers have to agree to it for it to become a standard?
So there was a really interesting small satellite conference for those who are in the industry. You probably know small sat. conference in Utah. About a decade ago, they ran with the theme standardization. And one of the best presentations that I saw was about why Ada is not a standard programming language. Ada is a very well-designed language, and the data seems to indicate that it is a lower life cycle cost to write and maintain code running Ada, especially for high reliability applications. But there is not a user community around Ada. I can't hire Ada programmers. I can't hire programmers and teach them Ada because they know that that's not a transferable skill. Nobody wants to work for a company that programs anything in Ada. So they all use C or C++ or Java.
Yep.
And these standards, if you look at those languages, they're not necessarily that great, but they work and they've been adopted and they solve people problems and they're accessible. And so when we think about standards, they will evolve because of those reasons, not because of being mandated on high by somebody.
Yep.
Once they've been brought into place, then the community picks up a pen and writes a standard around what's come into place. So what's more important for the industry is that we try a bunch of solutions and we figure out what does and doesn't work. And then once we've got a lot of operational experience, we can say, hey, what's the de facto standard? Now let's write that up. That's going to happen here. I don't think there's any other way to do it. I don't think there's any other way that we should do it because we haven't learned enough about how this industry has to operate yet.
I think what I'm hearing is flexibility is the key to this because we're so early into the field. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
How would you describe your company in terms of, if you're willing to share, how big is your company? What's your next step? You did raise some money. Are you raising more now? Where are you at? Just kind of like let us know, where your organization is.
Yeah, we're a couple of dozen people, so still fairly small. We have, we funded through flying that first operational tanker next year. That's going well. We have a lot of announcements coming out over the next few months. Things have been going very quickly this year, and I'll be honest, our marketing has not kept up with our progress. So keep an eye out for more things on that. Yeah, right now, let's see, we're hiring engineers, integrate engineers on thermomechanical systems or electrical and avionics who are listening. Please check out our website. Yeah, very actively hiring. We just hired Adam Harris, who previously was leading the business development team at SpaceX, helped them win ELV and commercial crew. So we're very excited to have him on board. So we're getting the right people. We've got a phenomenal team. The engineering team have proven their chops, and what you'll see in the next few months is that the business development team are also really proven their chops. So I couldn't be more excited about what we're going to do in the next year. It's just a whole bunch that I can't say publicly yet.
Sure. It's a rare space company where their marketing lags their technology. Usually, we're all PowerPoint companies that have great slides, but our technology is not up to the hype. So it's a nice refreshing change to have your technology actually out in front of your marketing and sales.
I don't know how to do it any other way.
Yeah, there's so many amazing PowerPoint companies that never actually accomplish anything. So it's refreshing to see you guys actually building stuff and then talking about it. Tell me about your workforce development. We've had a big theme here about workforce as infrastructure. So you said a couple dozen people, you're growing. What are you looking for? What do you, and I guess what I'm saying is, I don't want to flood your inbox with resumes, but are there holes? Are there gaps in your team? And not just your team, but like, what do you think for industry wide?
And from our team, I'm always looking to plug holes, and if I'm not haven't got any holes to plug, I'm trying to make some more holes. That's what expanding is about. So like I said, mechanical fluids, thermo engineers, avionics, embedded systems engineers. That's our real need right now. We need both folks with 5, 10 more years experience, as well as fresh outs. They're probably more right now on the experienced folks that we need. What's been really exciting, I'll be honest, when coronavirus hit and we saw a couple of companies struggling, we expected that it would make it easier to hire. That did not happen. Whenever there were a group of people who hit the market, they were gone within about 2 weeks. It was phenomenal. And so must be a great time to be an engineer in this industry, because you got your pick of where to go. And so in that way, we're also wanting to be very, very selective about who we bring in, very deliberate about the culture. We are radically transparent. We believe that for our customers, that is necessary. They need to trust us. But also it helps us to make sure that in the company we're getting things right. It just, as a CEO, is terrifying, because being a CEO is an exercise in making the mistakes that aren't the ones that kill the company. And so we are not perfect. So yeah, that's mildly terrifying, but is a real pillar of our culture. We're looking for people with deep knowledge, people who really can do things from first principles, because a lot of what we've done hasn't been done before. So we're looking for people who have a systems view, who understand how one tiny change in a spacecraft power system will affect the software and the business model and the revenue model all the way through the company, not just the technology. So we emphasize that a lot. Those are some of the things that we look for. And whilst there are very good people who have those cultural attributes and those skills in the industry, they're not in the majority. And so we are very picky. We're slow to hire, which means that almost always we have openings for great people like that.
I'm curious, as the company evolves, right? Where do you think you're going to be 2022, 2025, short term, but obviously you've accomplished something. So let's assume those accomplishments and then figure out what's next.
Yeah, the accomplishments that we will expect that we'll have in that time frame is a network of tankers in orbit and making deliveries to customers. So that's that mature ecosystem. Our long-term vision, though, is not just to be a distribution company, build the entire supply chain in orbit, and that means we'd like to go into chemical manufacturing and supply. So I would like to be providing propellant, lubricant, air, water, 3D printer feedstock, an entire petrochemicals company in orbit. That's what we intend to build.
You surprised me. I guess I've known you always had. I do know your background, of course, with DSI, but I've always known you had some pretty big ambitions. But I guess the stuff that I've seen about your company is really focused on the here and now of delivering gas. I guess you just a moment ago caught me off guard by saying you want to do the supply side also. That's a pretty big bite. That's biting off a lot. That's not soon, right? That's further down the road, correct?
That's right. That's our bigger vision for the company further downstream. But it's real. In the same way at Deep Space Industries, we hung out the shingle of being an asteroid mining company. We tried to build an asteroid prospector and failed. You'll see a theme here because we couldn't build thrusters, and so we became a thruster company. What we didn't do at Deep Space Industries was brand ourselves as a thruster and technology company. I decided at Orbit Fab that we were going to start with that branding of the technology company, the immediate solutions. And so propellant supply in orbit, what do you need to buy? It's hydrazine, it's xenon, it's green propellant, it's here, it's now. You need the technologies that will allow you to access that. That's what we're providing. It doesn't mean that we don't have a big vision that we're pursuing and making sure that everything strategically lines up with that.
Cool. We're running out of time. We've got just 2 minutes till we turn it over to Lila. Do you have any pithy words of advice from having been through the ringer with DSI and then taking that next step? It would have been easy to quit. I have, full disclosure, I had a space company that crumbled pretty dramatically. There are times when it's easy to quit. What brought you back? What made you decide this is what I'm doing?
So I think I've founded a dozen companies, maybe 14 now. 4 of them were serious startups. OrbitFab is the 4th. So this isn't my first rodeo. This is my career. This is what I decided I would be attempting to accomplish with my life is to create the first permanent jobs in space through asteroid mining as that potential revenue stream and all of the steps that we need to get there. So I've had this big vision and I broke it down into realistic steps that I could get working on today. If you want to achieve something big, find out what is needed to be done today that will move the ball forward. That's worked for me so far. It's been extremely interesting. I keep learning every single day. Every single company is challenging. This OrbitFab is challenging, but the mistakes I'm making are completely new mistakes. So that's kind of good. At least not making the old ones. And so far, we seem to have done pretty well in terms of doing the things that we needed to do and getting those things right. So pretty happy about that. Perseverance and persistence is really a key to it, and having a long-term vision.
Terrific. Well, thank you. Those were pretty inspiring words. I really am grateful for you being here. We're going to turn it over to Lila, and thank you very much, Daniel. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Michael. Thank you, Lila. It's great to be on here.
Take care.
Thanks, Daniel. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into Blue Marble Week. What a dynamic day so far. The fun does not end. We have a full day tomorrow as well. Please check out the website bluemarbleweek.space for tomorrow's schedule. Our next speaker is Terrence Barkin. Terrence, can we do a quick sound check, please?
Yes, Leila, how am I coming through?
Excellent. I can hear you and I can see your highly graphic background, which is fabulous.
Okay, great.
All right. Terrence Barkin is the executive director of the Graphene Council located in Zurich, Switzerland. He has nearly 30 years of experience leading international, professional societies, trade associations, and foundations. The Graphene Council is the largest and most trusted trade and professional association in the world for graphene and related nanomaterials. Graphene and other 2D advanced materials will help the planet by making everything we produce and use last longer, be more efficient, reduce the need for energy, unlock new capabilities, and reduce CO2 emissions, to name just a few of the many benefits. Terrence and the Graphene Council recently authored an assessment for the Foundation for the Future on the application of graphene in space and the advanced industrial ecosystem the US could develop given a robust investment. We look forward to learning more about the assessment. Please, Terrence Barkin.
Thank you very much. And Michael, thank you as well for inviting me to speak with this audience. So I feel like the poor kid on the block in terms of intelligence with the group that you've assembled here. So let me share with you, though, a little bit about what we've been doing with graphene and the report that Leila referred to, the Advanced Materials and a National Aerospace Development Strategy. I do have permission to share that document if anybody wants to get a copy of it, which will explain a little bit about what I show and in particular about applications for aerospace. So happy to share that if you like. So the Graphene Council, very briefly, for those of you who don't know what graphene is, I'll explain that in just a moment, but it's a relatively new nanomaterial that was discovered in 2004 and for which the Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded in 2010. We were founded in 2013, and today we reach about 30,000 material scientists worldwide that work with this material. About a third of them are in academia and 2/3 of them are commercial. And so this is just an example of some of the companies that are members of the Graphene Council. You can think of us as both a trade and a professional body. We represent the entire ecosystem, which includes graphene producers, intermediary companies that work with it, and then the end user companies. And there's a really, really broad range of applications. And I know that today's presentation and this conference you guys are putting on is focused on space applications, and it certainly has applications there, but there are just so many different ways that this material can be used. So again, for those of you who either have never heard of graphene or maybe have heard of it but aren't quite sure exactly what it is nothing less than a single atomic layer of carbon atoms with an sp2 bond, which is an exceptionally strong bond. And in fact, it has made this the strongest material ever measured by man. It's the thinnest material considered to be two-dimensional because it's only one atomic layer thick. It is highly electrically conductive. It is highly thermally conductive. It is impermeable to things like hydrogen atoms. It is a UV blocker as well, transparent electrically conductive material. And then what you'll see next and what I present to you is that it's actually kind of a whole class or family of materials, because beyond just the single atomic layer, there are forms of this material that are 2 layers of atoms, 3 layers of atoms, up to 10 carbon layers are considered by the International Standards Organization to be classified as a graphene or a graphene-related material. And so graphene production, how is it made? It's made quite simply often from graphite, which is trillions of layers of carbon upon each other, and you exfoliate them off from one another, which is considered a top-down methodology. Or you can start with a carbon-bearing gas and assemble the atoms typically on a substrate like copper or nickel, and create a single layer of carbon on the top of it, and then you delaminate that and get your freestanding piece of graphene. And in fact, there are many, many, many more methods, and almost every week another method of producing this comes out and using feedstock, biofeedstock like hemp or biochar or from coal or whatever the case might be. Because we're dealing with pure carbon, there are many sources of carbon that actually can be used. So that's interesting from the production side. And then we'll get into the classification of the material. And I'll tell you in a moment why this is relevant for the applications you're talking about here with space, so we can kind of connect the dots. But again, just to say there's a whole ecosystem or a whole range or family of materials here that start with a single layer or very few layers. So the number of carbon layers can be used to kind of delineate or differentiate between one type of graphene material and another. And then beyond that, it gets a little more complicated in that we have materials that are referred to as graphene oxide, where you have a combination of carbon and about 35% oxygen by weight. That can then be reduced and make it a reduced graphene oxide, where you have about 5% oxygen by weight, although we have one company that can go all the way down to 2% oxygen. The graphene material itself can be presented as a powder or a paste or in a solution or a solvent. And then we have, in addition, graphene nanoplatelets. So these are multi-layers of carbon that have still beneficial properties. And lastly, you can functionalize this material by decorating it or adding additional molecules or elements to the edges or the surfaces of this material. And what's interesting, the difference between a graphene and a graphene oxide, with the oxygen content in graphene oxide, it no longer is electrically conductive, but it becomes water soluble, whereas a graphene material is highly electrically conductive, but it's hydrophobic. And so really, depending on the application you have, the message to take away from here is, depending on what you're trying to achieve, you have a type of graphene that can be applied for the particular application area. Now let's get to the actual exciting, interesting parts of this. Graphene was just isolated for the first time in 2004. And then, as I mentioned, the Nobel Prize was awarded in 2010, which kicked off a flurry of activity, tens of thousands of research papers on all the different ways graphene can be applied. And if we fast forward to today, we find ourselves in an area where graphene is now produced at an industrial scale. And companies like the Ford Motor Company are into their second generation of automobiles, which incorporate graphene into their vehicles for improved performance in things like thermal insulation and dampening properties. And what's important then to understand is that graphene's not this material that maybe one day we'll see in the future will help us build stronger, lighter, better equipment and apparatus. It's here today, and it's commercially being traded. So this isn't a theoretical material. This is a practical application. And what makes graphene so excited, especially for the aerospace sector, is there are many different ways that this material can be used in many different systems. So it's not just something to make something lighter and stronger, but we can use it for water filtration. You know, one of your earlier speakers talked about 3D printing in space and reusing and recycling plastic materials. Well, here on Earth, we're using graphene already to improve the recyclability of plastic. So taking material that is at its end of recyclable life because it's already been used several times, doesn't have the right strength characteristics, and using a minute amount of graphene material, you can add strength back into the recycled plastic to make it usable again. So this is something, for example, that might be thought of for space applications, for 3D printing, and for recycling, to not only make material stronger so you can recycle it again, but perhaps you don't need to use as much material in the first place by making the material stronger and therefore lighter, which we know weight in space applications is absolutely critical. And so you have all these different ways. And another interesting one is in sensor technology, for example, to be able to use a tunable sensor. Maybe you could reduce the number of sensors you need to perform a specific application, making your systems lighter again and less risky. Well, I'd like to show you just some commercial applications and examples. First of all, to show you the amount of activity that this field has attracted, there have been more than 2,000 patents filed in just the last 12 months. And here, I know the text is quite small, but these applications, starting from the most popular to the least, things like energy storage, again, a super application for space, semiconductors, composites and plastics, other advanced materials outside of plastics, chemicals, displays, electronics, etc. And so really your imagination is only the limitation of where graphene might be applied to improve existing materials and apparatus. Again, these are the most popular in terms of just the last 12 months. This isn't even covering the period prior. And what I want to share here is, so who is filing application patents? And this is a way of just kind of showing how mature this technology is. You see the companies in the automotive space and aerospace in the last 12 months. We've seen Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Boeing, and Airbus, chemicals and other advanced materials, electronics, oil and gas, semiconductors, and telecommunications technology. Most, if not all of these, have some kind of application that could be transferable to the aerospace sector. And the message that we want to give with these applications is that if space is the future, advanced materials are what is going to help enable that future to be realized. And what's happened with graphene, we've gone from this nascent material that you can only produce into the lab, where today we've got it at commercial scale. And the box highlights where we're at today in terms of maturation. And we're right at this hockey stick inflection point where we're going to see much larger scale, and we are seeing evidence of it in specific applications where it's going to be much more widely adopted on an industrial scale. So let's look at some of the specific industries and applications. And if we look at aerospace, or we look at aircraft, for example, as a platform, we can look at using graphene to make composite materials even stronger than they are now. So for example, carbon fiber reinforced plastics, or CFRPs, and we saw again the carbon fiber extension arm that one of your earlier presenters was talking about. Well, carbon fiber reinforced plastics are already incredibly strong, but by adding a small amount of graphene, less than 1% by weight, to these resin systems or to the carbon fibers themselves, because it can be used on the fibers as a sizing agent, for example, it can make it another 20, 25, 30% stronger, which means you can make it lighter. And equally important is impact resistance. So the survivability of these materials, if they're impacted or collided with, it improves impact resistance of these materials. Again, a really important attribute. Graphene also does EMI shielding, UV protection. Again, in these harsh environments, to make the materials more robust and survivable is important, and graphene can be thought of as a really important additive to help some of those attributes. Excuse me, we look at automobiles, again, thinking of them as a platform. Graphene can be used in that application as well. And if we look at Ford Motor Company, these are products that are on the street today, so to say. Those that are highlighted in red are already being used, sort of composite materials like the fuel rail covers or engine covers for thermal heat dissipation. Again, an application that could easily transfer to the space environment where you need to control temperature and manage heat better. You've got adhesives, batteries, lubricants, etc., where graphene is enhancing the performance of these. And this next slide is one that I really like to illustrate why graphene is such an amazing material. Now, I don't want to give the impression that whatever the question is, the answer is graphene. That's not, that's not necessarily what I'm trying to convey here. But what I do want to convey is that there has seldom been a particular single material that has so many different performance attributes. And what you see, if you look at the black text above the line, there are the different types of resin systems or plastics into which graphene can be fed. And if we pick PA6 or nylon here, just as one example, we have multiple companies on multiple continents that are testing graphene and nylon, not testing, but putting graphene into nylon, and they're getting not a 20% or a 30% improvement, they're getting a 200% or a 300% improvement in strength, which is phenomenal. So what does that mean in reality? It means that if you were thinking of using a metallic part for a particular performance attribute, you might be able to substitute it with a plastic. Or if you're thinking of a thermoplastic part, you might be able to replace it with a if you were using a thermoset piece, you might be able to replace it with a thermoplastic that is less expensive or has less complicated production methodologies. And so there's all these different things that graphene unlocks, and all of the examples I'm giving you are not making things out of graphene, but adding graphene to existing materials, existing systems to make them better. And when graphene was first discovered and talked about its amazing performance attributes, a lot of people were thinking, oh, even Richard Branson said, let's make an airplane out of graphene. It'll be transparent and light as a feather. And it doesn't quite work that way because when you take graphene down to the atomic level, it starts to depart from classical physics. And now you've got quantum mechanic effects. And if you started to put graphene back together again, so to speak, you'd end up back with graphite. And so, we don't really make things out of graphene necessarily, but we can add it to other things to make them much stronger, more resilient. And for example, often in engineered products, if you want to make them stronger, you often end up making them more brittle. Well, graphene has a 20% flex modulus. So now you can make something that is both stronger and more flexible, which can be really important. And so I think, all these attributes you see in front of you, it's recyclability, impact, resistance, compressive strength improvement, etc. We've seen graphene put into products for a particular attribute, let's say to make it stronger, but then we find out it actually adds some others. So graphene has been added to polyurethane, for example, to improve its robustness for sacrificial liners in the mining industry. And then we found out it also made it less flammable. I'm not a rocket scientist, and sorry for the pun here, but my understanding is flames in space are really bad, right? So to make something less flammable might be a good secondary attribute that to making something stronger and making your plastics more recyclable. So let's talk about some other things. And here are some practical examples, and I share these simply to show you what is being done in the here and now and today. So for example, we have a company called Talga, which produces graphene, but no longer even sells it because they're using it to make battery anodes. So they're combining silicon with graphene to dramatically improve the energy density of the material that they have. Again, so for any battery systems that you want to put into the space environment, you want them to have as much energy density as possible with the least amount of weight. And so with this material, they're looking at taking and comparing standard graphite here and looking at your energy density or capacity, and you're getting approximately a 3 to 4-fold improvement with this new kind of chemistry. So that's really important. And in this particular company and their attribute, they're really looking at the electric vehicle market, so the automotive and transportation market. But again, here we look at specialty applications in space, and we can see the transferability of this technology. So this again is something that's here and now and working today. Here is an application that specifically is being done for NASA and looking at hydrogen storage systems. So high pressure vessels to contain hydrogen as a fuel, and using them in very difficult environments. In this case, minus 300 F and at 600 PSI. So this is a linerless thermoset fiber reinforced pressure vessel container that's been used. And what the graphene does in the resin system, not only is graphene a perfect barrier against hydrogen, which tends to permeate other materials, it finds its way through the other molecules because it's so small. But what happens with a lot of these pressure vessels and thermosets is they start to crack and degrade and then delaminate. And the graphene flakes within that resin system tend to completely stop the micro cracking, which then leads to failure. So again, it makes it more robust from a micro cracking. It makes it more impact resistance and extends the life of those vessels without adding any measurable weight, because you're using, again, usually less than 1% by weight of graphene into the host matrix. What has stopped graphene from being used in the past has been high prices. So, something on the order of $3,000 for a kilo of material. But that has changed. It's become less expensive. But even at that high price, when you're using so little of the material, the end impact on cost into your system tends to be small. And so here's a different application area. Again, if we're using elastomers or rubber products for seals, for example, one of the problems with that has been if you wanted to improve the life of the rubber material, you had to make it quote unquote harder, which would make it less, you get less traction out of it. You would make it wear longer, but it was less flexible. And there's kind of been a magic triangle in the performance of rubber that's been basically a law since it was produced, that if you wanted more traction, you had to make the rubber softer, but then you would get greater wear and vice versa. And what graphene, again, a small amount of graphene added to this material has done is change the dynamic where you get a more robust, longer lasting rubber material that doesn't sacrifice on traction. And so we see it in road tires, we see it in tennis shoes or running shoes. But just think for all the seals and gaskets that might be used in space equipment, and you want it to last longer, you want it to be more robust, then this might be an option. If we talk about heat management, and again, with electronics or whatever the case might be, where you need to deflect heat, we see that if you can see it here, if you have copper or aluminum or alloy of magnesium, you've got graphene as a heat spreader because it's more thermally conductive than diamond, and it's also thermally conductive in plane, which means you can direct the way that the heat is spread or managed. And again, you get several orders of magnitude much better efficient thermal management with graphene. It's a little better view of that graph. And so this would be an illustration of using a heat source, which is evidence there where the X is, and then you see with no heat spreader, with copper as a heat spreader, and then with graphene that it distributes the heat much more effectively and much more efficiently. And so any time where you have thermal management as one of your application areas, then you can think of graphene as maybe an ideal solution, also as a non-metallic solution, which in some cases you might prefer to have something that's non-metallic, depending on what you're trying to achieve. So if I just summarize, and I know my presentation talk here is extremely short, and I'm happy to take questions and discuss this, but the main takeaway here, and especially for everybody looking at all these different systems, I can, just listening to the other speakers and listening to these other presentations, and about the different type of application areas, it just occurs to me there's so many different ways that graphene could make those materials and systems in vehicles perform even better. It has these extraordinary properties: the most thermally conductive, the most electrically conductive, the ultraviolet shielding, EMI shielding, making these other materials stronger and more flexible at the same time. I think just opens up a lot of opportunities. In addition, the supply chain for graphene, we are now producing graphene in the thousands of metric tons per annum. Okay, so one company alone in Canada, for example, NanoExplore, has just commissioned a plant that has a 4,000 metric ton per annum capacity. We have companies in Europe that have registered under REACH, which is the regulatory constraint there for chemicals and similar materials, that are registered to produce and sell over 1 metric ton per annum. And again, if you're using, we have applications that are using tenths of hundredths or tenths of a percent by weight of graphene, which that goes a long way. So a metric ton will go a long way. So, and we have multiple suppliers. There are dozens of well-qualified commercial scale suppliers of graphene that are located in North America, South America, Europe, Asia, friendly countries to the US if we're looking from a US supply chain perspective. And so there's no shortage. If we look at what graphene is doing in terms of a material, when a new material gets introduced and you think of what carbon fiber does today, it took decades and decades for it to make its way into the commercial applications, where aircraft now are more composite than they are metal in terms of the materials. Graphene, having only been isolated in 2004, having only been recognized through the Nobel Prize in 2010, here we are in 2020. This is a baby in terms of a new material, but it's accelerated exceptionally fast. And part of the reason is our information exchange is much better and faster today. Carbon nanotubes, which some folks may or may not be familiar with, kind of paved the way as well. They didn't quite reach their same level of expectations, although that's carbon nanotubes are getting a good serious look today, and rightfully so. They have a place to play in this materials matrix. And graphene is often used in combination with carbon nanotubes, that they actually 1 + 1 = 3 in that case. When we evaluated what the industry could produce, and I'll put it in this perspective. Anybody who's familiar with graphene is familiar with a project in the European Union called the Graphene Flagship, which I believe is now in year 7. The Graphene Flagship was the largest investment made by the EU government in any particular initiative ever, over 1 billion euro over a 10-year period. So 100 million euro, which equates to about 110 million US dollars per year, dedicated specifically for the development of graphene to take it from the lab and put it into the commercial sphere. The government of Australia has a strategy. The EU has a strategy. The UK also has a strategy in addition to the EU. South America has a strategy. Malaysia has a strategy. China's had a strategy for graphene for years. That's resulted in about 5,000 companies in China that are related to the graphene industry. It's part of their 5-year regular strategic plans. The United States does not have a strategy for this material. And we strongly believe, as the Graphene Council, that advanced materials, just like when we went from the Iron Age to create steel, are going to elevate all these other technologies that we have and take them to a new performance level. And the white paper that we crafted was in part to help educate decision makers in the United States and of course in other geographies about the potential of this material and the fact that we need to develop a supply chain, just like your other speakers have highlighted in the previous presentations. For us to make a supply chain in space, to make a space economy, you need to have different components within that supply chain, each of which enables the next stage. And we see graphene as playing a small but important part of making these other materials perform at a higher level, reducing the cost of getting material into the space environment and making it more robust and better performing once it gets there. And so that's our contribution. And again, I'm happy to share the paper, and I'm happy to take questions about what we do again, the oldest and the largest trade body for this. We work with many industries. For example, we collaborate with SAE International, which has a lot of aerospace and automotive engineers. We work with other vertical sectors to help educate engineers in particular about how to use this material and what it can do for them. We're running a testing project where we're testing 15 different types of graphene materials in a thermoset composite with the University of Manchester. And in particular, that'll have application for the aerospace industry to show which material works best in that standard resin system. And then we have these white papers. And so if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take them. If anybody wants to learn more about this material, definitely get in touch. We'll be happy to share what we know with you about it. And with that, Michael, I'm happy to take questions, or Layla, whoever's going to ask me questions.
Terrific. Thank you, Terrence. I really appreciate your taking the time to do this. Fascinating material. When we talked on the phone, I told you I had a tiny, long ago history in carbon nanotubes, and that we were pretty frustrated with our experience in carbon nanotubes. So it's pretty encouraging to see this new shift, I would say, in materials. One of the things that caught me off guard was that you said that you could mix nylons with graphenes. I don't pretend to know the chemistry, but are you able to put that into other kinds of aramid fibers, Spectra, Dyneema, Kevlar? Do you get the same kind of extraordinary, because that sounded extraordinary, strength increases?
So I'm also not a chemist, right? My background is in managing these kind of trade associations. So everything I shared with you is what I've learned from people who know that and are the PhDs.
Right.
The short answer that I can tell you, though, is that there's, if you look at the plastics pyramid, high performance plastics like PEEK, the polyurethanes, they've been able to incorporate graphene in all of those materials. Do we get the 300% like I mentioned with nylon? No, they don't get that with some of these other some of the other materials. They get a more modest 30 or 40% improvement, but there's still measurable improvements. And it does depend, for some applications, like in the thermoplastics, you want to change the heat deformation point. You want to raise the temperature at which the material starts to deform, for example. So that might be your primary objective. In others, it's going to be strength. In others, it's going to be the robustness, so the impact resistance. And then that changes how much of the material you use and what type of graphene you use. But there's a company in the UK called BAC that does an automobile that is 100% carbon fiber reinforced panels that is 100% improved with graphene. And they were able to get something like a 30% reduction in weight by using the graphene. So the other thing that's really important for those, if there are people in the supply chain that actually make these things, that make these pieces that go into space, that graphene doesn't require an additional capital intensive equipment. It doesn't really require a change in processes except at the dispersion stage, like if you're putting it in a liquid phase resin. And that's really important for processability and also for cost. So we're not, you're not adding another plant just to be able to use this stuff.
That's really an important detail. Thank you. I'd like you to go a little bit deeper into the report that you created for our team. Kind of talk about, were there surprises that you discovered as you're doing this, or were you mostly assembling things that you knew? And then let's talk about the report in a little bit more detail.
Sure, happy to. Well, we've been at this for 7 years working with experts in graphene. So I wouldn't say, how do I put this? We work really closely with the University of Manchester, which is where graphene was discovered, in which they have not one, not two, they have 3 dedicated facilities specifically for graphene and 2D materials. The Graphene Council is what's called a tier 2 partner there. There are 350 academics at Manchester specifically on graphene applications. So we try to stay abreast of it. And I like to say with all modesty, I mean, we have our finger on the pulse because we work with end users, many of which are under NDA, graphene producers, academics, and commercial. So we really see the whole ecosystem. So there wasn't a whole lot that's new. What's shocking to me, though, is that the United States does not have a strategy for these materials, and our competitors do. Yeah. And when you think of the strategic importance, I mean, you have these different periods and ages of transformation in industry and commerce and science. Advanced materials, the two-dimensional materials, these materials that perform different at this atomic layer, at this quantum mechanic effects that are really phenomenal. And we don't have a strategy in the United States for how to unleash that and get it into the hands of commerce. And the other thing that's absolutely shocking to me is we engage with a lot of very large companies that have really deep science benches. They have heard of graphene, but they don't understand the nuances of it, even though they're really sophisticated companies. And we try to bridge that gap and bridge that lack of knowledge gap, if you will, and connect companies. But we need a strategy, because if you could reduce, let me ask you this: if you ask somebody in the space program, we're going to get the same payload up there, but it's going to be 20% lighter. How important is that?
Yeah, that's gonna make a big difference. That closes business cases that wouldn't close otherwise. It expands that whole infrastructure that we've been talking about. Yesterday we had 3-star General Lieutenant General Quast on our call, and he was talking about the necessity for transportation, for communications, and information. And by looking at your slides, it's really clear that that graphene can play a role in all three of those major industries. Do you have a sense of where the big impacts are going to be in the next 2 to 5 years across those kind of three spectrums? I know that graphene is both thermally conductive, electrically conductive, and strong. So between transportation, communications, and information, where do you think the big breakthroughs are going to be in 2022 to 2025?
That's a really good question. It's not super easy to answer, but let me give it a try.
Crystal ball, sir. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a crystal ball.
Well, graphene is really odd in the sense that there are some what I'll call dumb applications, right? Like heat spreading. It's just a heat spreader, right? Mm-hmm. So it just transports heat away from a heat source. Or we're looking, there's tremendous interest and application data for using graphene in concrete, okay, just cement. So, it's not, you add a small percentage of graphene and you're getting a 30% improvement in compressive strength of cement, and you make it less water permeable, et cetera. That's huge.
Yeah.
But it's a really simple use of the material. It's simply an additive into the mix to make it perform better. And then you've got many more very sophisticated applications. And I would say this is more in the side of sensors, for example. So if you need a sensor array to do a full spectrum, either of light or other types of, if it's radio frequency sensing or molecules or liquids, whatever the case might be, you might need to use 2 or 3 different sensors to get the full spectrum of what you're trying to measure. Or you have sensitivity, right? So if you're measuring something at the level of 1 part per million and you use a graphene surface as the sensing surface, now you might get to a 1 in a billion sensing. So you can increase your sensitivity, which could be really important for early warning systems, for gases, for example, for toxicity, or just for performance levels. So it can, and also it uses a lot less electricity, right? So if you can get the same amount of sensing, but you're using less power. So I think the sensing technology is one that we've seen advance, especially in the last year, much faster than we had originally anticipated. And that requires a special type of graphene that's this single atomic layer perfect defect-free material, which is now being produced by several companies and much more affordably. That's one area. Energy storage for transportation, because the age of the combustion engine is over, but nobody knows it yet, right? It's clear that
It's over.
combustion engines are going out. Denmark has said no new combustion engines may be sold from 2035. Norway is from 2030. You know, they're not going to have. You've got hydrogen fuel station systems now in Switzerland. So, you know, moving away from the traditional combustion engine. And so that's where the energy storage technology, what graphene can do for batteries, is another huge game changer. And then I just think for the performance materials, I think the lightweighting and strengthening, if you can make something lighter and stronger and more robust, that's huge. And instead of going from aluminum to carbon fiber, let's take carbon fiber and make it 30% stronger than it already is, right? You know, and I think that's probably where the biggest misnomer has been is people thought we're going to make stuff out of graphene. It's a miracle material.
Yeah.
No, we're going to add it to everything else and make it stronger, better, lighter, faster. You know, that's where it's going to happen.
Well, so we had a conversation earlier today. We're going to have another one tomorrow about 3D printing. Can you sprinkle, you know, a pinch of graphene into 3D printing materials and see the same result? Like, how do you get that? How do you get the graphene into those 3D printed materials?
So if you're talking about some of the plastics and the filaments, it's already being done. There's 3 different companies that are making graphene infused 3D printing filaments, and they're doing it to make them stronger. The other thing that's really important with 3D printing is thermal deformation and shrinkage, right? So you get a better cure. That's important. Another potential element, because graphene is electrically conductive, instead of adding, you know, wires to electrify, you know, a particular part, you could 3D print in your electric circuits, right, and make the connections. Cool. Another aspect here is to make a material intelligent and turn it into a sensor. So if you think of monitoring for fatigue, right, so you understand that a part is starting to weaken before it fails. So you can make enough electrical conductivity into the part so that you can at least do sensing, if not conduct electricity. So the short answer is yes, definitely can go into the 3D printing. And as I mentioned, if you're going to recycle plastic to continue to 3D print, graphene can extend the life of that material.
Same question for different material, metals, aluminum especially, but other metals. Same question, same answer?
We do have, there's less, I can't speak with the same conviction that it's being used for the 3D printing part. I'll give you a signal though. There's a company called Gerdau, which is the largest steel producer in Brazil, which has a graphene division that is being launched. Okay, so that's public knowledge. I'm not sharing anything that's under NDA.
Of course.
At the very least, looking at coating these materials for corrosion resistance to make them last longer. And looking at graphene in metals. I know that work has been done, for example, to incorporate graphene into copper materials so that you could maintain the conductivity but use less of it. You know, if you're thinking about the throughput of electrical conductivity in copper wire, it's a function of how much copper you're using. But if you can increase the conductivity of it, you could use less wire, reduce the weight, reduce cost.
Cool. We are running low on time. So my last question is really just a bit of prediction, right? Where we've really tried to focus the conversation on 2020 to 2035. Let's push a little beyond. Let's push a little beyond and assume. You know, you had that graphic earlier about how some stuff is at lab level testing and some of it is in development and some of it is in mass production and scaling. So this material has really been only available for a little while. Where do you think we go in, you're the only person I'm asking this, where do you think we go in 2025 to 2035 when we have a new building block for civilization? What's the most astounding thing you can imagine 15 years out, 10 years out, based on this material?
Wow, that's no pressure, Michael.
No pressure, right? You're the only person. No. I want to clarify. You're literally the only person I'm asking to push that far out, because I understand that we're in a new age, right? You mentioned in your talk bone and stone and iron and bronze, and we're solidly in the silicon age, and I think I said yesterday that we're in the carbon age now. So make some predictions about the carbon age, but stick to 2035. Don't go past that.
Okay. So here, well, I'm not going to be specific on the timing, because then I would really be a genius, but I would say this. This is a push me, pull you. Okay. We are going to simultaneously, graphene will become something that nobody talks about anymore because it's already in everything. It's carbon and it's ubiquitous. Okay. There's also an opportunity, because it's pure carbon. It's a great target to decarbonize, right? Pull carbon from the atmosphere, pull carbon from waste streams, pull carbon where it's not being useful, convert it into a graphene, which then adds utility right back again. And so that nice circular economy, that's what I see, is that we have a way of decarbonizing polluting industries and turning it into a valuable commodity that's then used in just about everything: coatings, building materials. It's even used in medical applications, which is today. We have medical applications that take advantage of graphene and its biocompatibility in the human body. So that's what I see, is we have a true carbon economy, but it's a beneficial economy, not a polluting economy.
Terrific. Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your time and your wisdom and enlightenment on this conversation. I'm going to turn it over to Katie. Really appreciate your time. Sir, can you please post in the chat how to get that report? I'm pretty sure it's going up on our website, but we'd love to get your contact information and the report title in the chat.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Katie, over to you.
Great presentation, great discussion. All right, so I'm Katie Chrisman. I'm going to be introducing the next few speakers. And as a reminder, feel free. We want this to be engaging and interactive, so please put questions in the chat, or if you want to ask your question live, you can wait till the end of the presentation, and we left plenty of time for Q&A in all of our presentations today. So next up, we have Rob Adams, and I want to start off with a reminder that the views expressed by our speakers today are their own views, and they're not representative of the organizations that they are a part of. So our next speaker, Dr. Rob Adams, is an advanced propulsion technologist at NASA. Throughout his 20-year career at NASA, Dr. Adams has led several high-profile projects and studies with a number of NASA centers, government organizations, industry groups, and also academia. Dr. Adams holds multiple master's degrees in mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering, nuclear engineering, and then a PhD in mechanical engineering from University of Alabama in Huntsville. Dr. Adams is the founder and CEO of Brightest Systems, which develops mobile spacecraft simulators for fun and for education. Please welcome Dr. Rob Adams. And so I see the slides up, and then I see you and I hear you. Beautiful. So
okay, great.
I'll let you go away.
Okay, so I actually have two different talks that I'm going to give in the next 45 minutes. So I'll do one, answer questions, and then we can, if we have time, go into the other one. The first thing that Michael asked me to talk about is the pulsed fission fusion concept. Let me see if I can make this a little more palatable. There we go. And so pulsed fission fusion is a propulsion system that we've been working on at Marshall Space Flight Center since about 2012, and has a great deal of applications for the future infrastructure of space. So first, let me, there we go. Can you see this video right here?
I see it up. I don't see anything playing.
Okay. Doesn't seem to want to play. try again real quick. Sorry about
We've all
this.
been there, sir. We've all been there.
All right. We see it now?
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
there we go.
so let me pause for a second, take us back a little bit. This is what we would call a magnetic nozzle, all these beams flying around everywhere. And what you see, oh goodness, I think it's hung up again. Ah. Sorry, folks. Let me kill it and I'll just let it play and not mess with it. There we go. Okay, so without me messing with it, this is a magnetic nozzle. What you see being injected are shells of liquid lithium, both as a cone and a cylinder, and then you see a tiny little target in between those two. This target right here is uranium-235, 238, and some fusion fuels, which could be generally deuterium and tritium, but we could look at other fusion fuels like DD or DH3, helium-3, or whatnot. We run a high pulsed current through the lithium to compress this target by an order of magnitude, compressing what was once something the size of a horse pill into something much smaller, where it goes supercritical and explodes, vaporizing and turning into plasma both the target and the injected lithium. That lithium, that entire plasma expands out as a ball, as you can see here, until it interacts with the magnetic fields from the magnetic nozzle, which pushes the plasma out the back, and we get thrust. We do that once a second, and we have a phenomenal new propulsion system that will take us around the solar system. Given how cranky this video is, I guess I'll close it for now. And if anyone has any questions, I can kind of launch into it again. So this slide right here is really just showing what we saw in the video there. So that's what we're talking about with pulsed fission fusion. Our goal is to design the system in such a way that you could have an entire propulsive nacelle that could fit onto the upper stage of a Block 2 SLS, Space Launch System, or potentially a Starship. Then you could attach any payload you wanted to and propel wherever you wanted to go. Right now, we're looking at two different options. One is looking at a pure fission concept that uses a more traditional pressure plate nozzle. So that's a solid nozzle, if you will. And that's shown over on the left. And we're imagining that for Earth-Moon operations and early use in interplanetary exploration. On the right would be the magnetic nozzle using both fission and fusion, and then that would be solar system operations. So if you can see this kind of dark chart here, this is the trajectory for flying from the Earth to Mars. And so just to get you oriented, the sun is in the center of the figure, and then Venus's orbit shown purple, Earth is in blue, and then Mars is in red here. Now, if you look at most trajectories, they have a very elliptical look to them, especially interplanetary trajectories. The power that comes from Puff here, you notice that we're flying to Mars almost like it's a straight line. The red lines there are actually showing where the burns happen. So what would happen here is that we would start in low Earth orbit and we would light the Puff system off, and it would actually burn for about 2.5 days. We would quickly spiral out of the Earth's gravitational field, and then we would need about 30 days to fly to Mars. And then you can see the burns at Mars, where we actually have to slow down a little bit so that we can capture at Mars. So the entire trip is taking 37 days, and that's carrying a 25 metric ton payload crew compartment that would carry 4 to 6 people over that month. Another important thing to notice about this trajectory is that where it says Earth here is actually showing where Earth would be when we arrive at Mars. So when we look at Mars trajectories, we have a lot of problems in waiting for the Earth to get back in position where we can leave Mars and come back to Earth. And so that can actually add a great deal of time to the entire mission trajectory. Here, you know, because we're able to get there so quick, we can turn around and come back. And so now, instead of talking about 2, 3, or even longer year missions to Mars, we're talking about the potential of doing entire missions in 6 months to a year. Now, this concept's also powerful enough for us to look at near interstellar applications. And near interstellar is the term we use when we want to talk about leaving the solar system but not quite getting to another star. And so here you can see where we're doing a massive burn at Earth again, and then we spend 48 days flying inbound to the sun. And then we do a 2.5-day burn approaching the sun within about 3 solar radii. And doing the burn that close to the sun, actually allows us to whip around and achieve some extremely high velocities, such that Voyager 1, that's taken 50 years to reach the solar system termination shock, we would reach that in 5 years. And there is a very interesting part of the solar system called the solar gravitational lens, and that's at about 650 AU. That's 650 times the distance between the Earth and the sun. That is a place where if you park a telescope there, the sun's gravity focuses light onto that point. And so now you have a telescope with an aperture the size of the sun. And so there's research going on right now about actually being able to image exoplanets and look for extraterrestrial life, if we got missions out to the solar gravitational lens. Other missions could be like chasing down interstellar objects like Oumuamua that came through a couple years ago. There was another one that came through a few months ago. Being able to look at these interstellar things, fully disprove that they're natural phenomena and not aliens coming to visit us, things like that. So the pulse fission fusion concept has a number of different subsystems. I don't want to get into too many details, except that I want to talk about the fact that in developing these different technologies, we're actually coming up with a number of spin-offs. And so this is a great reason for me to want to be here and presenting, is because we're looking for partners to develop these spin-offs. So one is injection of liquid lithium. And so over here on the left, we see the lithium tank. And then if you remember from the video, we're injecting both a cone and a shell, or a cone and a cylinder of lithium, because it's completing an electrical circuit where we create a massive electrical pulse that implodes the target. And so we've got a number of things going on, mainly analytical right now, but we are looking at our first experimental efforts to inject liquid lithium. The spin-offs here are mainly in the nuclear power industry, being able to use lithium as a coolant. So both for fission and for the nascent fusion concepts that are being developed, the ability to use lithium as a coolant is challenging because lithium is hard to handle, but at the same time, it's very promising. It's a very good heat conductor. And then let's see now, we have our target storage and injection system. So here is where we actually store all these tiny little horse pills of uranium and then also whatever fusion fuel that we're carrying there. We actually have to spend a lot of time designing it in such a way that it would not go critical until we wanted it to. So that's why we end up storing these targets in a very wide set of disks. The thing with fission fuel is you don't want it to get into something that resembles a ball or a cylinder, where the neutrons that are being naturally ejected would cause a chain reaction. And so I don't know that there's a whole lot of spin-off effects here. I would love to sit here and spend, the next 3 hours talking about all the physics of the implosion process and whatnot. But some of it is sensitive, obviously, and I don't think that's what everyone really cares about here. So, and then we've been doing a lot of development in injecting those targets, firing them down the length of the vehicle so that they are accurately located at the implosion point when we inject the lithium around it and cause the implosion. And so we've been doing a lot of development in coil guns. Now, this is related to rail guns, and so these are interesting technologies that have a lot of applications, both in the concept of using electromagnetic rail launchers for launching material off of the moon. There are concepts where you would use coil guns to intercept and deorbit orbital debris. We're working on a concept right now using a coil gun as a particular type of metal 3D printer that we're working on right now. So interesting stuff there. The plasma physics of the nozzle and how the plume comes out of the nozzle is pretty interesting. And so here are just a few of the equations that we have to conserve mass, momentum, and energy, both for the plasma and the non-plasma components of the vehicle here. And so we've developed, and this is mainly with my partners at the University of Alabama, Huntsville, working on a smooth particle hydrodynamics model that is quite impressive, that does a great deal of the plasma physics that we need on the plasma expansion. And so right now we're in the process of doing a number of different trade studies to figure out the right nozzle geometries and to actually make the nozzle survivable so that we can actually have nuclear explosions within a meter of the nozzle. I should note that we're talking about a nuclear explosion, but we're talking about a micro explosion. So the explosive yields here are 5 or 6 orders of magnitude of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So we're talking energies on the order of a ton of TNT, not kilotons or megatons. And if we were talking about those higher levels, there's no way we could do this and actually survive a single explosion. So there's a fair amount of work on the thermal subsystem. Here again, we're looking at being able to reject a great deal of heat that's being generated by the explosion, and that we're having to design a fairly complex thermal subsystem. Here we're using a different coolant called FLiBe, fluorine, lithium, beryllium. And that again has a great deal of applications in the nuclear world, in that it too is a great coolant that can be a little difficult to handle. But working out the high level technology readiness level issues with FLiBe would pay off, especially with the new push towards small modular reactors that you see going on. That's kind of the new breakthrough in terrestrial power generation. So here's where we're doing different models on the nozzle to look at our thermal mechanics, our steady state, and our time varying thermal mechanics, so that we can actually make sure that the nozzle survives the explosion. That's been a fun challenge, but we think we've got that one worked out at this point. So, and then for the magnetic nozzle, like we showed in the video, that has a number of technologies in it that we're in the process of working with others to develop it. we actually need a high temperature superconductor sitting in the center of each strut line to generate the magnetic fields that guides the plasma out of the back of the nozzle. And so, you know, Brookhaven is probably the folks that are doing the most cutting edge research right now in superconductivity. Now, you know, a number of the different fusion concepts for terrestrial power rely on these superconductors as well. And so there's a lot of interest both with Brookhaven, MIT, and then some folks over in Europe as well on these particular technologies. And of course, you know, we're generating a great deal of neutrons and gammas when we do our implosion process. So we've spent a great deal of time making sure that we have a substantial neutron shield and gamma shield so that the crew can be on the backside and not have to worry about anything. One of the interesting you know, ironic things about space exploration is that space is a very highly radiative environment. We're very protected both by the Van Allen belts and, you know, 100 miles of atmosphere, so that all the radiation being generated by the sun and by every other star in the universe doesn't come down to us, or not a whole lot. So it turns out that nuclear propulsion systems that can reduce the trip time are the greatest advantage for us in keeping down the dose rates on the astronauts. So we actually want to go nuclear so that they get exposed to less radiation, and that has been a substantial problem with any sort of Mars missions for the last 40 years that it's been looked at, is making sure that the excess cancer risks that the astronauts are exposed to are as low as possible. Right now, the current guideline is trying to reduce the lifetime astronaut cancer risks to about 3% above the normal. And so that puts some pretty strong constraints on what they can be exposed to on a trip. Before I get into this, there's one technology that I haven't mentioned, and it's actually a fairly critical one. It's called linear transformer drivers, and these are basically very high frequency, very high power pulse units. So imagine being able to generate pulses that are over a microsecond long, or less than a microsecond long, I should add, that generate mega amps at megavolts. And so you're talking about generating a terawatt pulse in a fraction of a second. The pressure that we put on our target is strictly a function of current. And so we want to run extremely high currents, but of course, if we try to do that for long time frames, then we consume a lot of power. Now, high pulse power systems have a lot of applications in, well, weapons technology, but also there's a lot of interesting applications in terms of medical and manufacturing applications. And so these LTDs have been looked at since the 90s, and there's a lot of research going on with them right now. And I think there's some good opportunities there to look at commercial applications. So we've been working on this since April of 2012, and so this is kind of our timeline of funding that we've been able to receive, primarily on the you know, small contributions from the Marshall leadership, NASA headquarters, and then our UAH partners having opportunities to apply to things that are, you know, outside of the government control. We've actually reached the point right now where we've exhausted the amount of development that we can do at these lower funding levels. And so we have opportunities to branch into, you know, funding levels that are millions of dollars and then some, but we need to start locating more commercial partners that are developing some of these side technologies that can kind of work with us. And so that kind of brings me to my last chart. If I can, there we go. So There's several spin-offs that I've kind of alluded to. One is the 3D printing and decomposition technologies. And you saw Rob Hoyt talk about some of these same sorts of things. I'd love to catch up with him and find out how he's doing his stuff. But here's where we could use the LTDs and these high pulse rates to, one, force high temperature materials to fuse together. And there are, a huge number of applications for high temperature materials. Higher efficient combustion systems, aircraft, looking at, everything that we do in space. We want these high temperature materials for just a number of different cases here. And so there's a fair amount of development that we're working on that right now. The idea of using the coil gun systems in combinations with the LTDs, so you have an LTD firing each coil along the coil gun with a very high, very efficient pulse, creates the possibility that we can generate, coil guns that are highly efficient for moving people and cargo, mainly cargo, around the inner solar system efficiently, and doing things here on the ground as well. Of course, using the PUF system as a terrestrial power source has a fair amount of applications. We're looking at the possibility of using this as not a small modular reactor, but kind of a medium modular reactor, where we're looking at hundreds of kilowatts of energy, or maybe a few megawatts, but with a footprint size that would be, say, a tenth of the size of a current power plant, nuclear or coal-fired. And so, of course, here we're generating very little waste, because we're turning the uranium into a plasma, so we can recycle the uranium. And that means that we could get 100% burn up of the uranium in our process, which would be, which would make nuclear extremely competitive and be a great option to deal with global climate change. In situ resource utilization, the idea of using these LTD pulses to create high energy pulses that would decompose particles, decompose materials like Rob Hoyt was talking about on the station, decompose regolith and be able to separate them into its constituent parts so that they could be used later for 3D printing. That's a possibility. And then finally, molybdenum-99 is one of the most expensive materials on Earth. It is worth $1 billion a kilogram. It is used in medical imaging. If you, God forbid, should have cancer, as somebody very close to me just had, they use the decomposed product of moly-99, technetium-99, injected into your body and use it as a trace element to find the cancer cell so that surgeons can go after it, or that you can use targeted radiation on it. So at $1 billion a kilogram, it is not produced in the United States. The reactor systems that are used here in the U.S. are not capable of making those. So we actually import all of the moly-99 that comes into the United States, which is about half of the global production, from France and South Korea and a couple other places. So there has actually been a few $100 million spent by the DOE to rectify this situation and bring moly-99 production here into the United States. And there are options to use PUF to generate moly-99 here, and we could do that in a controlled pulsed manner, where we could create it as on demand and be able to ship it to the hospitals quickly. So with that, that ends my first talk. And let me see if there are any questions before I go to the second one.
So, Dr. Adams, we have almost 20 minutes, So while I'm really interested in hearing the second part of your conversation here, I do want to leave time for comments and questions. So
right.
Let's jump straight into it. It's very loud where I am. There's suddenly a bunch of construction on the other side. So rather than shout over the crew behind, in front of me here, let's just get you into it straight off, and then we'll make sure that we ask some questions. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. So I'm going into the next presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we will be coming back to this. We will be coming back to this.
Well, real quick, I see one question as I bring this up. Time frame 10, 20 years. The optimum time, the next optimum time to go to Mars is 2035, and we can get into all the details of why 2035 is optimal. But yes, the goal would be to have Puff up, running, and doing the Mars mission by 2035. Now, I want to emphasize that Puff is not baseline for the Mars mission. This is, our group trying to make that argument to the larger NASA community. But, that is a achievable goal. Okay, so
but in full disclosure, right, sir, you are part of the NASA new concepts. I forget what the title is, but you're part of the Marshall Space Flight Center's
yes.
New what's that title?
Yeah, I'm at Marshall Space Flight Center. I'm in the Advanced Propulsion and Technology group.
Right. So it's not out of the realm of the possible that becomes a baseline. It's just not there yet.
That's right. I mean, we're what we call low TRL developing technology.
Sure.
Honestly, inside of NASA, there's not a lot going on in terms of lower TRL advanced propulsion. So if there's a couple things, but the field is a little barren right now, and it's a bit of a challenge to develop advanced propulsion. But like I said, we have opportunities that we can chase, but we need to find more commercial interest to kind of share a little load.
That's one of the things we're trying to ensure with this speaker set,
right,
the whole year, is to kind of put a spotlight on some interesting stuff. We've really tried to couch it between 2020 and 2035.
Right.
But you are actually the only person that we've had on our series that is talking about right at the edge of that technology. And really, the only one that we're talking about with a target towards Mars. But when you and I talked, it's like, okay, yeah, but there's applications right here, right now, down here on the ground that have value,
right,
in our local environment of space. So.
Yeah, and the technologies, the spin-off technologies that I'm talking about won't take 15 years to develop.
Right.
I mean,
right. Exactly.
The 3D printing technology, the coil gun technology, those are, how do I put this? Those are the easy things.
They are, right.
Yeah, containing a 1 metric ton explosion a meter away from a nozzle, that's more of a challenge.
That's harder. Right.
So, okay, so
we got 14 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to give a very abbreviated part of this. And the idea here is, well, I'm going to talk about a model for future space exploration and exploitation. You can see several people here at Marshall Space Flight Center worked on this. Joel Moser is the chief scientist for the United States Space Force. Joel gave a talk at a conference last year where he reviewed a Space Futures workshop. Some of the people here may have been on that Space Futures workshop. Joel had pulled together about 100 people from NASA, Space Force, industry, universities, and whatnot, put them all in a room and said, let's talk about the next 40 years in space. And what does the role need to be? And some of the earlier commenters or presenters have talked about how there's a lot of analogies to our maritime tradition here at the United States about ensuring free access for everybody. And so that's the goal here. What does that look like? And so the first workshop put together a lot of thoughts, came up with 8 possible futures, which are shown over here on the right. The most ideal one they called Star Trek. The worst one they called Dark Skies. And there is, some very obvious players that have made some very pointed statements about wanting to have dominance in space, and the ability to deny it to others. And so, it's the Space Force's job to make sure that doesn't happen. I found, his talk very compelling, and I went up and talked to him afterwards, and I said, well, what you need is a model. and I'm good at models, so let's talk about that. And so we sat down and started working up a set of goals to develop a program where we could basically inform the conversation. The Space Futures Workshop talked about which policies, which technologies, which infrastructure, and which missions need to happen to create, a strong presence in space. And then they would judge whether or not that strong presence in space was achieved by looking at how many people are in space, what does the space economy look like, and how much influence does everybody have in space. And so, we talked about being able to set up a program that could look at that both with humans in the loop or with a completely AI set, to basically look at all the different options that are being thrown out there, run through all the permutations, and come up with recommendations that could be further discussed by the community. And so we sat down, and in preparation for the Ascend conference that was a couple months ago, I and one of my grad students pounded out a first cut at a Unity-based, the Unity game and simulation environment based program that would capture all of this. And of course, if you work at NASA, you got to have a good acronym. So the interns put their heads together, and we came up with oracles, which I thought was excellent for what we were trying to do here. So there are three modes that oracles runs in. One is just data capture. Another is being able to put people in the loop and see what happens as you model things for the next 40 years. And then finally, this AI version that we're talking about. And so I want to leave time for questions. So I'm going to go through this really quickly. We have, a main interface where you can kind of see where all the planets are. Yeah, Mike.
Rob, sorry. We actually do have a little bit more time. The executive director of the foundation wants to make sure you've got some time. So we're going to push out till 45. So we got 25 minutes. Great.
All right, cool. Thanks to everybody. Hope I'm not boring anybody. So here is our main interface here, where as we go from 2020 to 2060, we would see more and more infrastructure being built up, more orbits, more players coming out. In reality, we wouldn't have all the planets nice and lined up like this, but we actually really pounded out this interface as a first cut in a month. So I think we actually did pretty good for what we did. We've set it up so that we could have numerous different players, if you will. We basically representing different entities. So the Space Force would be an entity, NASA would be an entity, SpaceX, Blue Origin, the Canadians, the European Space Agency, the Chinese, yada, yada, so on and so forth. We could designate either they were human or AI, and if they were AI, then we have a number of different strategies, where it could be, hey, we want to, commercially exploit. We're going to focus on the economic. We're going to focus on the visionary, achieving those mission firsts. We're going to look at, we want to be dominant or aggressive. We actually want to prevent others from having access to space. Emerging for some of the smaller players that still, make a difference and whatnot. These next couple of charts are really just kind of showing some zoom ins where we can kind of look at lots of different infrastructure that's going on at the same time. Eventually, what would happen is each one of these different pieces that are in the program at any point along the 2020 to 2060 time frame would have the appropriate icon there, and we would be able to see both on the Earth and on other planets, in orbit, whatnot, who has what infrastructure, where it is at any given moment, and just see, who's developed what. Now, from there, I said there were 3 modes. One was data collection. So, the idea would be that if somebody had a new concept, a new piece of the puzzle, whether that's technology or a policy or a new capability or whatnot, that they would be able to bring it. We would plug it into the system, and then we could evaluate how useful it was compared to the other things. So here's one of our data entry screens, which is infrastructure. And here I picked as an example a solar thermal orbital transfer vehicle. So this has some relevance to one of the talks just recently, although it's got solar thermal to it. I picked that because everyone knows it and nobody has a big dog in that fight. So, and here, we're capturing what, the experts think it would take to develop the first one in terms of time and money, and what capabilities it would generate, and what influence it would have on the potential outcomes, both population, economics, and influence. And so this is still a very first cut, but that's what we're looking at. One thing I want to point out here is that if you look at the timeline where we're looking at how long it would take to develop this OTV, we ask for min and max values. So everything that we're getting from the experts, we want to, treat them as random variables. And so the program will do Monte Carlo analysis between mins and maxes using almost certainly a uniform distribution, and allow a level of randomness into the program that we would evaluate over numerous runs when we let the AI execute. And so that the idea there is that we're trying to capture the fact that a lot of this data has a pretty big error band around it, let's face it, especially when it comes to cost and schedule. For policy, the idea here is that we can, partner, or entities can partner with others to develop technologies, to employ infrastructure that, in producing some of those funds. So we have participating entities develop the solar thermal OTV. NASA, the Space Force is putting in funding, SpaceX, ESA, and the Canadians. And so, NASA would get the first unit, the Space Force would get access to that unit, SpaceX would have access to all the technology, and they would go build a second unit that would fit, probably better in their business model. And as usual, the Europeans and the Canadians would, help fund some of these projects in exchange for astronaut slots. Like so here we've got them slotted for an eventual lunar base that's being supported by the OTV. And then again, we're tracking, how that is affecting population, economy, and influence, and looking how other entities are affected. Technologies are really interested. The NASA has the 2020 technology hierarchy or architecture. It's also being adopted by the Space Force. NASA does not have vehicle defense systems, so we're kind of expecting that the Space Force is going to expand that technology taxonomy at some point. So, but the idea here is all of these other tabs here come right out of the taxonomy, and we break things into, I think it's 17 different categories, from propulsion to air traffic management and other things like that. And then there are categories and subcategories. And so if somebody wants to introduce a new technology, say somebody comes up with a new way to do solar thermal, or my puff concept or something like that, then we would develop a technology trade tree, which is shown here, where we go through the different technology readiness levels. Hopefully everyone's familiar with that, but that's how we grade how far along a technology's been developed. TRL1 is basically, here's a drawing on a napkin, and TRL9 is, here it is operating in space, and it's been operating in space for a couple years now. And so between this 3D plot is showing the technology readiness levels versus the complexity of the system, whether it's a component like a valve all the way up to a complete system like a propulsion system or a thermal system. And then the third line is category. So, you know, there are different types of solar thermal systems. And here we're showing an indirect and a direct drive and an advanced indirect drive. And so each one of these blocks can influence the others, and you would find your path through all of these blocks to get to a TRL-9 sort of system. And clicking on each one of those blocks would show how much we think it would take to develop that technology, who would be the best players to do that, and where are the best facilities to do that development. And so here again, we're capturing all of this information that can be used both in the simulation, but both to inform the discussions when people are in the room trying to decide what to do next. This interface allows us to kind of look at everything from different slides and shots and whatnot. So, you know, we can turn the 3D plot into 2D plots basically when we want to. When someone in a user, a player is actually in the game making decisions for their entity and whatnot, now they can start making decisions. So I'm leaving the data entry part, and now I'm talking about the people in the loop decision-making process, where we're wargaming, if you will, or simulating the next 40 years. You know, here is a interface where you're making decisions on, you know, what's the next piece of infrastructure that you want to develop, and how is it going to affect the next things that you want to do. This architecture slide is pretty slow. It's pretty, what's the word I'm looking for? Unpolished. But this format is something that NASA uses a great deal. If you imagine something like the Human Launch System, the HLS, there would be, or there are, charts that show multiple NASA and SpaceX launches assembling a particular lunar lander system, either in LEO or at the near rectilinear halo orbit that we're talking about setting up the Lunar Gateway at. And that at the Lunar Gateway, you would actually have parts of that vehicle departing and going down to low lunar orbit. And then from there, you would have the lander, you know, break apart again and land on the moon. And then you would have the ascent vehicle come back up and dock to the service module or whatever is waiting was left in low lunar orbit. And then that would bring you back to NRHO. And then that, of course, would be your departure point to get your people back to Earth again. So you can imagine that these architecture slides can get pretty complicated. And so here is where we're envisioning, you know, a more complicated version of this, allowing the people to set up particular missions that they want to execute, like getting people to and from the moon, or going and visiting an asteroid, or going to Mars, or doing something in the exploration regime. Policy is one that we're still kind of rubbing our hands about. We feel like it has to be addressed. I mean, if you look at U.S. policy as it promotes infrastructure and exploration, you cannot divorce the two. I mean, when you think about how the canals or the Intercontinental Railroad was built, you know, the government was a huge part of that. And of course, you know, the technologies that we're talking about using today to exploit space have been, you know, a product of a great deal of government investment as well. But, you know, especially as a government civil servant, I'm can't go to the legislative branch and say, hey, you should, you know, implement X policy and whatnot. However, right now, what we expect to do in the game is to look at what policies have been presented and pitched by, you know, the general experts and whatnot. You know, there should be tax-free operations in space like we did with the internet. There should be you know, some sort of homesteader tax credit like we did with the West, so on and so forth. And then, we model what the government looks like for that entity. So here we've represented the United States, and we look at why we would think a particular legislator might go for it or against it. And of course, we're not going to track actual legislators, I don't think, here. We couldn't predict who was going to be in what position over the next 40 years anyways, but we would kind of make a set of hypothetical legislators and look at how much this policy would bring into his district and how it might align with his or her sensibilities and whatnot, and be able to predict to some extent whether or not we thought the policy would get through or not. Again, that one's a bit hand wavy. Yeah, pretty much how to game your way through Congress. So I think, as we're developing this and we're showing this up to folks at headquarters, and Joel is showing it to the rest of the Space Force leadership, that there will come a time where we will just go to Congress and say, what are we allowed to do here? and get some input, and then we'll go do that. So at the end of every year, there would be actually multiple slides. So here's one, evaluating what projects you've invested in, how far they've proceeded, what part are they in the development process. This ABCDEF is a NASA standard. Phase A is conceptual design. That's us sitting down with paper and going, all right, what are we going to do? C is basically the final design before we start cutting metal, which is D. E is operations, and F is disposal. So you're getting the idea of what how far your projects are along and how far they're over or under running, and they're always overrunning, right? And forcing the people to go rebalance their budgets every year. And have to cancel projects so that they can keep the ones they really want to keep alive. So here where we're at right now is we've built this front end, but there's no back end. We just got the first inputs of funding to start building some of the back end, and so we'll start that up here very soon. In fact, in about an hour and a half, I'll be meeting with the NASA chief architect, and we'll be talking about the possibility of further funding there and whatnot. So no promises, but we'll see how that goes. So this is kind of a pitch that we've put together, and we're working this. The idea would be that once we've got it implemented over the next year, that we would like to put it out there for everybody to look at least some public version of it. I can imagine, especially with the Space Force involvement, that there might be a classified part of this that would, obviously not go out with everybody. But the idea is that we would start soliciting, input from anybody who wanted to give input, and keep as many options in there as possible, and be able to evaluate as many different options. One thing that Michael and I talked about that we just didn't have time for in the short time that we put this together is that the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which is the federal agency that actually calculates what the U.S. gross domestic product is, has a side project right now evaluating how much of the U.S. gross domestic product comes from space. And so they're actually going to release their data that they've been working on for a year next Thursday. And so the lady that's the head of the team and I will be talking after that about integrating some of their analysis and whatnot into the economic portion of this. We're also planning on conversations with the SpaceWorks folks to be able to, somehow model or at least capture the data on the wargaming aspects of this as well. And then, of course, my background is building and designing infrastructure, so we've got that fairly covered. So lots going on here. It's a very early project that's very, just getting started and whatnot, but it's pretty exciting. And at that, I think I'll shut up and see if anyone has any questions.
Dr. Adams, that was amazing. Two just boggling projects back to back. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
We have 8 minutes, so I don't know how we can do that justice, but we're going to try. First things, you know,
I appreciate the extra time.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely earned it. You know, I accidentally put Terrence on the spot a minute ago and asked him for a crystal ball, and then lo and behold, you show up with a crystal ball. So thanks very much for that. That's helpful.
I think I have the base of the crystal ball,
right?
And we're still, you know, trying to build the ball.
Sure. No, it's that model that you're crafting, that simulation that you're crafting. That is a complicated beast, and I make jokes that it's a crystal ball, but it is in fact a tool for trying to understand today's actions and how they might have implications into the future. So if you were earlier speakers, Nagar with Momentous, or the Graphene Council with Terrence, or Daniel Faber with OrbitFab, you would then take a technology, a TRL level XYZ, and put together a data sheet and then insert that into the model. Is that how that works?
That'd be one way to do it. Honestly, you know, COVID notwithstanding, I'd like to sit down with people and kind of talk to them about their stuff and kind of walk them through it. You know, Joel has been putting together these workshops, so I imagine a lot of these workshops will be collecting data as well.
Right.
But yeah, you know, I think
you mentioned Joel, Dr. Mosier, Chief Scientist of U.S. Space Force.
Right. Who put you and I together?
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, I think you know, we could do that with you know, just a form and whatnot. You know, I saw us, you know, really getting people in the room, like all the nuclear people, and, you know, let's kind of hammer out what nuclear needs to look like. When folks show up with, like the folks that you mentioned with the last mile to space and the graphene technologies and whatnot, I'd want them in the room, you know, in some of these cases, like with graphene, you know, that's like a component level technology that I think, you know, we would take their inputs and integrate them with others to talk about what we expect to happen down the road.
Right.
With the folks from Momentous and whatnot, where they've actually got a piece of infrastructure that they want to build, I think that's where we could say, okay, give us, you know, your timeline and your components, and hey, let's go run with it. I hadn't really thought until you brought it up, Michael, the idea that, you know, this could be useful to the entrepreneurial community, that, you know, at least come. Yeah, I know, and here I am describing myself as an entrepreneur with the apparatus systems and all that. So I really am an engineer first, unfortunately. But yeah, you know, that would be a good service. I mean, you'd have to take anything that comes out of Oracles with a big grain of salt. You know, it's really there to point out things that maybe we hadn't considered, to make sure that everyone in the room has the same set of information and whatnot, and to you know, see if there's any exploitable things. I mean, you know, as gamers, anyone who is on here as a gamer, if you can find a grind that will really exploit the system, then we frankly want to find it before the Chinese do.
Sure.
There's no two ways about it. So
yeah, absolutely.
So
is there any chance that this model could become public, or versions of it? I mean, we talked about the Space Force having a classified version, but is there a way that the public can have access or build it even as a wiki tool or something?
I'm big on the idea of doing it that way. I would love to have a public version where people were grinding out their own scenarios and trying to find those exploits and whatnot. Joel has been very positive about that as well. There have been some pushes to classify some of these space futures workshops, and he's managed to resist those to some extent. So certainly the first one, you can go out and find that. You know, when I set up the back end model, I specifically, you know, thought of both an unclassified and a classified, and probably there needs to be three, right? There needs to be a classified, a restricted data, you know, not classified, but for internal use only, and then a fully public model. And, you know, honestly, as far as I'm concerned, I'd put the whole source code out too. So, you know, it just let everybody use it. You know, there's, whether or not we're allowed to do that, you gotta remember, I'm a small fish in a big pond, so I do what the bosses tell me to do.
Right.
But certainly there's that urge to have it public.
Okay, I'm gonna.
And I think there's a lot of pluses there too. I'm really big on, you know, using the group. I've forgotten the phrase now, but you know, open source development capabilities and whatnot.
Using the open source community, they are a force for good in the world. Definitely.
Yeah, they're a force multiplier. You know, if you go
open
out
source
there,
folks in this call, so I'm sure they're glad to hear that.
Yeah, if you go out and say, "Hey, we need this," someone go develop it. That doesn't work. But if you are willing to put a person in to help, and you're going to get 5 people's work back in terms of, and so, you know, I think that's where we've missed in the past in using open source, is that we look at it as free work when it really is a force multiplier.
Yeah, it's an amazing source. Last question, we have really just 1 minute. I want to come back to Puff directly, and if you could have a wish list for 2022 and 2025, what does that look like?
Oh gosh,
as good as realistic, right? As big as realistic.
Yeah, as big as realistic. I would have several companies exploiting the nuclear, the medical, and the 3D printing technologies and the coil gun technologies with me, and those companies would be able to bring, you know, high 6 to low 7. Well, really right now low 6, but by 2025, you know, 7 figures to the table, so that I can break loose 8 figures from the government.
Right on. Okay. All right. We're going to turn it over to Katie. Dr. Adams, thank you so much for.
Thanks for having me. That was great.
Inspirational. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Adams, just really quick, is there where can people find out more about what you're doing? Where can people reach you? Do you have any websites, any asks of the audience?
Yeah, Puff has, I can type it into the message here, but it's robert.b.adams@nasa.gov. And Puff has a website. It's www.nasa.gov/Puff. And I'll type it out here right now.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Great. Thank you.
We're going to shift over to Katie. Right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Dr. Adams. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Transitioning to just a quick talk before our final keynote of the day. So Tim Chrisman, he's spoken a couple times already. He's the founder and executive director of the Foundation for the Future. He's a former Army officer and most recently worked as a CIA officer supporting the National Space Council. He has 2 master's degrees, one in intelligence studies and one in international relations and affairs from American University. Tim is a quick learner and challenger of the status quo. So case in point, one summer he switched from a team working in Pakistani politics to a team working on satellite threats. After less than 30 days on the new job focused on satellites, his work was selected for a presentation at a satellite threat conference due to its sophistication. Tim's passion for space and humanity's evolution in space is deep. He's the author of the book Humanity in Space and various articles on the topic. His next challenge and mission is to create the backbone of America's next century in space. Please welcome Tim Chrisman.
Thank you, Katie. I only have a few minutes between Rob here and Greg. And so I wanted to go back to what we were talking about earlier today with the Space Act of 2021. I know when we left off, there were a number of questions from the audience that we didn't have time to address. And I want to give people a chance to do that as I recap our proposal really quickly for those of you who weren't here earlier. The gist of what us at the foundation are trying to do is put ourselves out of business. We want to create a public-private partnership where the federal government charters a infrastructure development corporation with a mandate to get Americans working again and working in space. This corporation, we are doing the legwork now to build out the shell of its board of directors, its initial projects, assessments of what would be near-term wins, what would be things that are high on the TRL levels that can be funded or that would need additional study. And that is really the reason we started this Blue Marble Week series, is because we know we are not the people who will be building the infrastructure, and we're also not the people who know what needs building. We know we need to get Americans to space, and that is part of our space access pillar. We know we need somewhere to plug them in so they can play, and that's our space sustainment pillar. And our final is we need material moving to space and benefits flowing back down to make both investors happy, but also to actually realize the benefits of space. And this is our space support pillar. And so realistically, we are looking to have a situation where the Congress authorizes the creation of this space corporation. And then we turn to the private sector in much the same way In-Q-Tel does with the intelligence community, and how venture capital teams do elsewhere in the private sector, and say, we will be the first loss position on some of these large infrastructure projects. We cannot take a majority stake in any project. Let's go. And it's through that sort of partnership that we see in talks with both space-focused and infrastructure-focused finance people, that's where you get the 5-to-1, the 10-to-1 dollar matching from private sector, and really take the public sector money and stretch it. I can continue to talk about the sorts of projects we were looking at. Michael, were there questions in the chat left over?
There were really kind of focused on really the nowness, right? The things that we're doing near term to leverage long term. And I know that you talked about that a bit, and so did John, but we also had some questions about how do the public help with this?
Yeah, and the first part about what is happening now is that we are going to congressional offices. Right now, we're going to the offices of senators and Congress people that represent the districts where those of us in the foundation live. That encompasses about 18 senators and 11 representatives. And basically delivering to them or their staff this pitch and telling them, look, you have said and campaigned on the idea that we need American jobs, we need American security. Here's a way to do that in a probably as close to budgetary neutral manner as you are going to find for something of this scale. Can we count on your support? And what we're looking to do is twofold, and this gets to the second part of the question you asked, Michael, and that is first, expand the network of people who are willing to go to their congressperson. And since we're in COVID times, that in many cases is a Zoom call, and it's not a physical visit. And so we're asking people, if you're interested in being one of the constituent partners, to contact us. Michael will put my email in the chat here, and we will work with our lobbyist teams to craft a letter tailored to your representative, your senator, and work on opening the door so that even if you're not giving this pitch, you're able to say, look, I'm a constituent of yours. I care about the space economy. What we've been doing isn't enough. Let's do more. And as John mentioned this morning, since Andrew Jackson was around, he has been prepping people to talk to Congress, and he is the exact person you want prepping you for something you've never done before. He is phenomenal at that. But the second class of help we need is people who just want to sign on. And at the end of the day, it is a numbers game. So the number of YouTube views, the number of people signing up for our petition to send to Congress matters. And so if you don't want to put your name out there as somebody to talk to your congressman or senator, but you're fine being a number, that is a need. It's not a sexy, cool one. But it is something that is useful when we go and can talk and provide the sort of statistics and numbers that actually move the hearts and minds of the halls of power. Did that?
Yeah, that was awesome. That's exactly what we need. We need people involved with this program. I mean, at the end of the day, I said this to somebody else recently about the work that you're on. There's 7.7 billion people in the world. Moving the world takes a lot of work. It is hard to do. And what you're embarking on, the infrastructure that you're trying to enable, that infrastructure changes the world. So this is not easy stuff that you're tackling, and you can't do it alone. So the global community, the national community, the folks on this call, the folks watching the videos, this can only happen if it is a partnership.
Yeah.
Right. So if people connect with you, you just posted your contact information. If people connect with you, what can they expect as far as asks? What will the foundation ask of them?
So the first thing will be, are you willing to be the constituent partner with us? And if so, then we connect you to John and our government relations team? If not, great. Do you know other people who might be? And are you willing to add your name to our list of supporters? We are more or less perpetually fundraising to both keep our organization moving forward and setting up this corporation in exile. But at the end of the day, the need is to establish this infrastructure development corporation. And so driving that forward is what we need. And the fundraising comes from success.
Terrific. We're gonna swap over to Dr. Autry in a few minutes. We only have 2 minutes left for this answer, but I would like some of your own personal story. How did you get here? Because where we are isn't easy. So how did you? What was the aha moment, the epiphany, the wake up from the middle of the night and say, I want to build maybe the most complicated systems humanity has ever built? How did that happen?
When people ask me that, I often ask, do you want the cool version or the true version?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Well, either happen in less than 2 minutes.
Okay.
The true version is that it came right here. I don't know if you can see very well on my screen, but I work out of my basement. And the first 6 months of COVID, this is all I saw. And I realized sitting down here in August that I was waiting for someone else to do something. I didn't know what that something was, but I was waiting for this other to help and give me something inspiring to do. And I didn't know how to do or what to do, but I knew I wanted to make space available because I have daughters who want to go to space, and why not make it easy for them? And so I realized, well, I don't know what I'm doing, but that's never stopped me before. So let's just try this. And you're looking at iteration 8 or 9 of the Foundation for the Future. And that's been since August. So there'll be probably 2 or 3 more adaptations as we progress and as we interact with Congress and develop ourselves into this corporation in exile. But yeah, no, it started staring at a wall.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Thank you very much, Executive Director Tim Chrisman. We're going to swap over to Katie and then bring in Dr. Autry.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Michael. All right, just a quick reminder before our final presentation of the day. A couple things. So first of all the views that are expressed by our speakers today, they are their own views and not those of the organizations that they represent. And also just a reminder that all the discussion should focus on the near-term space development. So 2020 to 2035, we're here to talk about technology. We're here to talk about innovation. We're not here to talk about politics. This is a strictly apolitical event. All right, let's get into it. Dr. Greg Autry serves 2 ambitious and important goals: to improve the world by educating a new generation of bold and ethical entrepreneurs, and to contribute to establishing a viable space economy for the benefit of humankind. Dr. Autry currently serves as the chair of the Safety Working Group on the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee with the Federal Aviation Administration's Office of Commercial Space Transportation. He's also the Vice President for Space Development at the National Space Society and has published extensively on space policy and the business of space development. Dr. Autry previously served on the NASA Agency Review Team and as the White House liaison at NASA. He holds a Master's of Business Administration and a PhD from the University of California, Irvine, as well as a BA from California Polytechnic University. Most recently, he's a not yet confirmed nominee of the President of the United States to the position of Chief Financial Officer at NASA. Please welcome Dr. Greg Autry. Hi. Let's see. I see you, but I don't hear you.
Thank you, Katie. Can you
There
hear
we
me?
go.
Great.
I hear you now. I hear you. I see you. Welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michael, for inviting me. I enjoyed the talk I heard so far. And if you don't mind, I'll share my screen, leap into some things that interest me, and happy to take any questions.
Perfect. And everyone, feel free to put questions into the chat box or save your questions till the end if you want to ask it live.
Okay. I am going to talk about something I call real-world lunar finance strategies and a little bit beyond that, but how to develop the cis-lunar economy and where we are now, mostly from a business standpoint. I like showing this to a lot of my friends in business schools who for years criticized me for studying what they thought was a non-industry. Back in 2002, I started as a lecturer at the Mirage School of Business at UC Irvine, and I chose the commercial space industry to be my context to talk about it. And I remember just getting a lot of head shaking. I am happy to say nowadays I'm one of the most sought after and coolest contextual researchers in the management scholarship area, meaning people want to know about my research domain. And they're interested in hearing me come as a guest speaker to their classes to talk about commercial space, because guess what? It's a thing now. This slide shows that you've got about $400 billion plus in the space industry now, which, to put this in context, is considerably larger than the mobile app business. And that's not something that a lot of people realize. Now, it is important, though, to realize that a big chunk of this is what's delivered by what we have in space. So you'll see that you've got about $6 billion in investment. This is a number from Space Capital. And I like to point out that Bryce did a study for the same year and came up with a very similar number. In fact, as a sometimes government worker, I like to say that's close enough for private sector work. However, it's not always as spacey as you might think. The OECD found in 2014 that commercial space revenue was dominated by consumer services, okay? So again, you've got the satellite TV services and radio services, and there is a big part of that. And when you look at the investment side, I've noticed a striking change. Back in 2019, the Space Capital folks were telling us that there was 26 billion cumulative investments, and then in 2020 it was 109 billion. How did that happen, right? I don't think that we had an extra $80 billion flow into the space market last year. What actually happened is they decided to count this downstream revenue from applications, as they call it. So if you dig down into the data of the investments in their reports, you'll see these big chunks are the applications. What are the applications? Well, Uber, Snapchat. So what is the amount of value that the space economy returns to very real companies that everybody on the street, probably even your relatives, appreciate and use? Heck, we wouldn't have had the Pokemon Go craze, of course, if we didn't have GPS and other space technology. So there is a huge explosion of economic activity driven by space. When we look at the return on public investment in space or in private investment in space, from a governmental policy standpoint, we really need to think about all the completely unexpected positive economic externalities that occur. One of my favorite stories is that the folks at Motorola, a little more than a decade ago, were trying to sell global positioning system enhancements to trucking fleets as part of their business. And so they did a survey to determine what the amount of savings was in a truck that was GPS enabled versus one that wasn't. And they concluded that a truck that had a GPS system saved $52,000 a year. This was fuel savings, obviously, because it was more efficient in its routing. It was driver time savings, reduced insurance, reduced wear and tear on the vehicle. But more importantly, it was the improved logistics of knowing exactly when the truck would arrive at its destination so that it could be efficiently offloaded instead of sitting there idling, waiting for a bay or waiting for Teamsters or whomever to move the material out of the truck. This permitted companies to capture huge efficiencies in cross-loading trucks without having to stick stuff on a shelf waiting for the next truck to come pick it up and put it back on a truck. Anyway, $52,000 a year for truck. That's nice until you realize there's 1 million trucks in the United States that they couldn't be saving $52,000 a year. That is $52 billion a year returned to the American economy. And if you're a member of Congress, you should be thinking, gee, the NASA budget is $22 billion right now. It used to be 18 forever. I'm happy to say that in the last 4 years, it's been substantially increased. But got 22 billion there. What is the Defense Department's budget? Probably another 25 billion, 30. Basically, the money you get back from the efficiency and improvements in trucks, nothing else, just in the United States, pays for our entire space program, defense and NASA. There shouldn't be any question about justifying the investment we make in those programs. A lot of people are going to want to move things from one pot to another to make it more efficient, but the fact of the matter is the return is there. And if you consider what goes on beyond trucking, the fact that every ship at sea is 15% more efficient, or any flights that are GPS enabled, which include your transoceanic flights and soon, hopefully, our continental flights, are all running much more efficient. They don't have to arrive in Asia with enough fuel to fly around and find out where they are from landmarks before they land. They go right to where they're supposed to go. This is not only a huge economic advantage, but it's probably the number one reduction in climate change emissions from any system whatsoever, which is kind of an ironic thing to think about. I don't know where my Kyoto credits for that are, but there should be some. So I like to say economics abhors the vacuum. It's been hard to get investors into space sometimes, but the key thing I think that we've learned in commercial space over the 20 years that I've been studying it is that incrementalism is what pays off. Companies that have found ways to make money and deliver returns on investment as they grew to their big mission, whether that big mission was to print giant structures in space or to colonize Mars, these companies have been successful, meaning that they found a business case every step of the way for the hardware that they needed to develop to get to where they want to go, as opposed to companies that had super big visions like, say, mining asteroids, but didn't have a business case for the steps they needed to get there on their way, have not done as well. So if you're a space entrepreneur, I strongly encourage you, talk about the big vision, but like the point of this conference is, let's focus on things that we can do within the next decade or so, things that are actually going to return values to investors in a time frame that investors care about. Because trust me, the folks in Silicon Valley that are pouring millions or billions into startups are much more interested in what their lifestyle is like than the future of your grandkids. They might talk about that other stuff, but they will not write a check for the future of your grandkids. They're going to write a check because it's going to make them a little bit richer in the next 10 years. And that's where you've got to be. Things that have Earthside upsides can pay off. So I've been a proud mentor to the team at Relativity Space, and you think about what they're doing. Yeah, they're 3D printing rockets, but you know what? In the meantime, they developed the biggest 3D printers in the world. There are certainly other applications to that. I'm sure that investors think about that when they choose which small rocket company they might want to invest in. Here's a twofer, right? If the rocket thing doesn't work out, we've got the world's largest metal 3D printers. That's got some applications. You look over at the performance of Virgin Galactic since they went IPO. That's been astounding. It's been a volatile and exciting stock, but it's up. And the most important thing about it is it actually went and saved a mainstream business. I'm sure Sir Richard Branson caught flack from practical-minded people in his organization and outside over the last, 15 plus years. He's been pouring money into this venture without a hard return. And I'm sure there were people who were saying, you know what, Richard, you should be putting your money into your airlines and your cruise ships and your traditional businesses. If he had done that, I think the poor gentleman would be out of business. The fact was he was able to sell money from Virgin Galactic, sell stock from Virgin Galactic this year to raise money to keep the rest of his empire afloat. And that's an amazing story of persistence paying off for a visionary. Well, another thing that I think is important to look at is where are the opportunities in the economy going forward? A couple of areas that I think have not been well addressed, and one of them is down mass. There's a lot of talk about asteroid mining or manufacturing in space, getting materials off of the moon. A lot of launch companies. I don't see a lot of people talking about the business of bringing that stuff back to the Earth. You've got delta V issues you need to overcome. You've got reentry issues you need to overcome. You need to be able to put large amounts of stuff somewhere cheaply in a reliable and safe manner where people on the ground can get to it and process it easily. There's business there, and somebody needs to start looking at that. I think it's really great that SpaceX, for instance, designed some down mass into the Dragon capsule, which wasn't really a requirement of the original COTS program, and that's been useful for researchers in particular. I'm excited that the Dream Chaser from Sierra Nevada, which will hopefully be joining the COTS program, can also bring us down mass and bring you down mass to land and a nice soft landing. But there's more to think about on the down mass end. Also, I want you to think about how to approach problems. Here was something I found online, which was a quote, the master plan to deliver solar power to the Earth from a band of photovoltaic power generators encircling the equator of the moon, which would then beam power back to anywhere on Earth. It's a lovely idea. One part of the moon would always be in the sun, and you would cable that energy over to transmitters on the near side of the moon in any case that would beam power back to the Earth if it happened to be the dark side that was facing the sun, which ironically, we should not call it the dark side then, should we? Nobody's going to fund that, okay? You know, that makes the Egyptians building the pyramids looks like a small thing. I love the idea, but it won't be funded. Let's look at how to reverse that plan. So let's say you had something like the PPE element on the lunar orbital gateway. You've got solar power. You can beam that down to the surface of the moon where, guess what? Small landers and eventually human exploration events will be roaming around the surface to different locations. This could be a really useful thing for them to do to help them get through the lunar night and to provide power into locations where you couldn't previously have that, thereby finding a use case for real actors in the near future that will need space solar power and microwave power transmission. You can prove it in a simple minimum viable product like this and then move on to something more practical. It's one of the reasons I've been a big supporter of the Gateway. I think there are a lot of unique and surprising things you can do with a mobile powered and human habitable platform that can travel around the Earth Moon system, besides use it as a gateway to get to the lunar surface. I am happy to say that there's been good support for the new vision of space from the United States government across the board. The last administration did a really good job with maintaining COTS and launching commercial crew and backing the idea of public-private partnerships, and the current administration has maintained that and has been very focused on things we've all been talking about for years that others said were just dreams, like accessing resources in space. NASA gets it. The recent announcement that NASA would be a customer to buy commercially collected lunar materials in order to set a legal precedent to demonstrate the transfer of those materials is just fantastic. The nations that have piled on board, Ukraine, the UK, Italy, Japan, into the Artemis Accords has been super exciting. Even the Department of Commerce gets it. I couldn't imagine we would have had a Commerce Secretary who would have come spoken at the Space Symposium. The Exim Bank realizes that that they've got more than just planes and nuclear power plants to sell to the developing world. They're someday going to have things like space-based imaging data and space-based internet connections that countries will want to access. And this gives our economy a foot forward. So I want to say hats off to broadly the US government, the bipartisan support from the House and Senate from the last two White Houses. This has been a rare case of America really hitting on all cylinders policy-wise and doing the right thing for our economy. I'm happy to say the Department of Transportation gets it where I sit on the ComStack. I've been excited with the progress that's being made there in a very, very cooperative manner between traditional and commercial space companies and across partisan boundaries. Many of our allies get it. The UK folks are really excited. They've poured a lot of money into commercial space, and notably the UK government bailed out OneWeb when they failed earlier this year during the COVID panic. The Japanese government's putting $1 billion almost into to commercial space, significant investments by Italy and their commitments to the Artemis Accords. It's interesting to note that China, of course, is putting a lot of money, both governmental and into their nominally commercial companies to compete in these markets. But if you notice, their infrastructure investment in no way keeps up with their large, significant investments elsewhere. And it's a good question why that is. I would note that it's primarily an unseen government subsidy, whereas most of the factories that make nominally commercial Chinese rockets and the launch facilities are governmental at no cost. I've talked to a lot of people about how things were going space investment-wise over the last few years, and then notably this year when I thought we might see a really big turn down. But I'm going to say space hasn't seen that. The best story I've seen recently was the additional $500 million that went into relativity space, which was just a news story a couple of weeks ago. Amir Blackman at Axiom and I were talking, and he noted that investment banks had been slowed, but that private investors and family offices were moving forward. I see a lot of action in family offices and private investment funds. It's a good place to be, and they're getting, in some ways, ahead of the venture capitalists and certainly ahead of the traditional bankers. Where are we in space exploration? Well, you know, we've gone through a series of cancellations. Most recently, the asteroid redirect mission that was canceled during the last presidential transition. We've got a question now about whether we're going forward with the current plan. I would hope so, that would be the case. And I'm excited where we are. I'm excited to see that there's 3 different landing systems that came out of the HLS bidding process that are all entirely different approaches to the same problem. I think we're going to have a robust and redundant solution. I strongly support redundant technical solutions to space-based problems as a requirement of sustainable space development. You can't do sustainable if you don't have redundancy. We can't have a situation like we did with shuttle where there was one way to do things for both cargo and crew. And when that system went down twice, we were down for 3 years each time, while the powers that be, you know, did investigations, recriminations, and remediations. If you've got duplicate systems, then you can be sustainable. But you can't put people on the moon, anybody other than astronauts who have signed up to risk their life, and tell them there's only one way to get them off of it. So we need redundancy to all of our space destinations. You also, of course, get economic competition when you've got technical redundancy, and that results in better economic performance and eventually better system performance as well. I'm excited to say that these landers have some seriousness to them. Of course, Blue and Dynetics have both delivered mock-ups of their landers for evaluation and for eventual astronaut training. And SpaceX is, of course, actually flying their hardware down in Texas. Our boosters are ready to go. We've never had such an amazing livery of rockets on the deck, so to speak. we're going to have more lift capacity than we could use, and that's a good thing for the economy. It's all well supported by fairly deep pockets, whether those are governmental or private companies or investors. These systems will be there, and it's a good time to be somebody delivering a payload to space because there's a lot of good capacity out there. From the lunar development category, you've got at least 4 vehicles, probably more, that are going to be able to deliver some hardware out there. We've got 3 capsules that have all flown, and notably the SpaceX capsule has taken crew twice. I think we'll see Boeing doing that shortly next year. The Orion capsule flew in 2014 and should be ready to make its next flight next year. That's good to have that redundancy. I want you to notice one thing when you look at Orion and you look at its predecessor, the Apollo system. Take a look at that picture and think about what's different. Look in particular at the non-crew end of the service module. So what we don't have is a big enough engine on the back of the service module to get ourselves into low lunar orbit. And that's not something that either the other 2 capsules are going to do. They weren't designed for that mission. Orion was designed for deep space, but getting into low lunar orbit will require another way to get there, which is why the Gateway or a lander with a more powerful transit system makes sense. Why can't you have that? Well, you need to have enough boost to get there. And what we're kind of lacking in our livery across the board, not with any one vehicle, but broadly is powerful in creative second stages. We've got a lot of work on boosters that are innovative, but I've not seen so much work on second stages. For Space Launch System, building the EUS seems to be a no-brainer if you really want to get to the moon in a reliable way and deliver the sort of payloads that we need to the surface, and eventually to deliver hardware in advance for people to arrive on Mars. I think what ULA has proposed with ACES is a pretty amazing idea that should be looked at as a system that I would hope would be accommodated by many different boosters for a second stage. Their system not only addresses the issue of how to keep your cryogenics compressed and cold for a period of time, but it takes the bleed off gases, the hydrogen and oxygen gas that you have to let out of the tank and uses it to generate power and to recompress the tank using an internal combustion engine. We need more innovative thinking around second stages like this. So I'd really recommend that companies that are thinking about where to go in space, down mass and second stages are really good places to go. You can reach me at these locations if you want. And that said, I am happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Autry. That was great. Really appreciate that. It's kind of an insight into where we are and a kind of a flavor of where we're going. When you look at the 3 lunar missions, 3 radically different designs, and you talk about redundancy, can you talk a little bit about how that happened? How did we get to that spot? We're going to show something tomorrow where there's something north of 70 missions to the moon planned by America. There's something like 23 non-American missions to the moon, but it all depends on that architecture. So how did we get to that point? Do you know that it's history?
Broadly,
that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Broadly, obviously, we wanted to get to that point since the 1970s when we walked away from it, right? So right. I am one of the group that Jeff Grayson likes to refer to as the disappointed children of Apollo. I was 6 years old when I watched Neil and Buzz walk on the surface of the moon, and that was a transcendental moment for me. It's one of my first important memories as a young person, and I came from a kind of troubled household, and I just became obsessed with the space program. And I would sit there in front of the TV, and some of it was really, really boring, and nobody knew why I wanted to watch it because there wasn't video feed like all the time. There was only little small segments of video feed. And then when you got into later missions like Apollo 14 or 15, nobody was paying attention except for me. They'd have these simulation pictures from the network of the lunar rover going up and down over a fake moon background with some audio occasionally of the astronauts talking, and I would sit there absorbed. So there were people that wanted this to happen, and I think that's really important. There's this groundswell of people who saw this as a destiny that we were denied, and we were going to do something about it. It has a lot to do with the genesis of the commercial space development and then investment trend in the 2000s. So many people that I knew when I was a software entrepreneur early on, most people don't probably know I founded a video game company in high school and went off and entered the software business for about 30 years before I got into the space business. But so many people I knew from that realm moved over into space. Some of them very notable and much more successful than me, obviously. But I and others followed them. And so there's that groundswell of people wanting to do this, right? Then you have a very large rocket and deep space capsule whose mission, frankly, for a while wasn't clear. And perhaps the asteroid redirect mission didn't really necessarily probably inspire a lot of people as something that that you would want to do more than once, right? So what are you going to do? So return to the moon seemed natural. We have the capabilities to return to the moon, both on the government developed rocket and capsule that was there and on the commercial side for a lot of support. So why not do that? So I would say that it was this incredibly pent up desire and then the capabilities that were there that made it the obvious choice. That said, there are a lot of heroes out in the nonprofit sector, that worked on this. Giuseppe at Moon Village Association and people at National Space Society that have fought for this for years to say, hey, let's really go do this. And people in government that listened. Scott Pace, who's been doing an amazing job with the National Space Council. People in Congress from both parties who came together and said, we're willing to let that happen. And, I remember being on the transition team, and one of the things we did was just spend forever looking at the NASA budget, right? And
sir, I want you to expand on that a little bit. Not everybody that's watching the live video understands that piece.
Okay, so I served on the transition team in 2016, 2017 at NASA as part of the presidential transition to look at what the agency's doing and report back to the incoming administration 4 years ago on things they might do. And, spent a lot of time digging into the NASA budget, just stacks and stacks and stacks of books, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week for 2.5 months. And everybody basically said, well, you've got a zero-sum game. You've got $19 billion, and you've got to work with it. That's all we've ever had for the last 30 years. And it's like, well, let's ask for more money. You can't do that. I'm excited to say that when you asked for more money this time, Congress said, yeah, and they've come together and done that. And sometimes it's actually just whether the Senate actually wants to spend more than the House or vice versa, or the White House wants to get ahead of that. So it's a good place to be. People on this call deserve some credit for that too. That in my opinion is how we got there in the biggest scope. So this created opportunities for private capital to flow in and say, hey, if the US government believes this in a serious way, then finally we're going to actually put our money where our mouths have been and fund this stuff. And you see money coming into the sector even during the COVID year. And the excitement is palpable. That doesn't mean that everything's going to work and we don't have bubbles. And we're going to see a lot of these startup companies fail, but how many companies failed during the internet bubble in 2000, 2001? It doesn't mean that the internet got disconnected and we don't use it, right? Just the opposite. So it's a good place to be.
Do you want to talk about You know, the whole flavor of this event is you know, 2020 to 2035. I've been really kind of like focusing on the near end, 2022, 2025. And we're looking at infrastructure development. So if you look at those those three lunar architectures, very radically designed systems. Earlier in the day, we talked about Momentous and their space tugs, and we talked about orbit fab and fuel systems on orbit. Can you talk about the infrastructure where you see maybe some gaps and maybe some opportunities? Like you showed off the powering lunar assets from orbit. That was a gap, right? I think that's a gap in the market. Are there any other gaps near term that need to be filled?
Well, I guess it depends on how near term it is. Like I mentioned, down mass. I mean, we don't need that today in a big way, but it's absolutely prerequisite for any model that involves manufacturing something in space that's going to benefit people on Earth. The manufacturing things in space for the benefit of a future space economy is great, but that's going to be a leap too far.
That's further out.
Funding standpoint. So if we can actually develop some pharmaceuticals that are useful, or Z-band cabling or whatever, right now it's coming down in small quantities in the Dragon capsule for free, basically, which is, you know, really subsidized by NASA. There's got to be a commercially viable way to get that stuff down to Earth. So I think that's a huge gap. I don't think it's the hardest one to fill, but for whatever reason, people are focusing on the harder getting things out of the gravity well question. So, you know, that's why I brought that up. You mentioned Momentous and their space tugs, but I do think there's a lot of opportunity for second stages and refuelable, reusable second stages in a variety of capacities there. Space debris mitigation. The ESA folks are about to launch a giant spider that's apparently going to grab things and chuck them back to Earth. The drawing looked really scary to me, just like a total James Bond movie. That said, you know, that's something that if you can deal with some of the bigger pieces, that'd be great. It'd be good if other countries stopped leaving their dormant second stages in orbit. At least the US has done a great job of deorbiting their second stages. All of our players do that now, and it needs to be a global requirement. I do see a question in the chat where Kevin's asking about green propulsion. Let me address that real quick if I could. So first I point out, you know, the Space Launch System, for instance, is a hydrogen, oxygen burning system, and it emits water vapor. That's pretty green, right? So it's not like it's rocket science to figure out how to do green propulsion. Hydrogen's difficult to work with, and it's not always the fuel of choice. A lot of people are going to methane, which is probably a little better than RP1. These aren't terribly polluting systems, to be perfectly honest, and at least in the foreseeable future, the amount of rocket launches, I don't think will have any impact on local or global pollution standards in any measurable way compared to all the coal burning power plants being built across Asia or things we're already doing here in North America. That said, we should always be looking at ways to get better. Now, there are the toxic hypergolic fuels, and a lot of people are working on non-toxic replacements for things like hydrazine, and that's exciting. Last summer, I attended the Falcon Heavy launch out of the Cape, and there was a test on that flight of a green hydrazine replacement. So I think we're going to get that problem solved. I believe Kevin's also alluding to data on whether there's atmospheric damage from supersonic high altitude flights of rockets and other vehicles. That is not at all my area of expertise. We should certainly be aware of that. But again, I suspect that rocket launches will be nothing compared to the military and commercial airline impact on the upper atmosphere, but it's not my area of expertise.
Great, thank you. Yesterday, Lieutenant General Quast talked about kind of the three foundations for a civilization. He was talking about power and energy. He was talking about information and transportation. And if we harness these revolutions, we get a pretty big advantage. Do you want to kind of riff off of any of those ideas, power, energy, or information as it relates to near-term space infrastructure?
Just a second. All right, so you're talking about power in space?
Right. Power, energy, or information as a space asset, as space infrastructure. If we can harness any one of those or all three of those, we gain an advantage. So are there any thoughts on that?
Yeah, who's we? Who's we gaining the advantage?
Who is we? United States. Let's start there.
Okay. And I want to be clear, I like the idea of the United States gaining advantage in creating jobs and economic development, but I always see that in the context of making the world a better place for everybody on the planet. And when there's peaceful international competition, whether that's on an ice rink or whether that is on the surface of the moon, very often we drive the world forward. So we wouldn't have GPS and communication satellites and in Earth imaging, and we probably would have never figured out the ozone hole that we were creating with CFCs or be aware of climate issues if we hadn't have had the space race from the 1960s, right? This was not a negative thing. Nobody got killed in the space race, other than unfortunately astronauts on a Soyuz flight and Apollo 1, but it was not a conflict. It was a competition. Competition is a very, very good thing. And there are some people who kind of just get afraid whenever there's international competition. That's okay. And it's a good thing when it doesn't become conflict. There's a clear designation between competition and conflict. So I'm excited if we can find a way to do what you're talking about. And I think that Earth imaging, for instance, is a huge point. We're going to generate a vast amount of data here, and companies like Planet from the US, Black Sky are taking a lead there to supply governmental and commercial and eventually individual actors with data that is closer to real-time cadence. There's huge value in that all the way downstream, all sorts of applications from figuring out where cars are parked at a particular location. In the past, I used to say we wanted to know who was parked at the mall for the Christmas shopping season. Sadly, that won't make a difference much this year, and God bless the poor retailers. But there was some amazing data, all places, Harvard Medical School a couple of months ago, where they looked at the parking lots of hospitals in Wuhan, China, and determined that the COVID virus was in full swing in late August and early September, based on the number of cars parked in the parking lot versus previous years. So you never know what you might find there, and having that data freely available is really critical to the United States and the world, because I'm sure that if China could have prevented you from having access to those pictures, they would have done it, right? And in the future, they're not going to want you to see what's going on in Tibet, or if there's concentration camps being built in Xinjiang or whatever. And there's other countries with other nefarious intents that will block that data. So I think it's important that Western countries with democracy and freedom of speech lead that data generation portion of the business. And then the data dissemination business, same thing. I want the internet constellations that go up, whether that's from OneWeb or Starlink or Kuiper or what have you, to be free and uncensored and unmonitored. And no government is perfect, including our own, but given the choices out there, I'd really love to see US, European, Japanese companies take the lead there. So that's exciting. Energy generation in space, huge thing, and I'm sure other people have talked about it, but if you really want to have a Green New Deal, it's got to work at night, and it's got to work in the winter. These are real things. I mean, anybody that's been to the Midwest, there's a gray sheet of clouds over the sky for days at a time from my experience.
Seattle, that's where we are. Yep.
And so, your solar panels covered with snow under a gray sheet of clouds are not that efficient. particularly with the sun at an even lower inclination. So space solar power solves that problem, right? And I want, again, that to be an American solution to the world, because we developed solar photovoltaic power, and NASA was an investment taxpayers made to get their systems working. Space was the first real application for solar cells. The company that spun out of Bell Labs to develop them had no customer until the Vanguard satellite stepped up. And since then, space has driven the bleeding edge of solar power, because the need to generate as much power with as little weight as possible is maximized there. And NASA also was the first group to put solar panels on the ground, on buildings on the ground. They did this in the 70s in American Native reservations, as well as in Africa and other remote rural locations around the world, to show you could run a village or building with solar panels. So I wouldn't have solar on my roof, getting rid of my electrical bill if we hadn't have done that. So again, I'd love to see that focus.
Terrific. Being cognizant of your time, I know you've got a hard stop in another 7 minutes.
I apologize for that, but it's
no, absolutely understood, sir. You mentioned a few minutes ago down mass. We've got Made in Space is going to be on the call tomorrow. I'm certainly going to bring that topic up because that's certainly important to their business model.
Sure.
You talked about north of $400 billion in our new fledgling cis-lunar econosphere. Where do you think we go from here as guesses, right? I know that Bank of America has put a number, 1.7 billion. Some other folks have put in, Morgan Stanley, I think, said 3 billion. But I want to keep this on the short.
Trillion.
Sorry, trillion. Yes. So here we are. We're enabling this new cis-lunar econosphere. We're building up a bunch of infrastructure. What do we need to accomplish this vision, right? I mean, there's thousands of little parts of this big machine. But what's the thing that you think needs to happen to accomplish this multi-trillion-dollar industry?
You're going to have to find the killer apps, right? I am a veteran of the PC business and a veteran of the internet business. And so this doesn't worry me at all. I lose no sleep about the killer app. But I have to tell you, I started out in the PC business, and I'm going to rotate my computer around. And you're going to see, let's see, like that this blue box over here. Okay, that's an Altair 8800. It's the first personal computer. It came out in 1975. It could do absolutely nothing that added any value to your life whatsoever. It subtracted value from your life.
It took time.
Right? You had to solder the damn thing together. And then it has 32 dip switches in the front where you put in, each bit of your coding, and then toggled it into memory. And if you wanted to boot up a floppy disk drive, gee whiz, it took like half an hour to toggle in the boot sequence. It did nothing. Nobody knew why you needed a computer at home. And even when the Apple II came out, I started writing video games for it. Nobody could see what this was for. I remember early ads from Apple would show the computer was in the kitchen, and the homemaker, the woman, was using the computer to file recipes instead of using a 3x5 index card, right? And that was an explanation of why you needed to spend $3,000, which, in today's
$3,000 in 1970s something money. That's
Right. It could have been 10 grand to file your recipes more efficiently. It was smoke and mirrors. There was no reason to have a personal computer, trust me. And then the internet came along, the same thing. And, unless frankly you were looking for pornography, apparently, there wasn't really anybody that was willing to pay for anything that was on the internet for a very long time. It takes time. So we need the killer app. It's going to happen. Whether that's manufacturing in space, resources from space, space tourism, communications, imaging. I don't know. All of those things, something we've never thought of.
Right.
I am confident to be there, but it's not totally clear yet. And yeah, we are kind of betting on the come here.
Okay.
But we've done that before, turned out okay. And we're, from a public standpoint, not spending a lot of money. And frankly, even from a private investment standpoint, it's not a lot of money compared to what's going into much sillier things, okay? If we just took the money that Uber wasted trying to grab markets in countries where they didn't succeed,
right,
and applied that to space, we'd be doing good.
We'd be doing really well, really well. All right, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, Dr. Autry. Good luck with your confirmation process. We're all rooting for you. If there's anything that we can do, you've got our support.
Thank you, Vetch. Good to talk to y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody, for our second day of the Blue Marble Week. Dr. Autry had sent me a private message. I don't know if y'all saw when he looked down at his phone. He then sent me a note that says he has to go, so he has to go. So that is the end of our programming today. I have a hunch that he's going to have a good day, so I'm hopeful that call to Washington, D.C. was good news for him. If there are any questions, I'll stick around for a couple more minutes. Otherwise, we're going to sign off for the day. We will see y'all again tomorrow. We'll send out a message for with the speaker list and invitations again for tomorrow. We will be starting at 9 a.m. East Coast Standard Time. I think that's it. I'll stick around for chats if anybody needs to talk to me. Otherwise, we're going to close off in about 10 minutes. And we are going to close the live video now. Okay? Thanks, y'all. Bye-bye.